Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mania 70 World Cup 2024. And this is the final stream for this weekend, and there's not much else for us to show, other than we're going to go to the semifinals map pool showcase for 70 World Cup 2024. I am Mifa, and I'll be commentating alongside Surfchu. How is it going?
Hello. We have indeed gotten a pretty insane weekend. Two tiebreaker matches in the winners bracket we've seen over this weekend. And yes, I am indeed doing very well tonight. Pretty cold, 1 a.m. in the morning here in the Philippines. Pretty sure it's just hit midnight over your place.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm pretty much excited to see what this showcase has in store for everyone, especially with how escalating the difficulty between this last round and in the semifinals is quite a treat, actually.
Indeed, and as you said, increase in difficulty is definitely the theme here for this map pool showcase. There are definitely a lot of picks here that picks up the density they're pretty big spikes relative to what we saw from the quarterfinals. But I think we've done enough stalling, and we might as well show what we mean by all that we said. Let's bring the show on as we start with Rice 1, Rejection the Way of Adventure, a chart by Jinjin. This is our primary speed pick, and the difficulty name says it for itself. Delayed Journey. This is an outright delayed chart.
Well, I mean, in a sense, what you would call this a delay, but this is more of a dumb style chart.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely delay sections scattered in this chart. But yeah, actually, one theme for this chart is that this is dumped vocally, right? Vocal dumping? A charting style that we usually don't see on 7K, but we see on 4K instead.
Yeah, something along those lines, especially when you introduce, I guess, more exaggerated stream. They're not quite delayed, but at some point it's just gonna mess you up so badly because you would have to make sure transition to a point where the vocals are synced correctly.
And we're already seeing that dump, like the amount of notes being bombarded into your face, and we're not. And something to note, this is actually one of the shorter picks in the pool, clocking just over 2 minutes. I mean, we've seen the speed picks actually not being a popular pick over the past 3 rounds, but I think this round will be that one round where everything will be changing. I think this might be a bit more of a favored pick, especially in the higher level matches, especially in the winners bracket. I mean, there are some pretty crazy matchups already up there. Even in the losers bracket, there are some pretty crazy matchups. And I think that if you're that team that's a bit more physical, this definitely is a candidate to be protected.
Yeah, it just keeps on going for lasting forever, actually. There's some more polyrhythmic bits even in the vocalish section. So I guess the accuracy could mean a lot here. Even with an OD 7.5, this feels really difficult to hit.
And yeah, like this intense section immediately ends with a 7-note chord hit, and that ends the first chart of this map pool showcase.
Indeed, and we actually get to see I guess more of a similar theme in comparison to last round's picks. And Rice 2 here, we're gonna have a dense chord stream pick. It's going to be Zik ST by PWHK, your resident chord stream mapper. This is a dense chord stream at 190 BPM, which is significantly harder in terms of BPM, has a lot of brackets, and that's pretty much all there is to it.
I remember somebody mentioned if you can do brackets, like you're already really good. But brackets at this speed is so daunting. Like this pool is indeed a jump. I mean, even from last year, we had seconds from last year, and I'd say this chart is kind of like hard, like actually hard compared to what we had from last year's dance chord stream pick, and some pretty big hits as here as well. You have to be super careful with these big chords.
Oh yeah, those bracketing things. Even on the outer hand, which is a 1-2-1-2 column, it keeps repeating on and on to a point that you cannot straight sharpshoot it at any point.
Yeah, but there are some sections here that are relatively lighter. I mean, this is sort of a pseudo chord jack section, but then again, like you're only given those mostly to regain your accuracy. Like you should not drop here because once we get to the final third of this chart, I mean, we're about to enter that section. Everything just becomes pretty intense.
Yeah, more chord usage, more of the bracketing shenanigans, sometimes the burst here. Also double stair usage. More of that. More of the same actually for every single thing in this chart.
And these like I think this is actually pretty even on the hands as well. Like even in giving you enough pain. like either you just do it like mirror or no mod. I think this is still super painful on the hands. I mean, you already see those mini brackets, one-handed brackets, like go from the left hand and the right hand, and we're more of this bursty big hit charting.
Oh yeah, that,
And
that
of course,
the bracket
denim
on
bracket.
the middle.
Nice denim bracket right there.
That puts up with
Mhm.
the denser core stream, and I guess we get into more core stream for this next pick.
Yeah. If you think 190 BPM is fast, wait until you see 208 BPM. We have Tinnitus, a chart by Tabatu, and this is Tabatu's MWC charting debut, if I am not mistaken. Or
Yeah,
if not,
absolutely.
debut for this World Cup specifically, yeah.
Yeah, takes quite a bit of while to get going. Just this basic chord-esque intro. Nothing too particularly hard for most of the 12 teams remaining in this tournament. But once you get to the core stream section, and the chart starts.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, what we had from the previous pick is a bit more of a consistency style chart. I mean, you see what we had with Burning Star from the previous round. It's relatively light. Relatively. I have to put the emphasis on relatively because this chart is a bit more abrasive. You're seeing a few more trill usages here, some pretty heavy chords, some bursty stairs. This is super relentless. And this keeps on going for the entire chart, almost lucky at 3 minutes.
Yeah, I believe there would be like a one break in the middle of it after like 40 seconds of straight fourth stream. But that's the only break you will ever have, actually.
And like, actually, we're not even halfway through the chart, and I can already feel my fingers being tired and not even playing.
Oh yeah, I guess for most of us, even getting tired even after just like 10 seconds of it, you have to endure like almost 3 straight minutes.
Oh, indeed. But you're given a small reprieve at the halfway point of the chart. Though, again, as we've seen from from all of the matches, really the break sections are almost always the place where you have to be super careful. Any risk you take on the break section might cost you. I mean, we've seen a lot of people find a few breaks in the break section, taking it way too literally pretty much. And now we're back into more of these more double stair like chord streams now at 280 BPM. And again, like this chart, this is super relentless. Like once it starts picking up the difficulty, it just won't stop. Like the notes will just keep on falling down and continue to put your hands in pain. Unless like you're a hyper ET like Blocko or my Angel Hisalas we see the replay rain right now. But yeah, another thing to note, as you've seen from from this pick in particular. There is an increase in difficulty on the chords themes for starting from this round, actually compared from the previous year as well. So that's something to know. Anyway, there is something that we haven't seen yet in this World Cup. So for Rice 4, our primary chord jack pick, we might have something special. And that's the first OSU original for the OSU 7K World Cup 2024. We have Sidosis Voyage. Again, this is our primary chord jack pick of this round. And as you've seen, it's actually a straight up chord jack chart and not much of the way of 1/4 bursts. So while they're not there to trap you in term to destroy your accuracy, what will trap you indeed is the immense density of this chart. But that's what you get on chord jacks for in general. I mean, I'm pretty excited to see how everything will play out once once the teams are actually going to be playing this chart, I think this is going to be a fairly popular pick. Again, Corjax, very popular.
Yeah. Big shout outs to Cytosis as well for bringing this specifically for Osmania 7Q World Cup 2024. Cortex, yeah. Please don't ban this because it's gonna be a one hell of a battle when this comes out as a tournament pick for next week.
All right, I think we can move on now to our next pick, which I'll have you take the introduction.
Yeah, this one is something else because we have a tech pick here. It's gonna be Red Nay by charged by Blocko. This is uh let's just say this is some weird of a mess and a chaotic chart that is.
Chaotic. I mean, we've seen some pretty funny stuff already used in the tech picks, but this is really, really out there in terms of like charting music. But that's what you. But that's the very like, most music that's super useful in these more technical charts.
Yeah, it's just so out there to get you, and it doesn't really gives you any sort of ring. There's just some sort of stuff that most players will hate them, but you're gonna have to play this.
Oh, there are some patterns here that I'd say might be so risky to actually play. Like again, if you're a higher seeded team, this might not be much of a problem. But again, as I mentioned during Rise 1, there are lots of charts in this pool where you might want to reconsider your strategy. I mean, there are parts here that I'd say are way more abrasive than we see from Rise 1. Like this section in particular is actually, I mean, the polyrhythms here, like I'm actually having trouble keeping up with how to decode that pattern.
Oh yeah, with ODH. For ODH for something like this, it's a hell of a step up in terms of like the last round's pick. You cannot cheese it, and you cannot cheese it. So there you go.
Yeah, no, like there's no reason at all to cheese this at all. There's no reason to cheese this because like if you try to, I mean you'll have to say goodbye to your accuracy. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I think I know there's something about the next one that is pretty special. Mind if you say something?
Yeah. About that, this is the final rice pick, but I would say somewhat similar to a structure to Cosmic Railroad, except this is probably 5 times harder. And I believe there's a saying that if you like trance music, I do hope that you enjoy this because it's a Japanese trance, and it's something that you probably will never ever see from this particular artist. And I believe we should probably introduce this Rise 6. And
And
there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, Kagaribi. Hi Jung, shouts to Jung for creating this song in particular for the tournament as well, and I believe this is also a featured artist as well.
yep, and Junk has so like a lot of tracks actually that were used. Like some of them are in the rank section. I mean, 7K players obviously know Qualia, like especially 7K LN players.
Yeah.
From my days, or those who were still playing like around 2014, 2015, should be very familiar with that chart. Infamous for being part of the old Osimania LN Dan 2 courses. Like that is an act that is an act tank section chart for that Dan course. But
Yeah,
yeah,
thankfully this one is not the LN one. This is especially well, I
yeah,
guess a hectic is a one word to say about this particular Vic.
yeah, it's a very, very chaotic. Shout outs to Underjoy who charted this. Like when I saw the chart this like a few moments like before this map was showcased, like my jaw just dropped. Like, mate, this is actually hard.
Yeah.
And I think we actually saw that in the replay. But anyways,
Yeah.
the next pick, which will open the LN pool, is actually a very special one for me because I charted it. We have AR Forests, the last page, and shout out to Makiba as well for collaborating with me on this. This chart is our primary LN release pick, and and those who are familiar with this song pretty should be pretty should be pretty familiar with with the music actually is composed. There are two main sections here. Like the first two-thirds of this chart is more of a pretty calm section. Like more emphasis on longer LNs, some more of these. I'd say a bit coordination like. There's some invert sections as we see here. But like everything everything here is actually pretty spicy, if I'd say.
Yeah, can't believe we have Surf to late game melons this far into the tournament. Especially you would
Yeah.
normally associate Surf to with low star long ish shenanigans. This one is so different.
Oh yeah. And also before we enter like the second third of the chart, I might as well give a shout out to Yukina Meng, who took an absolutely beautiful picture for the background of this snow chart. He actually doesn't know that I used one of his pictures. He actually took it while we were on vacation back in December. He doesn't
Oh,
know.
good job.
He doesn't know that I used it. He just said that I have free reign to use any of his pictures for Osu map background, so I did it.
Yeah, this is a certified Osu background in that case.
Well, anyways, here we go. Final quarter of the chart, where everything just becomes chaotic. Makiba is the one who charted this part, and I'd say, like, if you're able to nail this section, you're golden.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, especially when the releases are staggered enough to a point that you can play it like you almost played as a normal-ish board stream sort of kind of vibe. But no, this is different because the releases are all different.
But yeah, the ending is actually just a full-on like a coordination, like just a callback to a certain part of the MWC 7K 2024 map pool lore, which I won't tell. Anyways, let's move on to our Ellen coordination pick, which I think you'll be the one to introduce.
Yeah, absolutely. LN2, which is our LN coordination pick, we got Vulnerability by Millie, chosen by Big Boy Max this year. A lot of similar theme happening with LN coordination so far, because last round wasn't difficult enough. This is something else in terms of how you would coordinate your fingers to the point that you almost release it just like the last round's pick.
Oh man, like let me tell you, this chart is hard. For LN2 last year we had Mayasotis. Like I remember like when Maxis took this slot. I think I remember Maxis pinging me on the Mapool Discord and then just saying like I'm pretty and then when I saw him take it, I just said like, I'm so excited to see your take on Ellen coordination, and I think he did well. And we're seeing that here, like mini invert sections, some of these bursty stuff. Like I'd say this isn't like your usual standard Ellen coordination, no way. But stuff here, like you have to be super careful. Like the holds here are not exactly the most intuitive of places compared to what we saw from the previous round.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like more of the inverted-ish Ellen denser. I guess not denser per se, but it's just inversed enough to a point that you cannot really make this play like you would play an Ellen density pick, like from, like, let's say a 8-bit adventurer, but in the sense that you would also have to make sure that you get the timings down properly, and then there's this full inverse like we talked about earlier.
Yeah, and I'd say like if like at least the early game Ellen coordination or Ellen control picks in general, like they're not going to be popular picks, but now like we're going to see more of these Ellen teams really lean more towards their actual advantage now, especially with how these Ellen control picks, Ellen 1 and Ellen 2 respectively, are charted in general. Like we're going to see more of these now from this round on.
Yeah,
Anyways,
I believe that would be that kind of song that gives you the chilling vibes. And speaking of songs, I believe we probably don't represent enough of a Hololive songs in particular, especially compared to the last years.
Yeah, like a 7K World Cup apparently is not complete without an Hololive VTuber music in the pool. So for LN3, we have
something called Ghost
by Hoshimachi Suisei. And this is our Ellen Dynasty pick, as I mentioned, in the chart by Paul Kappa. Also, vocal dumping actually.
Yeah, so you thought that vocal dumping doesn't exist in LNs, even in a sense that we saw rejection as a Rice 1 pick, but you now got this in LN form.
But yeah, like the start here is actually LN chord jacks, something that we usually like a lot of charts actually don't employ too much, especially for songs like this. Like we only really see that pattern whenever there's like stuff like that. Like we seldom see that outside of regular songs used in charting. So it's actually a pretty nice change of pace. And can somebody confirm me, especially in the Maple team, because I don't have all of the songs memorized, but is it this like what the first quote-unquote normal song we actually use in the entire World Cup?
I guess so. I mean, I'm not in the Maple team either, but at the same time, this is just like the most normal song that you could possibly ever pick in an LFSC.
Yeah, like we've had the rhythm game 4, we have Denpa, we have like the slow stuff, we have the fast stuff. Like this is just a song. But
yeah, sorry. I mean, I would say that this kind of patterns like there is just more of the chord jack-ish nature of it. Everyone's gonna probably tank this if you're not careful with the coordinating of the chord jacks.
Yeah. Another thing is that like the BPM jump here from 8-bit adventure. Actually, I think we actually lowered the BPM a bit, but the lowered BPM is there for a reason. Like we see the density here, like some outright OT jam-ish patterns in that guitar solo. Very beautiful. Like on stream it looks very hard, and of course it is. I mean, we're in the semifinals and all, but again, like these patterns are the reason why 7K, like some 7K players actually like to play 7K. Like hitting patterns like those are a massive motivation for a lot of us 7K players.
Yeah, not only that, it is also in its chart form, it is aesthetically pleasing to look at. So if you're able to nail those, you would probably feel more satisfied.
Now here we go to section like some reverse shields as well. Like those are absolutely hard to hit at this BPM.
Yeah, no joke. It even introduces some sporadic reverse shield and whatnot, even with the full inverse nature of it. But that's pretty much all there is to it. It's long, so I guess you would maybe have to contend with it for like 3 minutes long. But that's the gist of it for Ellen Density.
Yeah. And that should end it for our Ellen Density pick of this pool. And I'd say, like, unlike what we had from the previous round, LN3 was a bit more like the standard Osimania style LN density. Now, this is more of an O2 Jam ish kind of charting. I mean, it's there for a good reason. Because for our next pick, the LN4, which you will be introducing, is pretty fun.
Yeah, Revolt by Getty. You can love it or hate it. I honestly have neutral opinions about this. Ellen Mix on this late game is something else, actually.
Oh yeah, I mean, now unlike what we saw from the previous round, this is something that you would expect to be in the Osimania rank section, but this is, but in a way it's still different. Like, this is super technical. Like I remember like during the testing phase as well. The jacks that are used at this chart are like a something that has been debated on to be either keep it or not or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And it's there, and it's basically that for a good reason. Like you're given these super abrasive patterns all over the chart, and I'd say this is outright the hardest Ellen pick at this pool.
Yeah, you have like some sort of like a snake LN patterns that are interchangeably different in length. It's really hard to time that properly.
Anyways, just to mention, I think we forgot that this is a collaboration between Remoring and Evening. I think Evening charting LN is something I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, Evening's more proficient in making some sort of like a sort of BMS-ish type of thing in a chart that is just specifically just runs. But this is something that you would normally not collab with someone that is very proficient on making some sort of a hybrid stuff like this. But this is an LN mix, so we're not getting into the hybrids just yet, but it's already detected.
I mean, to be fair, like the chart is actually super LN heavy. You're just being asked to be able to finesse the chart a bit more. Like the rise here is more really to help increase the difficulty of the LNs. Like the shield usages here, like the mini jacks, they play well into how this thing is just charted overall. Like when you see the rise, it's most likely it's going to be in a shield.
And you get to more stuff like this. The same as happened before, except this is probably more of an Demon City.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a hard sell for Rice main teams. I think this might be a candidate for a ban, most likely.
Yeah, especially when you play this as Rice, you're just asking for trouble. For technical LMs like this, it's just so hard to hit.
But also another factor that you might look at, like if this does become a popular pick, this might be coming in a bit later in the match where some players' stamina has already been exhausted, and this does go for long. I'm clocking over 3 minutes. So stamina management throughout the entire match is a must, especially with the pools this difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Endurance is the name of the game in the late game style of pools, and this does no different at all.
All right, I think to open the hybrids, I think I'll let you take the lead.
Yeah, this is our we ventured enough into it this time. We're gonna go with a hybrid this time. I believe this is also a World Cup 2023 special as well. This is Oif Even by Very Gentle US Ahina. A hybrid that is pretty much generic as it stands, because Wonky does make a lot of generic hybrid picks. It's pretty interesting to see this song being picked for a chart like this.
Hey, like US Original's sound really lends itself very well to VSRGs in general. I mean rhythms in general, really. And honestly, like when I heard this, why does it, I think the first thought that came into my mind was, why does it sound like Harlequin?
Well, yeah, it's just because
I
it's
mean,
by the
yeah,
same artist.
Yeah, but you get the point. Anyways, about the chart again, like more of a generic hybrid, but the way it has started, I don't think like you would really just settle into one style. Like, you have to be careful in general with how you'll be playing this, because you have more of these flowing LNs, and then you're led into a pretty technical Rice section. Like, it's pretty difficult to transition from one or the other if you're just way into one mindset, really.
Yeah, for what this is, it's surprisingly flowy, for lack of a better word. Even though the LNs are just kind of making some sort of like an inverse-ish type of pattern. But the thing in practice is just really hard to nail this properly, and even you get like a barrage of misses or even 200.
And we're halfway through the chart, and more of these patterns. Actually, one thing as well. We haven't really seen much any repeating patterns throughout the entire chart. So no. Okay, I messed this section up. There's still another one like this. Like, you're being bombarded with different patterns throughout the entire thing. So you only have one go throughout the entire thing. No chance to redeem yourself or something like that. And that also makes it hard for practice as well, because there's so many things to take note of.
Yeah, I believe that this would also just maybe like qualifies as one of the mini tiebreaker-esque pick, like you would normally see in like the last stage of the qualifier for this tournament. I guess this kind of fits the bill for that theme, but this is just one hybrid, so I'm kind of scared to see on the other two hybrids would be.
Oh man, the other hybrids get crazy, alright. As if this wasn't crazy enough. The pattern actually the ending gets intense, yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it for this particular hybrid, and yeah, I don't know what to say about the because this hybrid is already hard enough, and it kind of makes for a tiebreaker as experience if you don't want to see the tiebreaker for the semifinal showcase. But we still got 2 more hybrids to go, and this is something else actually. I'll let you take this one.
And for our second hybrid pick, our technical hybrid pick. Alright, what is that replay name, Jinjin? What is that replay name? Yeah, from 24E. Actually, how do you pronounce the title of this song? Anyways, this is our technical hybrid.
Yeah,
and let's see.
24 triple E V0. And takes a while to get going, but the name of the game is that the BPM does increase gradually to a point that you cannot have a break.
Yeah, and that's really the theme for more of these technical hybrids. Like, I think we've been given different treats every round, and at least for the full notes, and actually with the way I saw this as well during test playing, this is, I'd say, the most straightforward of all of the technical hybrids that we've seen throughout the entire tournament as it stands. And yeah, you are hearing that right. The music does get faster and faster, and it's pretty hard to be consistent. Like, so hard to be too slow or too fast for certain sections.
Yeah, this is just very easy to rush, and as we talk more and more, this gets faster.
Yeah, it just doesn't stop.
I guess this is the only break, quote-unquote break, was for pseudo break, I would say. But again, this is already running for like almost like a minute or two, and this is like I don't know what to say. This is already half of it. You know? It's really hard to coordinate.
And now we're thrown a bit more of these staggered hits and releases, and with a faster BPM as well. As it goes, like, hacking this gets gets a bit harder and harder from this point on, as you see from Definitely Me, who's playing this chart definitely.
Oh, yeah, this is. Well, I guess some people, I would pinpoint that some people might intend that this is probably Delta Max but for Mania. I guess that's a good comparison to make actually, but this is only gets ever worse from now on.
Yeah, now we're seeing some dense patterns now. Like while the patterns are a bit more simple, I mean, they kind of have to just to compensate a little bit for the speed. But those are pretty easy to choke patterns as well if you're not paying enough attention. And I think that that should add technical hybrid pick.
Yeah. Oh yeah, don't forget about those. Don't forget about those 3 LNs because everyone will probably forget about those.
Yeah, I mean we've seen that happen so many times already across all tournaments pretty much. Anyways, to introduce the last regular pick we have in this pool.
Yeah, I believe our next one will still be a hybrid. Tianxi by Synthesis here, by Critical Star actually. We haven't seen a lot of Critical Star maps especially when we already see Sub-Zero from like Final 16 Tiebreaker. But he's back again, and this time with even more vengeance with the hybrid we have here.
Now for this hybrid, similar to what we have for the technical hybrid, I did mention that we've received different treats every round, and I'd say this chart is no different for our wildcard hybrid pick. And also, this is our longest regular pick for the entire World Cup. If somebody could probably confirm that, just clocking under 4 minutes. But again, like we keep the picks just a bit short for a good reason. Like Sun-K does get pretty physical, especially in the later game, and this is going to be a big stamina drain for those teams who are not prepared.
Yeah, this really acts as a good hybrid for a non-tiebreaker pick. But you combine 24 Triple Evo and or even with the generic hybrid we saw earlier, you get something like this, except this is clocking at almost 4.
Yeah. Also, something to note, like the earlier section, like look at the gaps. The release gaps are pretty tight.
Yeah, it only gets ever so tight, but at the same time, you only get OD6 for this. So I guess the timing is lenient enough. But is that really much of a leniency? Because the patterns are extremely dense.
Yeah, like the abrasiveness of the pattern actually just like isn't that alleviated by the low OD setting like at OD6. It's actually pretty much bang on average for what we use for hybrid picks this World Cup. But again, it's like that for a very good reason. This start is fairly difficult as it is, and while it is nice to see the players have a hard time with the pools, making it way too hard just isn't too fun.
Well, I mean, if you make it already too hard, this would already fit on the finals level, but...
yeah. I mean, that could be the possibility. Like, I just remember from Test Play, like, this had to be given a few nerfs, so to speak, to fit the level we are in. Also, yeah, this break section does have one-handed inverts. Definitely a break section.
Yeah, definitely a break section, yeah, but... it's more faster paced than most of the other patterns that does exist in earlier rounds though, so I guess that really just doesn't break other than slower BPM, for example.
Yeah, now here we go, like a bit more of these outright horde stream sections that we see, also a few bursts as well. Like, you're given practically everything in this chart, and then you're bombarded immediately with LNs. Like, if you're not prepared to read that, I mean, good luck.
Oh yeah. Also about that one, the LMs also just tend to get a little bit more staircasey at most. I guess fast-paced staircasey would be the right term for it. But you get shields every now and again, and those are patterns of less.
Like, the patterns here are like super abrasive. Like, I guess you could finesse your way through it like, by just like playing it as if like it's a symmetric stair, but I don't think like you're given enough luck actually to do that even because like these banners are super tense.
Oh, that's even tighter release timing.
Yep. And also some reverse shields off the course as well with like a 1/8 gap. Like if you're not careful with reading, this gets crazy.
Yeah, especially with the amount of the being assaulted by those LNs and even this tighter release timings are just it's going to be a wild ride for those who are able to pick this in a tournament scenario, but I just cannot imagine the 12 teams that are going to be battle against each other.
Yeah, like again, this pool definitely gets super crazy, but the craziness doesn't end with this pick because
Yeah,
coming up next, yeah,
this coming up next, yeah, this does not get any more better than this because
this
a
better
lot
is
of people have
special.
been, a lot of people have been wanting to see what kind of difficulty that we're gonna be aiming for this particular tiebreaker because I do
Yep.
know you do have the full picture for this though.
Yeah, I mean, I only knew what the tiebreaker was actually like a few minutes, like a few hours before the showcase. But honestly, enough stalling, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Oceania 7K World Cup 2024 semifinals tiebreaker.
Let's find out and have fun.
Salvation. We are all connected. frightening dystopia. Wisdom begins in wonder. Power, energy, courage, focus. We are all connected.
And that is the end of the semifinals Mapwood Showcase. And we're gonna give a quick, massive shoutouts to Akiri for this amazing creation of a tiebreaker for semifinals, and as well as alongside the opposite creation as well for the graphics, Alex Dung Pineapple, Sakura006 for the video, and the storyboard as well for Melon Boy. And for the 5 map press that contributed a lot to this tiebreaker, Liju, None, Makiba, Blanco, and Akiri themselves.
Yup. For those who aren't familiar with Akiri, actually, some of us in the mania scene have been pretty familiar with their works. Some of their original compositions have been featured in multiple OCMA tournaments as well. If I am not mistaken, the 4-digit Mania World Cup for 4K as well has used one of their tracks. The Philippine Nationals last year also had Akiri as well do their grand finals tiebreaker. Like, it's a pretty big honor to have someone native to us in OCMania be featured this way in the World Cup.
From a player to a contributor in composing designs, and that is one hell of a creation that is. Especially going a long way from 4-digit into a 7-tier World Cup 2024 in an official capacity.
Also, by the way, we just received word the original OSZ, the pack here, for this map set is actually 440 megabytes.
Yeah,
we just received word.
Yeah, we're looking at almost a half a gigabyte. So, if you want to save space, then just, I bet you don't, because you should download with the video as well and the storyboard. So you get to see all of its glory.
But yeah, also, I think like, at least from what I've known. Actually, let me confirm before I say it on stream. Keep stalling.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's pretty much it for like I guess the whole shenanigans with the originals that we have for this round in particular. Especially we got 3 originals coming up for the for this next week's round of tournament picks. I believe that would be like especially of a much more of a reason to not ban some of these songs because they put a lot of effort into making this happen, and that is not so much of a massive thank you as well for the all the content creators out there as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely cool to see this, and massive thank you to everyone involved in the map pool selection for this round. Also, I have received the thing I was supposed to confirm. Yes, the originals made for this round, and I think for further rounds as well, are going to be pushed for ranking. So you'll be seeing these charts in the rank section as alongside other so a lot of the custom charts that are made for this World Cup. I mean, there's a lot of them. So
Yeah,
7K players will be eating throughout the next few months.
Yeah, yeah, we did get Raindrop, which is already like ranked at this point in time. So I guess there's more to come soon, and I believe all of these 3 originals might also be in contention for ranking this sooner than later.
Yeah, and I think that's it pretty much. Good luck to all of the players, and please don't ban Rice 4 and 6, and please play the tiebreaker in the match. We're definitely begging you guys to do so.
Yeah, especially for those teams that are very tightly seeded. Just please get to a tiebreaker and try not to ban the original.
I mean, we're definitely not influencing your decisions, but for the sake of featuring the music made for this World Cup on stream, like with your gameplay on it, is going to be a very big honor as well for you guys. Yeah. Before we wrap this baby up, I think we have a few things to say. The OC Mania 7K World Cup 2024 team support banners are up on the OC store. If you guys have the financial capability of buying all 24 of them, please do so. If you want to show this, please show your support to all of the teams in this World Cup, whether they're eliminated already or not. They still deserve your support. And if for some reason you bought the winning team's banner, it's going to stay there for just a tad bit longer.
Yeah, you're gonna save some trouble if you buy all 24 banners, which maybe we don't encourage it specifically, but if you buy all 24 banners, then one of the winning team will probably get to keep the banner for as long until for the next World Cup as well. And all the proceedings will also go and funding the map pool prize as well.
Yeah, and it's been an honor to actually introduce the first OC Original tiebreaker for this World Cup. I hope it's the first. I hope I'm right with saying it's the first. I hope.
Yeah,
I'm right.
I mean, I was right as well because
Yeah.
this might be the first of many, especially for the later rounds. But we won't promise that because that's still on the map pool selection team that are doing this heavy lifting for the world.
Also, again, massive thank you to everyone in the map pool selection team who have contributed to the semifinals map pool. Again, good luck to all of the players, and that ends the OC Mania 7K World Cup 2024 semifinals map pool showcase. This is Serve285 and me by the commentary booth. I hope you guys had fun, and see you guys next weekend.
See you guys next week.
Wisdom begins in wonder. Power. Energy. Courage. Focus. We are all connected.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another weekend of the Osumania 7 Key World Cup 2024. We're here with the semi-finals matches. Approaching the end of this tournament, only really strong teams are left here now, and we've got another banger here between two very high seeds in the losers bracket, Australia versus United States. I'm Potassium F, commentating alongside SurfChew85. How are you looking at this match?
Well, what a way to open this weekend. Two teams that are, let's see, they have a pretty good history with 7K. Australia obviously carrying the likes of Luka, Okfor, and with other players that are not in their current roster. United States as well. One of the stronger 7K sides from the Western Hemisphere, carrying a few decent players as well, and they're going to be playing a match. And I'd say it's pretty much a nightmare, not only because of time zones, but because of the strategies that need to be employed here.
Yeah, this has definitely been playing at a bit of a weird time, like an unusual time to see, because I believe one of the United States players, I think Bunsen, is living in Hawaii currently, which kind of messes with the time zones quite a lot because you have to deal with a fairly large spread. But here it is. We've got two very high seed, number 8 and number 10. Australia actually seeding higher for one of the first times, I think, ever. And I think we are going to be seeing a pretty straightforward strategy from both of the teams. Australia should be aiming for the LN picks overall. We can see they've already protected LN4 right away, while United States they protected Rice 4 actually, the Jack map. So we might be able to see that Osu original coming out at some point.
It's a pretty straightforward. As you mentioned, there are 3 Osu originals in this pool. That will be Rice 4 Voyage, Rice 6 Kagaribi, and our tiebreaker, Symphony of the Lost Souls. We do hope that all of the 3 get played in a match this weekend. And I hope maybe 3 of them as well get played on this match.
Yeah, we'll see. And actually, it looks like United States going for a fairly, I'll say a bit of a different band than what I was expecting here. They're going to go for the hybrids, one of the hybrids here. And I guess this one, maybe they're just struggling to be able to perform physically on hybrid 1 in particular there, which is the reason why they would ban this one out instead of the LNs. I do think Australia should be looking at those LNs fairly favorably.
Hybrid 1 is arguably one of the most physical picks in the pool. And for a team where your opponent has players of a certain caliber.
Yeah, and we're talking about physicality as well. Australia being this seed is mostly because they have had a massive upgrade in their physical, their high-end ability, with Oct4 kind of shooting up in the past year and Luka rejoining the team as well, while United States, on the other hand, their physicality is kind of a little bit weaker than last year's, in particular, missing the likes of Alta, most notably. But United States are going to get the first pick, and it looks like they are going straight with Rice 1. This is the type of map, the speed stream pick, that a lot of people have been banning out, so we don't actually get to see this slot in particular being played much this year.
And well, you mentioned the players, like the players and all. I kind of want to say that Australia practically has like one of their best possible rosters right now, which is a pretty interesting dynamic. You mentioned before we went live about Australia not finishing higher than the United States, and for almost every single World Cup that has happened, regardless of mode.
Yeah, I was struggling to kind of think of any World Cup ever, because it feels like United States always the team that performs very high. Australia has very rarely placed highly in any World Cup. Of course, OWC last year was a big highlight for that team. But this is a particular Australian team that I think can go very far. We're going to be peeking into some of the more late-game abilities of these players now that we're in semi-finals. And this is going to be a good start here to showcase both of these teams' Rice abilities, because it is getting a lot faster, a lot harder here. And it's going to be much less about getting the full combos, more about the accuracy as well as we're going on. It looks like we actually have a disconnect early on here.
Yeah. It does seem like, yeah. We should be repeating the start here because, it's a very early disconnect. Kind of unfortunate. Anyways, more about this chart. You already see from the difficulty name, delay. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone getting jump scared by the abort as it happens. Hopefully doesn't mess up anyone too bad, but this one is a fairly short one as well, so we are going to see individual misses mattering a little bit more than some of the other picks. But that said, at this stage, you shouldn't be expecting too many full combos coming out. As we're getting into it now. So it is going to be My Angel Zila and Oct4. I think for Australia, that is going to be the two Rice players that you're going to be seeing most often. Bunsen, one of the best players for United States, going to be staying in, I imagine, for most maps. And we have Potato coming in for this one as well. And starting off immediately with some of these delays, some of these speed stream patterns. Very rolly and a very early miss from My Angel Zila. Going to give United States a little bit of a lead. But it actually looks like the accuracy lead is in favor of Australia by a tiny bit early on. That's keeping the lead pretty small. And all four players building up the accuracies now. The United States solidifying their lead by a few thousand points only, so nothing too large just yet, nothing to feel too safe about. And as we can see that, Potato finds a miss, and so does Bunsen as well. Both of the United States players finding those misses. There's only one full combo left, and Potato finds another one. Bunsen again. And this lead has all of a sudden ballooned up to 20,000 points. That last full combo there, Oct manages to find a miss right before the break. Unfortunate timing, but very clean miss overall. And Australia with that accuracy lead on top of the combos that they're holding. As we're getting into the second half here, United States going to have to hope for some pretty big drops from Australia's side, but Bunsen finds another one there. My Angel Zila dropping that massive combo, but a fairly clean drop as well. Accuracy is still in favor of Australia's. Oct4 is holding the 99.5 just about, but both Australian players finding the miss. As we're pausing here, Potato does trade one of them, and this lead feels like it's staying fairly stable. Misses being traded back and forth. My Angel Zila dropping quite a lot, but the lead is slowly changing over to United States side. It feels like it might actually switch over at the end of the map.
Well, there's still enough time in the chart. There's a lot of notes left here, but Australia is doing just enough.
Oh, and 3,000 points at the end. The chain misses at the end, I think by My Angel Zila, almost was enough to switch it over, but not quite. They hold on to that lead just barely, and it's a very, very early break point here for Australia on the United States' first pick.
It's a break point that I think Australia desperately needs if they want to make a pretty big advantage early on in this match, because there's still a lot of Rice picks remaining, and I think the US has a few more comfortable picks even outside the Rice pool.
Yeah, US definitely do have a lot of ability. We saw they can definitely hang with the Rice picks. I think United States can definitely win some of those later down the line, but Australia's picks are going to be the LN first and foremost, with Luca in particular being the heavy hitter here, being switched in for the LN. This is the Protect from Team Australia as well. I do expect Mine Josino to be switching out for Oct 4.
I would presume so. You did mention that Zila is a bit more of a Rice player than an LN player. And I think Australia has Offer and Ruka as their main LN duo for the most part. We see Macho and Bunsen here for the US. Both very, very good, very good LN players. And we've seen a few performances already from these two from the previous matches over the past few weekends. And speaking of Ruka's appearance, does remind me, Happy Lunar New Year to whoever celebrates it.
Yeah, because there was a little bit of a scare just before this match. I think Luca only just got home like 10 minutes ago because of being stuck at a Lunar New Year dinner. But just making it on time to the match is very good for Australia, because I do think does boost their overall team performance quite a lot with him on the team. And Mashu, of course, being one of the core LN players for United States as well, being switched in for this one.
For the United States, if they want to, they might want to claim a breakpoint here, especially with this way the chart is. I mean, this chart is made. There's a lot of shields, lots of places for any of these players really to find any mistakes. And they might want to take advantage of the fact that Ruka might not have that much of a warm-up going into this match.
Yeah, so, Ruka with a very early miss there.
Yeah, and the US just needs to maintain a certain level of consistency. They're well within striking distance in case something happens to their Australian counterparts. As here we go with the more intense section. Everyone coming in pretty cleanly here. Bunsen and Okfor still maintaining the full combos. Actually, Okfor having the better accuracy between the two full combos. Masho, on the other hand, actually getting the lowest accuracy in the entire lobby. But with Lucas' miss, it should give Bunsen immediately hating that. I was about to mention that the US should have a good chance at picking
Mashu
the
as
pace.
well.
Yeah. Consecutive misses. There you go.
Multiple misses coming out from the side of US as well, and their accuracy is also tanking. We can see both of their accuracies below 99, whereas Australia is still holding the 299s on their side, of course, with the okay, I'm not going to name that. I'll leave it a little bit longer, but halfway through the map and we still have one player doing well on Team Australia.
Actually, both of them actually doing very well. Never mind. Mashu also trading that. As you mentioned many times on the previous World Cup, trades do favor the team in the lead, and Mashu finding yet another miss. And I think this is practically it, unless we see a massive meltdown here from the Australians.
The full combo from Oct is lost there with another miss as well, but they're fairly clean, and we can see the accuracy is still very high for Team Australia overall. Whereas it looks like Mashu's starting to struggle a little bit more and more with that act dropping down to 98.4. And this lead, 14,000 points, still not massive in favor of Australia. We've seen this same level of lead being depleted in an instant just in the previous map alone. Bunsen with another miss, trading with Oct. It looks like this lead is going to start stabilizing a little bit as we're getting into the very last section of this map here.
Well, Bunsen finding yet another miss, and that just gives the Australians a bit more of a breathing room. And with a few seconds remaining this chart, the US needs a very massive breakdown from their opponents, which I just don't see happening anymore.
Yeah, Australia looking comfortable in this outro. But even individual misses are not going to be enough. This lead has grown to 20,000 points as a couple more misses kept coming in towards the end there for Team USA. And it's going to be a fairly decently comfortable point win for Team Australia. They're going to solidify their lead 2-0 after that early break point.
Ruka ending out to be the highest accuracy in this entire lobby.
And Luca immediately saying, I need warm-up, and then leaving the lobby to go warm up, presumably.
Oh, yeah.
Assuming that United States are going to be picking Rice here, which I guess is a pretty good assumption. I expect we're going to see My Angel Zila switching in pretty soon once the pick comes through.
I do see that. US, I would think that they should consider maybe Rice 3 or Rice 4. There you go, Rice 3. They're going for Tinnitus. The denser,
Yeah, I think this is
the faster of the two core streams.
This is definitely a good one here, especially seeing that Australia banned Rise 2, the other chord stream pick. I don't think Australia, compared to some of the other teams we have in this tournament, Australia probably not quite as comfortable with the chord stream patterns, or at least with accuracy in particular here with some of these. So we'll see how this one goes. This is 3 minutes long as well, so it's fairly stamina draining, this one.
Yeah, it's a pretty long pick for MWC 7K standards. We just have to note, like, the longest pick we ever had is still under 4 minutes, and it's actually Hybrid 3 in this pool. As we mentioned in Map Pool Showcase last weekend.
Yeah, we're keeping things nice and approachable for the players to practice comfortably. Don't want to destroy their hands too much. At least until, you know, Grand Finals pool.
Grand Finals, yeah. But then you realize that there are some... You realize, like, there are some players here that kind of find the Grand Finals pool still... You know, like 99able.
Yo, no, 99. Well,
How?
we'll see. We'll see what the Grand Finals pool is in a couple weeks. But for now, this is going to be United States. They're going to have to get on the board right now if they want to stay in this one. Don't want to let Australia get too much momentum when they still have all of their other LN picks on the table.
And I think this is their best chance to regain the point, especially if they're they need to flex a bit more of their muscle really on these Rice picks. I mean, they already saw if they just let loose for a tiny bit. I mean, we saw it from Rice 1, and it was pretty close. And here we go with these dense core teams. Oct 4 finding the first drop of this chart.
We saw in Rice 1, both teams have the propensity to find these chain misses, and right now, United States, both players finding the misses there to trade out Oct 4s from before, and Australia's going to actually start to build off a little bit of a lead because of that.
I was about to mention Xena's combo, and as I was about to, they drop Oct 4 as well. That should reduce the lead Australia has, and Oct 4 actually has a pretty massive drop there, giving the lead to the US, but Mashu finds a trade.
Oh, what lead! Look at this!
This is really... Well, there you go, Oct 4 finding it under the drop. But you saw how close that was when everything was pretty much even.
Yeah, both teams looking like they're not too comfortable holding on to combo for extended periods of time here. Trade of misses between Bunsen and Zilla. And it looks like the only thing that's keeping United States in the lead right now is the accuracy, specifically on Bunsen. 99.38 is by far the highest in the lobby right now as Oct 4 manages to get back up to 99%. So 7,000, but that lead, I think, can switch in the matter of seconds when we get into the second half of this map. Still so much to go.
Yeah, I mean, with the style of these charts, you'd expect the second half or the final third would start being particularly denser. That's what we saw at the very beginning, especially for these more stamina-oriented picks. And here we go. We're starting to pick up again on that density. Bunsen getting almost 99.5%, which is a really good... Alright.
But it is traded here by Zilla, but Bunsen finding chain misses now, Mashu as well. Wait, this lead has switched entirely in favor of Australia, but now 1,000 points is all that separates the two teams. Misses coming in from both Bunsen and Zilla, but it's favoring Team Australia. The AC lead is gone now from Bunsen.
Well, Mashu and Zilla actually finding a pretty bad sequence of misses, if I'd say, but Bunsen finding yet another one. I did mention the density of this chart picks up practically near the ending, like the second half of this chart, and you saw the effect of that.
And I didn't want to say anything during that, but Oct4, the only one to hold out through that entire second half of the map, 2,400 combo at the end. That is the main difference maker between these two teams in that second half. And it's going to be Australia winning their third in the row, the second break point of this match.
And Australia is in prime position to pull ahead just a tad bit more. And I think that also opens up the pool, the rice pool for their taking as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really close still on these rice picks. Overall, United States, they can definitely win some of these at some point, but Australia is just getting the better end of just the end of these maps. And they still have the LN to fall back on. They're going to go with Ghost straight away. And I like this pick here. This one is more of the density.
Yeah. I think this is Australia's best pick possible. Just go for a pick where you'll just overwhelm your opponents really with density. I mean, we already saw what happened on LN4. This is a bit different of, like, this style of charting here is a bit more, it's a bit different. But the density is right there, and the speed is a factor as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to surely be seeing Luca make a reappearance here, as well as Oct4. Going to be switching out. Don't expect my Angel Zila to be playing this. Mashu and Bunsen should also be staying in for Team United States as well. But in the background as well, wonder how much practice Luca's managed to get from that just one map of time in between the picks.
There you go, Oct4 is right back in. We should be seeing a swap in a few moments. Oh, there you go. There you go, Ruka comes in. Now I'm pretty excited of the team scores that we will be seeing here.
Uh, 1v3 suggestion in the chat. I don't think that works in Mania. Maybe if it was standard, that might be a thing.
Maybe, yeah, like 3 lower level, like players of a relatively lower level than the guy who's pretty much high level.
Yeah, just get 3 million points, right?
Yeah, not too much of a pretty easy job. Yeah.
But let's see this one, how this one plays out. Remember, United States do need to win 2 more breakpoints. They need to win 2 breakpoints at some point in this match if they want to tie things up again. And all Australia needs to do is win their own picks.
I say we should look at how the score difference will be coming in, especially when the chart becomes a bit more denser. Like, not yet this part. I mean, this is pretty easy to choke, but I don't think anyone should be losing combo here for now. And you see how close it is.
Oh, I can't believe no one. That was a prime setup for a curse. No one ended up taking the bait.
Again, I said it. We should be expecting FCs on that section, and just like, you know, you're not an LNT. Well, there you go. There you go.
Okay,
There. Drop.
Later on, this is United States actually getting a little bit of a lead, but actually the accuracy on Team Australia just a little bit better off of Luca holding 99.68. Now we're getting into the denser part here. Oct4 with another miss.
That not really something you'd want, especially going into this denser section. Oct4 actually finding a consecutive drop right there. But even with that, match with Bunsen finding a full reset. But even without that, Ruka is just carrying the accuracy low for Australia and still maintaining the lead.
Yeah, even Oct4 right now, despite the misses, still holding higher accuracy than both United States players. There goes Luca's full combo. Also drops a lot of accuracy. Another miss coming there. This lead is actually going to start shrinking quite a lot. Only 2,000 points, not very far. But
accuracy-wise, it still averages out. Australia is still with a slight lead, and this should at least be recoverable. There's still half the chart remaining. The pattern doesn't get easier though. Here we go with this 60-minute session, finding a full reset on Australia. Mashu finding a trade there. Bunsen as well, and this should flicker. Bunsen finding yet another drop. Australia reclaims the lead, but I don't think it's safe at all.
Yeah, all 4 players becoming victims of that one long part there. A lot of accuracy drops across the board as well. Actually, Oct4 the only one to maintain above 99% as Mashu finds another break. The league gonna start growing in favor of Australia again, but we've seen how quickly things can spiral in the opposite direction. And there's still one more of those dense sections coming up now.
It isn't as bad as what we have for the guitar solo, but it's dense. It's really dense, and we've seen all of these players really struggle in that section. We see Oct4 and Bunsen finding a trade, Oct4 finding yet another drop, but the lead is just shrinking just a tiny bit. Uruka and Oct4's accuracy really pulling ahead for Australia. Mashu finding yet another drop. This might be it, who knows?
This is definitely accuracy difference right here. All 14,000 of these points. There's both Australian players now above 99.1, both players in the United States below 99%, not managing to hold up the same level of accuracy. And now we can see these combos also starting to build up for Team Australia. 3,000 combo on Luca.
And that's pretty much it. Australia will be grabbing their 4th consecutive point of the match.
And it's something about the end of these maps, man. Australia just locks in for the second half of all of these close maps and manages to pull out these combos out of nowhere. But yeah, 4-0, despite so many close calls, the United States almost managing to win like at least 3 of these maps.
Well, if you're the United States, I think you should consider picking Rice 4. I would think. And there you go, the first Osu original pick for this entire World Cup.
Yeah, the Osu original by Sidosis. And I think we're going to get a couple swap outs here. Luca swapping out for My Angel Zila. I wonder, are we going to see Mashu still in for this one? But this is also, you know, Chord Jack being fairly risky overall. We are getting into the much harder territory. 132 BPM is nothing to scoff at. Definitely entering the territory where some of these players might be struggling just to keep combo on, so might not be as much of a ratio battle as we've seen in some of the past matches.
And here we go with the Voyage. The Chord Jack pick. While I don't think we'll be seeing absurd team scores compared to what we'll be seeing later this weekend, but it doesn't really matter in the context of this match. You just need to get a higher total. And you need to limit any of these mistakes. As Zila finding the first drop here.
It's a very early miss. First 400 notes not going to be quite as impactful as later on, and Mashu finding a miss there as well. That's going to mean a little bit more, but Mashu holds a stronger accuracy overall. It's going to help United States stay in the lead. Bunsen as well. That is a very nice starting ratio.
Yeah, 99.97 here for Bunsen. Pretty much making a difference really here for the US. But this chart does get a bit more denser. Like, it doesn't get too crazy, but sometimes like patterns like these, monotonic patterning kind of trips you up in a certain way. As we see there, Bunsen and Mashu finding misses of their own, which gives Australia, like, I'd say this is not yet a safe lead.
Oh, not at all. The accuracy actually is, I think, still in favor of United States, because Bunsen's miss was one of the cleanest misses you could possibly get. 99.87 still above everyone else in the lobby as far as accuracy is concerned. So United States have the acc lead still. And I think, you know, even if no misses come through, with this kind of accuracy, United States might even possibly be able to bring back the score lead by the end of the map.
We'll see though once the intensity picks up yet again in the final third of this chart. Like right now, like right now they just want to gain as much accuracy as possible, just in case something happens near the end. And here we go. We're slowly building up.
Bunsen reached 99.9 again, despite the miss before. And we can see, look, this lead, it's shrinking real fast now. Mashu's accuracy is back up to the same level as Oct 4. And it switches over right as Zila finding the miss there. That's going to be United States retaking the lead despite having more misses.
It's a pretty clean job from Zila for pretty much. But right now, the US needs to maintain this consistency right now because any drop from their side might switch this up yet again. Zila finding yet another drop as the core jacks become a bit more dense. And
Mashu does find a drop.
But I don't think that matters right now, especially with Oct4 finding a drop now. And I think the US will be claiming. Yeah. And the US should be claiming their first point of this match now.
Very good protect in the end from Team United States. They're going to win on the core jack pick. Fairly close in the middle, but managing to hold on in the second half just a bit better. Bunsen with that incredible accuracy. Just the one miss, unfortunately, but no 200s. 1 to 20s, 1 to 23 ratio just about there.
Yeah, that's a certified core jack score. And there you go. Immediately, Australia going for synthesis. The longest pick of the entire 7K World Cup this year as of this round. And going for one of the hardest, basically the hardest start of the entire pool as well, outside the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think Australia, despite having 2 LN maps up, I think United States definitely showed some pretty scary scores actually on LN1, LN2 in the past couple weeks. So even though Australia, it should be very strong with them, I think it's not something that they want to be risking right now. Maybe leave that towards one of the last picks. And wanting to go for hybrids instead, which I think Australia has been looking very good on so far in the tournament. And especially some of the harder ones, I think they're going to fare even better on.
I've been thinking of a certain Bunsen burner joke for the past few minutes now, and I just can't say anything, huh?
Just can't think of anything. Can't think of a way to tie it all together.
Well, Bunsen burn and continue this synthesis of a certain chemical called dopamine. Ah, that's awful. That's awful. Yeah.
Oh no. You're cooking a little bit too hard there. You're cooking a little bit too hard.
Yeah, synthesizing a word too many. So while we're on a break in the action, just a reminder, Osimania 7K World Cup banners are up on the Osu store. You can synthesize your bank account and buy all 24 banners if you want.
Okay, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, go do what Surfju said.
Yeah, this is what you get for having me commentate this early in the day. It's so funny. Anyways, here we go. Synthesis. Back to serious mode. Here we go. Ruka and Oct4, obviously their LN team coming in. We actually see Potato for the US this time around.
Yeah, Potato switching in. And
yeah,
this one is going to be interesting because we haven't seen any hybrids just yet through this match in particular, but we have seen United States be very competitive on both the Rice and also one of those LN picks also they were looking very good on. So they definitely have the skill sets available to be able to play these hybrids at a high level. But this map in particular, we'll have to see, because as you said, this is one of the hardest maps in the pool, if not the hardest map in the pool, aside from that tiebreaker.
And the length does play into the difficulty as well. Immediately with these pretty big hits. Ruka finding the first drop and Potato immediately fading. Surprisingly, Bunsen actually carrying the highest accuracy in this pick.
Yeah, but another miss from Potato. Oh, that's a really big act drop as well. Down to 98.8, and that's going to give Australia a bit of a lead. Still one full combo for each team, but it's Luca beating out Potato. That's the main source of this lead right now.
Now here we go with a bit more of these technical release sections, like these patterns that are just not friendly to the hands. Potato finding like consecutive misses here, and I think at least the battle of the second players, as it stands, will be the main difference here. Bunsen dropping their combo as well, and Awk4, yeah, trying to prevent something to happen. Potato finding 2 consecutive misses. Actually, was that 3 maybe? And Australia will be just stretching this lead.
Yeah, that's a full team wipe for Team United States. Oct4 finds a miss, Luca finds a miss as well. All 4 players resetting their combos. That is just fine for Australia, though. They are comfortably in the lead for now.
Oh, Oct4. Unfortunate drop here on the LN coordination section, but that doesn't really matter.
It's very
their lead.
Deceptively easy in 7K to miss during some of those LN breaks, because you do loosen up a little bit too much when the coordination is still fairly hard to hit. Potato finding another miss there. 36,000 is the point lead, and on a long map, 36,000 is a lot of points. Even though Luca is missing occasionally here, they're all being traded out on the side of United States.
Yeah, like at this point, you don't even need, you need someone from Australia to find a very massive breakdown somewhere in this chart. I mean, it could happen, especially once we see the final dense section of this chart, but considering how much both Rook and Awkward have been holding on very well to this chart, but even Bunsen have their work cut out for them.
Another trade of misses here from Potato and Luca. Those two have been trading all map long, but the accuracy is really what's preventing United States from being able to come back right now. Potato at 98.3 is not managing to match up quite against the Australian team. All 3 players other than Luca missing there on the same note, it looked like.
But I think regardless of what happens now, unless something tragic happens to the Australians, I don't think the US will be able to claim this point anymore. Looking at the advantage, Australia just pulling ahead a bit more.
Yeah,
almost
58,000.
Like
that's not recoverable at all this late into the map. There is no chance.
Well, we hit 70,000 this... Wow. I think this is one of the most lopsided charts we've had the entire World Cup.
Oh, we've seen some funny ones, I think. But yeah, definitely in one of these regular picks, 80,000 points just under. And Australia definitely showcasing their physical capabilities. And every time we get into one of these, like, you know, harder hybrid type maps, I feel like Luca and Ox score is always exactly the same almost.
Yeah.
As it ends up being here once again.
The consistency between Rook and Awk4 is pretty absurd. While the US still has a chance to extend this match, they just need to, you know, score 4 consecutive points in a pool that isn't exactly the most open for them right now.
Yeah, 4 in a row is what United States are looking for. They need to win both of their last Rise picks. There's 2 Rise picks left. They can pick both of them. But they are also going to need to win both of Australia's picks. And you have to imagine, you know, one of the LNs is coming out at some point next for Australia. And
there you
Rise
go, there
6.
you go. Takaribi. The other regular pick, also original for this pool. Only a tiebreaker left to be played here on stream. Part of me hopes that it's this match.
Yeah, so we're seeing both of them. Both of the ones that are possible to at least see for now. Of the Osu originals being played on stream here. Mixed Rise coming out here. I'm interested in, you know, United States choosing not to pick the technical map. Because I do think Australia, out of all their maps that they've played so far in this World Cup, I think tech has definitely looked like one of their most shaky skill sets. But I assume United States opting not to pick that until very last kind of indicates to me that maybe they're also not that comfortable, which might not be the best sign for them going forward in this match. But They are, of course, going to have to win all of them anyway. So it is going to come down to this one here. If Australia can win another breakpoint here, they are just going to win the match outright.
But I think at least for the US, like the silver lining here for this start in particular is that this isn't as super technical as what we had, for Rise 5. It's like, I'd say this is actually one of the more straightforward picks in the entire pool. But again, they just need to get that consistency going. Like, they cannot afford to find any mistakes, any misses really, especially against a team that has shown that they can compete, they can keep toe to toe against them.
We're seeing Potato staying in here, but finding a rough start there with a few misses. My Angel Zila trades one of them there, but still advantage over to Australia. And actually, wait, Bunsen. Bunsen's crushing everyone else right now, but no!
Well, that's a good one.
Finds a miss there, unfortunately breaks the FC, but so does Oct. So no FCs on the board anymore, which seems like it actually favors Australia at the end of things, even though Bunsen's still with the highest accuracy. Although now that My Angel Zila's missed and Oct, there's the lead in favor of the United States.
And right now, I'd say, if the US right now hold on to this lead now, like especially for Potato, if you're Potato, you cannot afford to find the same thing that's happened to you in the intro section. But now we're here in the more delay section. Everyone is practically stabilized Zila and Bunsen trading the misses. But that's
now,
still...
Look at Potato's accuracy, managing to raise all the way back up above My Angel Zila's now. Bunsen drops quite a lot of act right there to match Oct 4, but accuracy in favor overall to United States, just barely. He's giving them a 4,000 point lead, but that's a double miss. Oh, it's going to go in favor of Team Australia as all three players you can see there, Zila, Potato, and Bunsen finding the misses. And don't say it again, it's another Oct 4 carry moment in the second half of the map.
Yeah, like the density here is favoring Oct 4, still carrying a pretty massive combo. And I don't think even if Oct 4 finds a drop somewhere, it would be enough to switch it up, especially with a lot more of these misses coming from the US.
What is going on here? Act drops from both US players. Oct finally breaks, but it looks like it's just too late for US to come back in this one. And what is up with Oct 4 at the end of these close maps? 36,000 points.
Wow. And Australia will be advancing to tomorrow.
Yeah, 6-1. So many of these points felt like they could have been won by US, but the combo at the end of these maps, just the clutch factor coming in favor of Team Australia, winning through this one in particular. Unfortunately for USA, they are going to be eliminated here in the losers bracket in semifinals, while Australia gets to move on. Not quite making finals just yet. Australia are going to have to win one more match to be able to move on to next week. And I believe tomorrow, it will be Australia versus the winner of Japan versus Russia.
And I think that is going to be... I think that's like going to be one of the best matches of the weekend as well. Like, we have a lot of good matches this weekend overall. But again, congratulations to Australia, extending their tournament run by at least one more match. But regardless of that, they will be awaiting for a pretty difficult opponent, regardless of what we'll be seeing in whoever's the other side of their matchup. Anyways, like I think, what is this, like just less than an hour from now?
No, it's going to be 1 hour and 45 minutes from now. It always rounds down on this schedule page here. So 11 UTC, so 1 hour 45 minutes. So we have a bit of time until then. Make sure you go and, I don't know, have a nap, go get something to eat, do whatever you want to do in the meantime. But make sure you're back here at 11 UTC because this is This match coming up is also going to be an exciting one and is going to decide who ends up versing Australia tomorrow. So make sure you stick around for that one, but until then, we'll see you next time.
Alright, hello everybody, and welcome back to some more Osu Mania 7 Key World Cup 2024 semifinals action. We've been seeing some amazing matches. We're coming off of a nice break after one of the craziest matches of this tournament, China versus Malaysia, just barely missing out on that tiebreaker, and we're here for a loser's bracket match with all the stakes in the world. We've got Canada versus Brazil, an exciting matchup to be sure. I'm Toph Daddy, one of your commentators, joined here by Sparky. How's it going?
It's going absolutely fantastic. If you did not catch that absolute barn burner of a match in China versus Malaysia, oh boy, that
you've got to watch it. You've gotta watch it.
Absolutely, but that was then. This is now. We have a Seed 7 versus 9 showdown, and like Toph mentioned, it is a loser's bracket match. One of these two countries' his run will end here. And I don't know about you, Toph, but in the past, we've had some pretty electrifying showdowns between these two countries, whether it be in 4 key or 7 key. I think we're in for a bit of a show here.
I think, yeah, I know, I agree with you. This is going to be a really interesting matchup. I mean, Canada's got... I think both teams have very balanced teams. Canada in particular has one player who sticks out to me a lot, and that's Mr. Moo, because of their just absolutely insane LN capabilities. And we're already seeing a Protect from Canada on LN too, and I'm absolutely not surprised about that.
Yeah, arguably the least surprising Protect in this pool. I mean, they probably had pick of the litter in terms of what they wanted to go for in that LN pool. That's probably just the most comfortable pick that their duo for that map could swing a score on.
I don't even know if it's like most comfortable, so to speak. I think LN2 is the most difficult LN map for non-LN players in this pool. I think everything else is somewhat approachable for players who are more comfortable with the right side of things. But LN2 really pushes the release and coordination aspect that, you know, those LN2 categories have been really testing for.
Yeah, for sure. And while we're deliberating on that, Rice 1 was to Protect for Brazil. So we're going to see that LN versus Rice dichotomy we love to talk about so much in these matches. And sure enough, Brazil, given the opportunity, getting rid of LN1 here.
Yeah, not surprising at all. I almost expect from Canada to see maybe a Rice 5 ban. That would maybe be the most comparable map to Rice 1 in the pool. And just seeing Brazil ban that out, or Protect Rice 1, would kind of give the expectation of that, and my guess is right. They do end up banning out Rice 5 there.
Yeah, signed, sealed, and delivered. I think they understood some of the preferences there from Brazil and wanting to pinch that pool just a little bit to ensure that they don't have, like, maybe free point. I never want to call the points free, but comfort definitely reigns supreme in these picks sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, out of every 7-key match that we've seen, the way that the protection bans is almost certainly what we expected to happen. So maybe the first time I've seen that this tournament, but which is weird because Brazil's in this matchup and they're always weird with their protects and bans. But LN2 comes out immediately from Canada, so getting the protect out of the way early, want to start this match on the right foot, and I can't really blame them for that.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely want to set the tone early. Do not want to mess about in terms of exploring potential outside picks. Don't need to go into those hybrids just yet. You have the rest of the LN pool, but if you're brave enough to protect something like this, you're probably brave enough to go into this as an opener for a pick. And we'll just wait to see who is going to back up on Mr. Move for Canada. Imagine. It'd be a very interesting strategy if they were not in for an LN pick. That for Brazil.
Yeah,
we'll see who
certainly is true. We've got Harambe and Mr. Moo being the Canadian duo. We got Tart, by the way, sitting in the lobby waiting for the second Brazilian player. Making some jokes in the chat there, telling Canada telling the Brazilian players to take Dale for this LN pick.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good option. Just covert secret agent going down to Brazil. Then we'll have Silly Fangirl step in for Brazil. Makes sense. Definitely one of the more well-rounded Brazilian players in their roster, so can definitely swing performances on these LNs, as well as the Rice picks that they'll probably go into once it is their turn to pick.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely not surprising. We've seen Silly Fangirl historically just absurd at this game in general. Going in for maybe something that the other players feel a little awkward about. And looks like that's going to be the final teams. Harambe and Mr. Moo versus Tart, BTW, and Silly Fangirl for our first map out of a possible 11 here in the semifinals matchup. First match for these players in the losers bracket. So even whoever wins this match will move on to face another team in the losers bracket, but the loser will be eliminated. All stakes ahead.
Oh, an early double break from the Brazilians here to start this map off. Gonna give Canada an immediate cushion to work with as we get further and further into this chart. Just two different levels of comfort on display here. Right-hand side, what normally happens when you play LN maps like this, and then you have Canada. Harambe does find a drop in return, but then you look at Mr. Mu holding on to the sole 99% at the moment. Gonna drop down to the low 99s, but hang on for now. Not immune to the drops as well.
Yeah, so we've already seen all 4 players dropping combo, but Brazil having just pretty much constant drops here. Neither player really able to establish a strong combo. Both of the Canadians above 400. Silly Fangirl just now getting up there again. But Tart, by the way, not having the best time getting up there. Silly Fangirl dropping again. Mr. Mu finding another drop, but like you said, holding the only 99% in the lobby and staying in that strong accuracy, while Brazil just cannot stay at 400 combo for long enough to really have an impact here.
Yeah, there's just so much going on. All 7 columns just inundated at all times. That coordinating releases here, staggers there. It just becomes too much to bear. And the fact that right now Canada holding on to this average, 99% accuracy between the two of them compared to the 97s, 98s on Brazil. I mean, this is definitely proving to be one of, if not the best protect that they could have gone for in this map pool. Really showing off what they are made of on these LNs.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these plays, a 97 on this, absurdly good. I'm just going to say that right now. I cannot even fathom being able to do that, but Mr. Mu is from another planet, so is Harambe. That's just how it works. Canada, an absurdly good long note team, and that really shows with that 145,000 point victory there.
Yeah, arguably what could be the most convincing win of this match. I highly doubt we'll see that kind of scoreline on the rest of these picks. This is definitely, as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, one of the harder LN picks in this pool, if not the hardest normal pick in this pool, barring the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I could definitely see something like that being the case, but it is Brazil's pick now. That was Canada's first pick, so not going to be too big of a hit to potentially Brazil's confidence in this. I don't know if they were really expecting to have a stake in LN2 there, but they do get their own selection here. Rice 4 comes out, so they're getting the Jack pick out of the way early. A bit of an accuracy battle here coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. So far this tournament, the core Jack picks have been where teams take the gloves off, they throw down, and basically say, I can outratio your best player on this, and my partner can do it too. These scores have been ridiculous so far this tournament, and unsurprisingly, we're going to see Harambe sub out for Dale, who is definitely more accustomed to these core Jack picks for Canada. And looks like Brazil staying in place. Tart and Silly Fangirl staying for now to contest against them.
That is true. These are going to be the teams with just one replacement there. Dale coming in, like you said. Man, this is such an interesting pick in my eyes. Protecting Rice 1 from Brazil makes sense. I think if you have a Rice advantage in particular, you go with something like Rice 1 because, in my opinion, that is the hardest Rice pick in the pool, at least to get good accuracy and consistency on. This map, it's fast, but if you're capable of keeping up with the speed, it's really just about that accuracy, and Canada has a very strong roster for maps like this, so I'm not sure I agree with this coming out first from Brazil's side.
Yeah, there's definitely some debate there. It'll remain to be seen if both Silly and Tart can keep pace with Dale and Mr. Mu. I know Tart finding the first break very early on. Not going to be the opening that they want. Mr. Mu does trade it back, and Dale drops as well as the course starts to get even denser. Silly staying with the only FC so far in this lobby, and it's proving to work to their advantage, already building up about a 4,000 point lead. Not the safest of leads as we make our way into the second quarter. Tart finding another drop, gonna shrink it, and Canada now retake the advantage with another drop from Tart.
Yeah, that is going to be another drop. It's about a 6,000 point lead. Accuracy advantage definitely on the side of Canada, despite the full combo here from Silly Fangirl, who also has the highest accuracy. But that dropped down to 99.27% from Tart. Not doing Brazil any favors. We get into a little break here, so they'll be able to build up that combo up to 400 pretty safely. I think the real worry right now is the ending, because there's a little bit of a stamina issue that comes up with the ending once the next difficult part comes up, and it gets a little denser towards the ending. And at 132 BPM, the coordination and stamina required for this is non-negligible, even for players of this caliber.
Yeah, for sure. Going to remain to be seen once we transition out of this bit of a lull. And we take stock of the situation. It's basically a top half versus bottom half battle going on right now. Mr. Moo and Silly Fangirl basically canceling each other out in this 99.8% mark. It's the fact that Dale is 0.3% ahead of Tart and a couple misses in the back pocket as well, accounting for the 7,000 point lead as we make our way into the last third. But right now, it is still all to play for. All Brazil are banking on is Canada having a rough section in this last quarter, and it could immediately turn the tide back in their favor.
Yeah, we are actually seeing Tart hold on to that combo, recovering well, trying to build up that accuracy almost back up to the 99.5 range. But the difficulty starts to increase here. We're seeing no breaks come out right at the beginning, but we've seen so many breaks happen right at the end of this map with how it goes. And Tart is going to be the first, but traded right away by Mr. Moo, so it's going to be 2 combos through this. Silly Fangirl still holding on to the full combo, but Canada with a 10,000 point lead off of that trade.
Yeah, it's the fact that Dale has recovered so marvelously well, back up to that 99.8 range as Tart finds yet another drop and a second one to boot. That might be the end of their potential run. Dale trades one of those back, but the damage has already been done. The lead grows to about 19,000 points as we reach some of the densest chords in this chart. Thankfully, there are no deviations from all this 1-2. Mr. Moo finds a break at the end, but Canada hangs on for the first break point in this match to make it 2-0 despite
what is this? What are these accuracies from everyone? There are 3 players with 1-200 in this lobby,
but only one FC.
Only
Silly.
one FC.
What? 995k, and that I don't think that's the highest score of the weekend so far.
It's not. It's definitely not. I don't know what the highest is. I know that Chiwi had a higher score on this earlier, about 7 hours ago, actually. But still, that is an absurd score. Just unfortunately not enough to give Brazil that point. And like I said, with a player like Dale on the other team, with a team like Canada over there, it's a little bit of a hard sell to go straight for accuracy instead of like really pushing the Rice difficulty. But Canada going to take what they can get. Harambe coming back in for this LN4 pick. Someone said hybrid 4ing in the chat, and I got really confused for a second.
Well, hasn't gotten that big just yet, but
no, not quite.
I know the players like to take some liberties here and there with the stylistic choices in some of these charts. Definitely grow some opinions.
I mean, to their credit, this map definitely has the potential to play more like a hybrid than it does as an LN pick, which, you know, with how the blue structure works in general, makes sense ultimately as a balance choice. Going for a very heavy LN pick that kind of has that difficulty with Rice as well is potentially a good idea to make sure that the pools aren't super unbalanced in favor of certain skill sets.
Yeah, for sure. So, opportunity presenting itself to Canada to capitalize on that breakpoint. Go 3 to the good to start this match off. Silly finding the first drop here. No substitutions for the Brazilians here as we make our way through. Harambe does trade one of those misses back through the early goings, but Tart as well. Both FCs now gone for the Brazilians as they trade more and more misses between each other. And the only one left standing amongst all of them is Mr. Moo with that FC. 99.7% and drops it on the break.
That's 3 breaks right in the intro. Harambe with the only high combo here in this intro, though. Lowest accuracy in the lobby on top of that combo there. And actually drops that combo there. Score shrinks a little bit. Mr. Moo matching that miss. And now this lead's not very big anymore. Tart and Silly Fangirl both finding breaks. Harambe trading one of them back. But all players in this lobby not really having a great time consolidating any kind of combo, and that lead kind of matching what we're expecting from this kind of trade back and forth. but Canada with the accuracy advantage is taking a slight lead.
Yeah, this map quickly devolving into a bit of a war of attrition. Who can basically cobble together some semblance of combo to get their team over the line. And right now, Canada doing a better job of it at the moment, able to grow their lead to about 19,000 points despite the slew of misses across the entire lobby. Everybody below that 99% mark, but it's the misses that are starting to add up. Just inopportune timing between everybody. Harambe the next one to find a drop, and it puts a tiny bit of a dent in this Canadian lead as we cross our way into the back half of the chart now. It's still all to play for. I don't think this lead is safe for Canada.
It definitely is not. The accuracies are definitely close enough that anything can happen, especially if BTW starts to consolidate and recover, but that is going to be a double miss from Brazil as both of the Canadian players are above the 400 combo mark. This is a very coordination heavy section here. The lead up to about 23,000, but the accuracy is not safe in this scenario. There's a very slight difference in accuracy between these two teams, and it's all about combo here. If Brazil can hold on to some combo and see some Canadian misses, we could definitely see this lead swapping over.
Yeah, going into the last quarter, everybody having a bit of difficulty as we get into this very dense LN section. Staggers all over the place. I was going to say Mr. Move able to make it through that last section, but now starting to fall victim to some of those misses as well. Gives Brazil a couple of openings, but not being capitalized on. And Silly trades those misses back in perpetuity. As we continue on into the last 8, everybody's still trying to, again, scrape something together. Harambe picks up the mantle for the Canadians. Tart as well for the Brazilians. Harambe the next one to fall. Nobody wants to pick up that mantle going to this ending.
I mean, it's not surprising. This map's really hard, but it does start to calm down a little bit, and we've got about a 25,000 point lead in favor of Canada. It is easier on this end of the map, so it should be a relatively safe lead. They just need to make sure that they don't mess up this ending.
As things continue through these last couple of notes, going to rain down, and Canada successfully capitalizing on that break point to make it 3-0. But oh boy, that was definitely a bit of a doozy for everybody involved.
Yeah, very close map there. In all honesty, that was a few misses away from being a Brazilian point there. We see that the main difference was those misses from Tart BTW there, because all these, like, we see like a literal mirror in the middle there. The accuracy between Tart and Harambe very similar, and the accuracy between Mr. Moo and Silly Fangirl very similar.
Yeah, but I mean, similar to what we were alluding to in LN2, not something that Brazil would have willingly gone into. So definitely can't let that get to them as they go for something probably a little bit more up their alley. What we were probably expecting them to go into to start this match off, gonna be Rice 1.
Yeah, now really pushing the Rice difficulty, trying to make sure that Canada doesn't get 2 breakpoints ahead. So I feel like they're in really that position where they almost feel backed up against a wall, and the Protect is the perfect way to kind of, you know, give yourself the best chance to get yourself away from that wall and potentially get some momentum back in your favor.
Yeah, for sure. And so far, nobody swapping out for the Brazilians. I imagine this is basically going to be the duo for the remainder of this match. Maybe just the most comfortable, able to handle what this pool has to offer. Meanwhile, Canada having that luxury of being able to bring in Dale or Mr. Moo. Harambe basically staying put for them to kind of anchor the roster, the quote-unquote Swiss Army knife for the Canadians as we get on into this 4th map of this best of 11.
Yeah, interestingly for Canada, we've seen both Mr. Moo and Harambe swap out when the Rice picks come around. So having that kind of versatility between players definitely seems to be helping them out, but they're still just 1 breakpoint ahead. Brazil looking to at least consolidate 1 point, get themselves in a position to get back in this match if they're able to take a breakpoint.
Absolutely, and we get through this introduction, everybody making it through relatively unscathed. Harambe picking up a couple of early 200s, going to drop him down to that 98, low 99% range. Going to have plenty of time to build it back up since it is early going. but gonna give Brazil a bit of a cushion to work with for now. 4,000 points and climbing as we begin the first real dense section of this chart.
Yeah, it gets dense, it's more delay focused. We see Silly Fangirl actually finding a drop early on in these bursts. Dale does trade it back though, so Brazil's going to maintain that lead off of the accuracy advantage they have. Silly Fangirl holding on to an extremely strong accuracy despite that miss. Tart actually holding on to a better accuracy than both Canadian players, and Brazil's in a great position to hold on to this.
Yeah, early doors, it was Dale going up against Silly Fangirl, but Dale falling off the mantle here, down in that low 99% range, and as you mentioned, down below even Tart on the other side, so it's going to give Brazil a very healthy cushion now as we make our way into the last third now.
Yeah, some more technical patterns coming out in this ending here. A few mini-jack-esque patterns. Silly Fangirl does trip up on one of them, but that was not the full combo that Brazil has. It is 1-2-1 on full combos. Accuracy advantage going to Tart versus Harambe there. But Dale and Silly Fangirl, the non-full combos. Harambe breaks that full combo, and now there's just one for Brazil with a 25,000 point lead as the accuracy advantage still holds on in their favor.
Yeah, Dale, the next one to fall. Tart finally loses the FC, but similar story to what we've seen on the LN picks. The damage might have already been done. Brazil doing more than enough to prove that they can earn one of these points, and finally arriving on time. It is going to be 3-1. Brazil notching their first point on the board here.
5-200s for Silly Fangirl. Wait a minute. What is that accuracy?
No.
I don't think that's allowed. The ratio too is just so good.
Yeah, just it's the story that we've come accustomed with Silly Fangirl. Just extraordinary performances all across the board, and having the support of Tart as well to basically stave off one of these Canadian performers. Just no, when they get going, they are nigh unstoppable sometimes.
They for sure are, and they keep it in a one breakpoint game. Canada has their own pick. They've got a long note map left, but it is the density choice, which maybe might not be the most comfortable selection to go with from Canada, but it might be the only one. But Hybrid 3 actually comes out here from Canada, so avoiding that density long note pick.
Yeah, I think it's the next logical choice going down into those hybrids. Kind of have to if you are a more LN-oriented roster. The onus falls on you to be able to perform on these hybrids nearly as well, and does pose a bit of a danger. You bring some of those rice-oriented teams back into the equation sometimes if you go a bit astray in your choice of these three hybrids.
Yeah, this map in particular, I think a little bit more on the LN side of things. We've seen LN teams picking this most of the weekend, which makes sense from Canada's side. It's also very consistency heavy. It's almost 4 minutes long. So having that really good consistency with long note accuracy and general ability in 7Q is going to be really important. And I think that's really what Canada's looking for here.
Alrighty, so everybody loads in to this fifth map of this best of 11. Brazil freshly off the back of notching their first point on the board. Canada looking to keep things going on their side. They do have the advantage of that breakpoint in the back pocket. Gonna need to dive into the first hybrid of this match to continue their journey to potentially winning. But Brazil's going to make it as hard as humanly possible as we make our way through this introduction.
Tart with an early break traded off by Unmissed Remove, both for 400 combo. Silly Fangirl and Harambe holding on to it through that 400, having the full combos. Accuracy favoring Brazil with that excellent accuracy from Silly Fangirl. Tart with another break though. Going to shrink the lead just a little bit after that intro there, but it still might just be in favor of Brazil.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tug of war through this next section. Still only in the first quarter of the chart, but this density makes it so much easier to read for Brazil because you can kind of just get away with playing it like a Rice-oriented stream. You just got to be able to respect the releases at the end and some of those shields as well. As we take stock of the situation, 3,000 points in favor of the Brazilians at the moment, as Harambe 2/10 behind Tart, and Mr. Moon losing the battle to Silly Fangirl at the moment, a full 0.5%. And 3 of the 4 players load back in. We hope that maybe it's just a tiny bit of lag from Silly Fangirl. We might see a little bit of a goofy situation at the end of this chart where don't be surprised if it just abruptly ends.
Yeah, we'll see if that ends up being the case here. We're seeing consistent misses from the other 2 players who are in the lobby right now. Tart finding a few breaks at the moment, but pretty much everyone not having a great time keeping combo. Harambe finding some footing there, but does find a break eventually, and everyone's just finding so many difficulties in this.
Yeah, for sure. Being able to stay consistent through some of these runs are just borderline impossible. The fact that everybody was finding misses left and right can be attributed to that. Just a testament to how difficult this hybrid is. And really, all Tart has to do is stay ahead of Harambe, and if Silly Fangirl is holding up their end of the bargain on that bottom right-hand corner, wherever they may be, if they can keep themselves ahead of Mr. Moo, whom we see is at about 98.8, pretty nice, going to be able to climb back up to that 99 if they can cobble together some decent sections going into this back half, then, I mean, ball could be in Brazil's court to try and take one of those breakpoints back. Just remains to be seen at the moment.
It definitely is a little bit difficult to see what's going on, but Silly Fangirl having the start that they did, as long as this isn't a full DC, I actually think it might end up being a Brazil lead right now.
All signs could potentially point to it. Harambe has been able to climb back up over Tart, so reversal of fortunes here as we make our way into the last quarter. A bit more of a Rice-oriented section. This could be an opening for Brazil to start climbing back in terms of accuracy if they were able to keep their LN sides of this map up to snuff. But for right now, just misses all across the board on this top side. A full reset for Harambe, Tart, and now Mr. joining with them as we get into this LN burst. Walls appearing out of nowhere and quickly transitioning between the 2 of them, as again everybody just trading misses back and forth, needing to scrape together some combo. Harambe the only one being able to get above that 400 combo cap for the moment as we make our way into the last 8.
Getting those last nodes, looks like Tart's actually falling behind quite a bit here. The 2 Canadian players holding on, and Silly Fangirl does end up DCing there. Unfortunate situation. It looks like it was looking like a while for that Brazil might have been able to hold on if Silly Fangirl had a good performance there. Disconnected too late to really do anything there, but Canada had an insane performance on that, and I don't think it would have been enough regardless.
Yeah, for sure. So I think we did get word potentially lost power on their end, and would have been a 983,000 point difference they would have needed to overcome. So with the scores here,
that's a tough ask for Hybrid 3. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, even some of the best players on a good day can struggle to get to that mark. So unfortunate it happened. It was, I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes you can't really do much against Mother Nature, but as it stands, probably a pretty firm Canadian win at the end of the day there, and they make it 4-1.
Yeah, luckily for Brazil, that was Canada's pick. They were maybe not expected to win, but that doesn't hurt their chances of getting back in this match if they're able to get a break point later on in this match, especially on a map like that felt very, very Canada favored. But Brazil gonna try to get Silly Fangirl back in. They'll have their own pick to try and make it a closer game now.
Yeah, but now, does that mean that Brazil is without Silly Fangirl for the duration of this match? Hopefully that power comes back and it becomes a bit of a non-issue. They do have the timeout in the back pocket if they do need a couple extra minutes just to ensure that they could come back. But that being said, they do have two other players on their roster that could potentially step up to the plate. And yes, Brazil will be using their timeout. So we get a chance to kind of catch our breath. We've seen some pretty frenetic action through these opening, 5 picks, and can finally just take our foot off the gas a little bit and see what the strategy moving forward for both these countries could be.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Brazil perform extremely well in Rice 1. I could imagine a Rice 6 pick coming out from Brazil next. It's just a matter of which of the two chord stream picks they really feel comfortable with. It's more, I think more of the mystery comes from what Canada wants to do from here on out. Because Hybrid 2 is not really a super long note focused map, and neither is Hybrid 1, even though it might be more so. But LN3 really isn't the greatest pick for them either. It's very, not heavily favored to Rice players, but it's definitely not going to give them as much of an advantage as LN2 or LN4 did.
Yeah, and it really just goes to show how important that LN1 ban was for Brazil, because you get rid of something that probably would have been a lot more Canadian favored, or at least less comfortable to play through if you are Brazil, and you leave that option open. You put Canada in a bit of a tight spot. Like, do we go into LN3, or do we take our chances on these hybrids where we could run into a couple of problems if we don't have the cleanest of runs against Brazil here?
Yeah, definitely not the most comfortable position for Canada to be in. I think they would still feel comfortable, especially after performing well on all three of their current picks. But it's just, you're in a position where a lot can still happen. I think, in my opinion, the last pick Canada makes is Hybrid 2, just because I think Brazil, it's not so physically demanding, and the LN coordination has a few sections of it, but it's really about the accuracy of it. And I think Brazil is able to kind of poke in their heads when it comes to accuracy on more LN focused things. Whereas LN4 or LN3 and Hybrid 1, not quite like that.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, these are all hypotheticals. They can put those to rest once we get to their pick here. But now we turn our attention to Brazil. You have Rice 2, Rice 3, Rice 6 still left on the table. And Rice 4 didn't go their way. I mean, to be fair, Core Jack is one of those black and white kinds of things where you just need to have the run of runs on command, or it's essentially a break point going the other way. What would be the best option for them as we deliberate on what their next pick is going to be?
I think I mentioned this before, but I think Rice 6 is the best pick for Brazil in this scenario. We saw them perform very well in Rice 1. Rice 6 it's called the mixed Rice pick, and that sort of describes what it is, but the biggest thing about Rice 6 is that it's jacks and then streams. So it's kind of a mix between Rice 4 and Rice 1, but we're not seeing Rice 6 out of the gate. We're seeing the speedier chord stream pick, which I think is Brazil's second best pick. I think Rice 3 and Rice 6 are going to be picked by Brazil one way or another. Rice 2 should not be the next pick from Brazil.
No, absolutely not. Chord stream, even at that BPM, is one of those things where everybody in the lobby reaches a comfort zone and you start kind of rolling the dice a little bit. Okay, which one of us is going to blink first, find that miss? And you definitely don't want to play that game. You want to ensure that you can either out physical or just out ratio your opponent on command. And Rice 3, probably a good start. Rice 6, we can debate back and forth as to which one of the two would have been better, but ultimately they're the ones gonna have to play it. Hopefully power stays steady for everybody involved, and we can move on into the sixth map of this best of 11.
Yeah, and again, good time, maybe not good timing, but better timing than something like that happening on a map like Tinnitus, where I think Brazil has a much better chance of having that lead and kind of keeping it together. But
Oh, absolutely.
Silly Fangirl back in the game. They're going for the speed chord stream pick, something a little bit more similar to Rice 1, which they were able to take the victory on against Canada. And we'll be getting into map number 6 here. Brazil hoping to keep themselves within striking distance of Canada.
And as we get this map underway, a bit of a chord jack section for the players to chew through. Gonna have some pretty even scores across the board, but once the chord stream begins to rain down, we start to see some delineations, some deviations across, and Harambe picking up the brunt of it right now, finding the first drop here, gonna bow down to the low 98. Dale, next one to fall. No FCs left on the side of Canada. Tart trades one of those back, but damage already being done here early going. Silly Fangirl standing as the lone FC in the lobby now as we make our way into the second quarter of the chart.
Yeah, Brazil certainly thankful to have Silly Fangirl back with the 99.7 on this Tart. Finding a few drops, still has slightly higher accuracy than Harambe, but a few more misses, even with the higher accuracy, will be enough to give it back to Canada here, despite the accuracy lead, though they're very even. Tart with another miss. Harambe actually eclipsing Tart's accuracy as we hit the break, but Harambe missing right before the break. So is Tart! 2 misses there, and the lead's gonna stay right around that 4,000 mark until we hit the denser section.
Just cancel out that entire top half of the lobby. Harambe and Tart are gonna have their own battle in the second half. Now turn our attention to Dale and Silly. Silly winning the battle between the two of them by about 0.3% and still holding on to Seoul FC in this lobby. So basically keeping this lead intact for Brazil, but 5,000 points is not a scoreline you kind of want to rest on. As we make our way, the density once again ramps up to 11, and Silly finds the break.
That's not the miss you wanted to see. The full combo breaks there. Everyone else holding on. Tart also breaks. Canada takes the lead there. Harambe trades one back. It's still going to be a slight lead for Canada as they start to build up. Tart finds another break. Finding multiple breaks. Stamina seems to be a bit of an issue. Harambe also finding some stamina issues. It's basically Dale versus Silly, but that lead is extending so heavily in Canada's favor as Tart just has so much trouble keeping the accuracy steady.
Yeah, it was looking good through the early goings, but I think just hitting a bit of a wall there towards the end, doing everything in their power to keep it steady, but dropping down to that 97% range. And with Harambe and Dale able to keep themselves above water, they will be taking another breakpoint to make it 5-1 now, despite that run from Silly, a singular miss, and 6-200s.
Hey, I mean, you can't say enough about how well Silly Fangirl's doing, but Canada's just, I think at this point it's clear that there's a certain amount of versatility that the Canadian team has that maybe Brazil's just not able to keep up with. And LN3 comes out immediately from Canada. And I think this is a fair pick. I think LN3 or Hybrid 1 were the picks there. Hybrid 2 is just a little bit of an awkward situation. But Canada looking to lock this down on their match point. And even if they don't win this, they have lots of opportunities to close this match out. They just need to win one more point.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more comfortable. A couple more avenues opening up to them as we make our way to what could potentially be the last pick in this match. Not unless Brazil has something to say about it, but
yeah, this is really where Brazil has to hold their feet down. They need to keep themselves together because it's all or nothing at this point. They either put their feet in the ground and they win the next 4 points and the tiebreaker, or they're knocked out of the tournament. And that's huge stakes right now. They have a lot of match left if they want to make it out of this alive.
yeah, not impossible. But hills can quickly become mountains if you're not too careful. And we wait to see what they can do on the last LN pick in this match.
And even if those hills can turn into mountains. It's getting closer to a point where Canada's going to feel more uncomfortable about the pool in general. It's getting less and less. There's less and less ability to deal with just throwing LNs out. They've got this map and then Hybrid 2 left. Or in Hybrid 1 left after this. But like I said, Hybrid 2, not the most comfortable map for even good long note players. So they've really got to pull it together.
But they have at least shown that they can stand toe-to-toe with Brazil on those Rice picks. So could also open up some opportunities for them there. But as we take stock of the situation here, a synchronized miss between Harambe and Tart.
I don't know if those two misses were those, because there was the pause. I don't know if that was client. Mr. Moo finding 2 breaks that were non-client. It looks like those 2 other misses may not have been client, but Mr. Moo finding some issues here. Tart trading one of those misses back, but Silly Fangirl holding on. Accuracy giving Canada a chance to come back in this with this LN section, allowing them to shrink that lead, but Brazil holds on as Mr. Moo finds another miss.
Yeah, some uncharacteristic misses from Mr. Moo, who has usually been the anchor for Canada on these LN picks. Maybe just the density getting to him, just a little bit, a couple of inopportune releases here and there, dotting the landscape as they pick up another one here down below the 99% mark, down below Harambe as well. So Harambe needing to pick up the slack here for the Canadians as Tart finds a little bit of difficulty. Silly Fangirl does find a break as well. So all FC's gone on the table.
The solo really destroying Brazil's accuracy. That lead went from about 1,000 to 20,000 very quickly as the Canadian roster was able to really hold through those LNs. Harambe still holding on to an absurd combo. Mr. Moo does miss, and it's going to shrink the lead a little bit as both of the Brazilian players above 400 combo, but it's not going to change the lead unless we see some significant misses towards this ending, but the density we see trip up the Canadian players just a little bit. Tart finds a miss, though, before this transition into the ending. And we're going to have to see some Canadian mistakes here to see Brazil take this point.
Yeah, a quarter of the map left to go. A quarter of time left for Brazil's tournament run. Tart finding a multitude of misses. One from Mr. Moo in return as well. As we continue, Harambe does drop as well. The lead staying input for the Canadians, in fact growing to 21,000 points despite the best efforts of Silly Fangirl picking up the mantle here, 2,000 combo, the only person above that 400 combo cap. The lead does shrink pretty dramatically now, 13,000 points.
Yeah, it's really close.
Finds a couple of drops. Is there enough time for Brazil to swing this back?
I think we need one or two misses. Tart misses. Oh no, they're finding so many issues in the ending. It was getting so close. Shrink it just a little bit. But it's not going to be enough, and Canada is going to survive for at least one more match longer. Canada moving on in the losers bracket semifinals. Moving on to face, I believe, Thailand?
Remains to be seen. We'll confirm that. But Canada, congratulations to them, clinching this match by a score of 6-1, knocking Brazil out at the first step of semifinals. Commiserations to them. A Herculean effort, but ultimately not enough at the end of the day here. Oh boy, what a match. Just had a little bit of everything.
That was really exciting. I mean, 6-1 doesn't feel like it was that close, but
no.
We saw plenty of opportunities for Brazil to really get back into that, and especially that last match right there. There was so much ability for Brazil to get back into it, and they put on an incredible performance, but Canada will move on, and Thailand is going to be their opponent. It will be Canada versus Thailand to make it into the losers bracket finals for this tournament, and that I'm so excited about that.
Absolutely. And all right, with that being said, I think that does it for now. We'll be back in about 8 hours, 9 UTC, to bring you guys Japan versus Australia. Just continuing on with these conditional matches, a lot on the line for the remaining countries. But Toph, you know, I always like to say that I love supporting these countries. I mean, we've seen 24 outstanding teams make it into this tournament, and there's only, what, 8 left?
I believe eight's the right number. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I think you were going to ask how to support these teams, and I think I have the answer for you.
Go ahead and tell me.
That answer is banners. We've got banners available on the Osu store for $2.50 USD. And you can buy that banner to support any of the 24 teams that have made it into bracket stage, regardless of where they are in the tournament, whether they've been eliminated, whether they're still in. Even though we've only got 8 left, all 24 are available. And you can buy as many as you want. And as a special bonus, if you predict the correct winner of the Osu 7 Key World Cup 2024, you get to keep it until the next World Cup starts. And that's such a wonderful way to support the teams. How do you feel about that?
Oh, it is absolutely fantastic. All contributions go towards making this event bigger and better. It goes towards the prize pool. There's just so many benefits to picking up one of those banners, and dare I say, they look pretty snazzy. Why not decorate your profile? That's arguably the second best thing to do in this game. Gotta have the nice profile.
Gotta have the nice profile. I 100% agree. But that's gonna do it for this. Like you said, we've got about 8 hours of a break before the next match. We've got 3 matches left for our semifinals weekend, all of them determining important factors. Japan, Australia, and Thailand, Canada loses bracket matches to determine who makes it to finals. And we've got South Korea versus the Philippines to determine who guarantees their top 3 slot. It's going to be an exciting Sunday of matches, and I personally don't have anything left to say. How do you feel, Sparky?
I feel the exact same way. So until then, we'll catch you guys later.
Alright, hello everybody, welcome back to some more Osu 7 Key World Cup 2024 action. We've got China versus Malaysia, a winner's bracket match, I believe. the number 2 versus the number 3 seed. Going to be an exciting one. Malaysia, a 2-person team as well with Neo and Chiwi. This is going to be a fun match. I am Toph Daddy, joined in the commentary booth here by Mifa. How's it going?
Hello, hello. It's been quite a while since we got last weekend's matches, and we got here today some winners bracket. Especially exciting. This probably might be the closest one we've seen so far in terms of matchup.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this match goes.
Yeah, I believe this would be some kind of team that you would probably expect in most of the a podium spot, no less, especially for China and Malaysia been gaining some traction from last year's World Cup. So especially you would expect China being pretty much almost the same players from last year's World Cup. Also with Malaysia, not too far from the last year's World Cup as well, but this time they only have 2 players.
Yeah, I mean, and those 2 players are just incredible players. Neo and Chiwi being able to bring this team to the number 3 seed and keep themselves in the winner's bracket is really impressive. But China, with that 4-person squad, with the ability to swap out, might just be enough to take them through this match. But I expect this to be really close.
Yeah, these have been some tiebreaker situations happening on in the last couple of rounds, so you would expect to see it here in this matchup. But I guess we can kind of see on where the Protect and the bans are going to be for.
Yeah, Hybrid 3 getting protected out by Malaysia there. China gonna take their next Protect. Seeing the Hybrid get protected by Malaysia, I would imagine a Rice pick maybe comes out as a Protect, but I'm not fully certain. But no, an LN Protect comes in. Millie's vulnerability coming out. That I guess China just feels very comfortable with their coordination.
Interesting enough, we got some hybrid bans here, kind of China going OP from ban from China, but Malaysia at the same time maybe can ban something in the last page, and yep, there you go.
Yeah, last page gets banned out there, so we've got I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. The Hybrid 1 and last page LN1 getting the ban hammer on each side, and with that Malaysia will get their first pick, and I mean if they protected Hybrid 3, I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick it first.
Yeah, I think so far even the bans and the protects are just on the LN and hybrid side, so Rice are just fully open.
Yeah, a little bit interesting to see the Rice fully open, but I think that's been kind of common for this tournament. I've seen so many more hybrid bans in the 7-key tournament than I usually would in, say, 4-key World Cup, because almost all the time in 4-key World Cup, it's 1 Rice ban, 1 LN ban, or an SV ban if that ended up being a thing. But here it's been a lot of hybrids getting the boot, but Ghost is going to be the first pick, banning out an LN map and then picking another one. But this is the density map. This is going to be a little bit more straightforward for Malaysia to, play through than something like LN2 would have been. Yeah,
more akin to the LN dumps. Well, I guess because of the vocals and whatnot. This is just the straight up density, just quite a brawl in terms of whether or not they can take the density in terms of the overall structure of the chart. And I believe all of these 4 players would have this in the bag. It's just a matter of consistency.
Yeah, for sure. The consistency is going to be an interesting thing to note. This is over 3 minutes, so on top of that density, it's going to be long. So keeping combo is going to be really important on this map, and making sure that you don't get too lost in a few different spots, because with how dense this map gets, I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah, more of a straightforward cut roster for China, with Van Wilder being the most absolute tank in terms of denser LN charts in general. So happy to see for the China side to have him in the, I guess, for most of the LN density picks in general.
Yeah, started off with a little bit of an opening. There's not too much in this start. There's a nice 30-40 second bit of downtime before it really starts picking up, especially before those choruses start hitting around. Interestingly enough, this is also kind of has that same idea of like O2 jammy type maps that we saw from last round's LN4, but this time it's our density.
Yeah, we've seen the first drop coming from Satori from China, which does have a little bit of edge, but at the same time the accuracy is just pretty much clean from what it is.
No major mistakes so far. We did see the one miss from Satori giving Malaysia a little bit of a lead, but it's still only about 3,000 points before we hit getting closer to that first chorus here where the density really starts to pick up. The accuracies on Malaysia, we see Van Wilder and Neo both holding on to similar accuracies, but that miss giving Chiwi a little bit of an accuracy advantage, and still probably the only reason we see that 4,000 point difference. We do see a miss from Neo that's going to trade back the early one from Satori there, but it looks like Malaysia will still hold on to a very slight lead there now that Neo is back above the 400 combo, but the accuracy definitely suffered a little bit. The sweeps coming in for this solo, and it looks like it's too close to it's way too close to call.
By the slimmest of margins. The difference is just nothing.
No breaks in that sweepy solo section either. Neo approaching that 2,000 combo mark, really recovering very well in terms of combo, just the accuracy suffering a little bit. And that's actually going to be a miss on this transition section.
Oh, there is a drop. Yeah. There is that drop from Neo, what China has been looking for. Though it's still like, there's still like a corner left though. You might have to watch out in the more of the same thing happens.
Density picks up a little bit in this section. There's a miss from Satori.
Oh no!
Traded back, but Chiwi trades it. And that was a huge miss from Chiwi. Drops about 0.1% of accuracy, where Satori's miss was a lot cleaner there. Both players already back above 400 combo, looking to keep their accuracy, but China holds on to a pretty strong lead as we hit the final few notes of this map, and we're going to have to see probably a miss or a big accuracy drop from either of the Chinese players in order for Malaysia to take this back.
Yeah, Van Wilder has been the last man standing in terms of having the full front, full combo, unless there's nothing bad happens to it, but it looks like it has to be a full combo from Van Wilder. Very impressive, though.
That is going to be an FC, and China's going to strike early with a break point on LN3 there, managing to get it off the brakes on the Malaysian side, and China's going to have a little bit of the pick of the litter. They could actually go, I think, LN2 wouldn't be a bad pick from China here. Get that protect out of the way and really consolidate that break point they just got.
Interesting to note that Chiwi has the best score in the entire lobby, and that is just purely cut off half of the ratio by any of the players in the lobby.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Chiwi has more 200s than everyone else in the lobby, but the ratio was enough to give them the best score in the lobby, even despite the combo break. That's crazy, and looks like I was right. China's going to go for their protect and try and consolidate that break point.
Yeah, there's no harm done for China picking protect this early on, which I guess you would have to think that China's tactics in terms of picking strategy would kind of getting running down thin. So there's only one LN pick left after this, and you have to go with the hybrid route or the rice route after this.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's stuck in that zone. I mean, these two teams are going to be very close, so a 5,000 point loss on Malaysia's side is maybe heartbreaking, but still leaves things open for them. I still think LN4 wouldn't be a bad way to go for Malaysia, but I do think it's probably time to test something else, especially if they're not able to get the breakpoint back on this.
Seems like Van Wilder has a little bit of a rocky start in terms of. Oh yeah, I guess Satori also has a rocky start as well. Accuracy dipped down to low 99, but I believe that no one else even have like a high 99s at the moment.
I mean, Chiwi was holding on for a little while. Well, now that I say their name, they do find a miss and drop to the low 99s. Both Chinese players having higher accuracy than their Malaysian counterparts after that drop. And Chiwi trying to build back up to that 400 combo to sort of stop the bleeding a little bit. But it does get a little denser as we get further in this map with more complex coordination type patterns. And Van Wilder and Satori are both going to miss.
And that's a complete drop there.
And that's immediately going to swing the lead over to Malaysia.
Just by a fair bit. Accuracy is still on China's side at the moment, actually. Satori having a better accuracy than Chiwi. Van Wilder is having better accuracy than Yo, so not too much to gain from Malaysia. They do not have the accuracy solid enough, but Van Wilder takes another drop here.
That is true. They're already back above the 400 combo mark now, but that's a 6,000 point lead for Malaysia as we get into the final third. We get through that 1/3 section. The accuracy is kind of similar between the teams. It looks like China has a slight advantage in Neo to fight a drop, and that lead is shrinking very quickly.
That is very quickly. It's now approaching to basically equal, just barely though, and it's actually going to swing towards China?
Neo's back above 400 combos, so they have that 2,000 point lead, and it seems like it's slowing down a little bit, but it's so close.
Oh, that is immediately the swing. It swings so tiny there.
Can't afford any drops on Malaysia.
Couple more LNs.
Oh, and Malaysia's gonna be able to take the break right back. 1,500 points.
Yeah, just imagine that ratio alone helps Chiwi a lot in this times.
And then Malaysia trying the exact same thing, going for their protect to try and get themselves equal in this match. It is one breakpoint to one breakpoint, and Malaysia definitely want to start getting a little bit more momentum after that break.
And now we're seeing Turks instead of Tori this time. Well, I guess that would absolutely make the most sense, because this doesn't really test in a density kind of LNs would. This is just a high. Everything can go wrong in a couple measures there.
Yeah, this is also very long. Very similar to Ghost that we saw earlier, but even longer and more consistency focused.
Yeah, it's just the longest pick of the... I mean, I guess, apart from the tiebreaker, of course, but almost 4 minutes in the kind of pick is kind of it's pretty much a rarity. And you expect to have that consistency in the bag for Malaysia, and you would expect this to be seen being as a protect for Malaysia.
Yeah, I mean, we did see earlier on, like, both of the previous maps, we saw Chiwi with some very good accuracy, and that kind of strong accuracy base is very good for consistency maps like this. But that said, you still need to worry about combo. Combo breaks aren't going to be as effective as they would be in a shorter map like we saw in LN2, but they still do mean something on consistency maps like this. If you're not able to consolidate consistent combos, you're not going to have a good time.
Starts off with the slower intro, not too lazy about it, but I guess when things start to pick up, it's all consistency battle. Holding out just fine enough. Actually, it might have been, well, I guess Neo might have been a little bit of a shaky in terms of accuracy on some of these LN patterning, but I guess we still have quite a bit to go. Not too much in the way. Actually, China has a little bit of an accuracy deficit in terms of some of these patterning, and only Chewy has about 99.6. Everyone is just around 99.3.
Yeah, that accuracy from Chewy absolutely carrying them. That's going to be a miss from Neo, though. That's going to be our first miss in this match. And it's going to give the lead to China despite the accuracy deficit. Neo already back above 400 combo, but misses right after that. And this is what I was talking about, a little bit of a difficulty consolidating combo.
What a bit of a struggle to keep up the most of the combo going through for Neo in particular. But 2 players still on China still have the full combo, so that's a big boost in terms of the difference.
Yeah, that is a very nice lead to have. Neo, through the break, was able to get back above 400 combos, so they're stopping the bleeding a little bit. Van Wilder does trade one of those misses back as well. That lead shrunk pretty quickly down to about 2,000 points. Van Wilder getting back up to the combo mark, though, and it looks like China may be able to hold a very slight lead.
Yeah, just by a slim margin, just because of the accuracy battle between Turks and Chewy. And everything else by Neo, it needs a one more drop for be able for Malaysia to take it back.
Yeah, either one more drop or Malaysia needs to hold on to their accuracy going forward. A little bit of a break section here. No one having any issues. A good opportunity for that accuracy to increase for pretty much everyone there. But Chewy does find a drop in the transition, and that's not going to be good as we get into a more rice-heavy section. And China looking very strong in that transition. Now, I think beating out Malaysia in terms of accuracy and combo right now as Chewy gets back to the 400 combos, and the lead stays around 8,000.
It's staying around the 8,000 mark, and I guess it keeps gaining because of literally all the China Turks and Van Wilder are solidly manhandling some of these transitions in and out of it.
Yeah, pretty much every single player having a good time in this section. No break since that transition that we saw get trip Chewy up a little bit. Gets a little bit of transition into the ending section. More of those bursts with long notes that we saw Chewy absolutely getting insane accuracy on earlier. But Van Wilder finds a break right at the end. But it looks like China's
time that.
It's gonna need a couple more breaks, but Neo trades it back, and I think that might be the nail in the coffin for a 3rd breakpoint in a row.
Yeah, let's just establish the fact that none of these teams won their protects at all.
Yeah, it's been three for 3 breakpoints, and both protects have already been chosen. So, very interesting way to start this match.
It's just exactly. It starts with the FC as well, although just shy with the 250s. Not a slider rig though, so that's still not an MVP because Chewy has to get back to you for some reason.
This is an insane match. I don't even know what to say. I mean, what does China pick here?
Change Ding actually coming from China, so I would expect Rice would come in after this.
One can only assume. We've seen both teams win an LM pick here. We've seen China take the hybrid and Rice one comes out, so we've got some speed coming up.
Literally almost the delay-ish dump as chart. I believe like some teams that are already played in semifinals, they have quite a lot of struggles on actually trying to sharpshoot this. And this probably is the same thing.
It's definitely in the realm of like sharpshooting is very difficult on maps like this because the way that this map's structured, like there are plenty of like straight bursts and streams that are just really fast, but a large portion of it is just pure delay where you can like manipulate it almost to play like a chord string chart in some parts, but you're not going to get good accuracy in that way. And I think a lot of players might have trouble reading through this as like changing rhythms and flams and as a speed chart and will more just like try and just keep combo, and that's going to make it very difficult to get high accuracy.
Yeah, we'll see if this pays off for China, because if not, we're going to have 4 breakpoints in total.
Please, we need to be saved from the infinite breakpoints glitch.
starts off okay. I guess in terms of accuracy, it's pretty normal to have something drops in. Some of the weird, I guess, snapping, some most of the delay or stuff-ish.
Yeah, starts off a little bit on the easier side. Everyone holding on to pretty good accuracy. Neo down at the 99.3s, but still holding on to the combo. Really, it's right about here is where it starts getting a little awkward, because you can see the kind of like staircasey feeling of it and the chord streamy feel, but a double
Neo and
miss?
Turks trading.
Yeah, that's going to be 2 misses, 1 on each side. Chiwi and Qingjiding holding on to that combo, but Chiwi with a 99.8% accuracy helping Malaysia hold on to a lead right now.
That is solely based on the rainbow he has. It's just, you can see it from the hits. It's all just 90% rainbows at most.
Oh, I think, Neo actually found a pretty big accuracy break in that break section. Down below the 99% now, and China actually takes a lead off of that despite Chiwi's absolutely disgusting accuracy.
Oh, actually, it's actually going back and forth now. It's just the slimmest of any mistakes could go anywhere here.
And Turks does find another break. That's going to give Malaysia a good 5,000 to 6,000 point lead here. The accuracy drops. Neo holding just under that 99% threshold, but the accuracy off the back of Chiwi still in favor of Malaysia and 8,000 points now that everyone's at full combo bonus.
Can we just say that 99.7 is already enough to carry Malaysia on his back? And it's literally, even with the accuracy deficit from Xi Jinping, slowly but surely.
What?
But that is 4 breakpoints in a row.
This match shouldn't be real. This doesn't make any sense.
Two 200s on a delay-ish weird chart.
Yeah, look at the ratio too. What is that?
This is actually disgusting from Malaysia. Even with Neo actually only taking a 1 miss drop. I mean, I'm with Turks with 2 drops, but that is still a very good score. But in itself, you almost have to comprehend that Chiwi does things like this.
I just don't have anything to say about that. What does anyone pick at this point?
We don't know. We just, I mean, Malaysia would have to get the other LN, maybe, or maybe the other hybrid.
You know what? Pick Rice. Pick Rice 6. I don't know. That one has some bursts in it. It's also jack heavy, but it's got bursts. Maybe Malaysia can do that. Pick what you don't want to pick, is what I'm saying.
Well, that is a personal best, apparently. For that, the way it was mentioned by Chiwi there. So,
good time to get it. But seriously, I don't really understand what a comfortable pick is for either of these two teams here. I figure Malaysia could feel more comfortable sticking to the Rice. Maybe they could go with LN4, somewhere in between LN2 and LN3, but it's just such a weird position to be in to lose both the picks that you made and then win the 2 picks that your opponent made.
yeah, I guess we've never reached an agreement where I guess these picks are relatively quote-unquote safe, but I guess we're now entering the front space. Hybrid 2.
Alright, this map is so weird, because it's not like super dense. The biggest difficulty with it, I think, are some of the more complex technical patterns, and then just the rhythmic changes throughout it.
Yeah, going from 100 to almost, I guess, 400 at the very end of it. I mean, luckily the OD is still, I mean, on the low side for most things, but you would have to make sure you get the timings down properly because it keeps changing every like 3 or 4 measures or something.
It's something weird like that. But I am interested to see if these players are able to keep their accuracy. I mean, if Chiwi's able to get 992 on the delay type chart, I imagine that he'll feel pretty comfortable on something like this. But, I mean, China's won both of the Malaysian picks already, one of them being that Hybrid 3 Protect. So I wouldn't be surprised to see China put up a very good fight and try to take this, make this a 5th breakpoint in a row.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes, because I'm scared to mention if this would be the 5th breakpoint, but let's hope it's not. Okay, BPM starts to pick up a fair bit, but Satori finds the drop here.
Does find an early drop. That's after the 400 combo mark as well, so it's going to be a full reset. Going to be a nice little favor for Malaysia as they get to about 5,000 points before things even out. And accuracy still slightly in favor of Malaysia off of another insane start by Chiwi here.
Does not phase at all, even with the speed ups at some point. I guess maybe some drops here and there, but nothing too major. This was more of the part where I was scared about because the courts, yep, like that, Turks actually take the second drop from China. Actually, Malaysia is in cruise control.
They certainly are. Turks gets to 400, and now it's about 12,000 points of lead, but Neo does trade that miss back as the sweeps start coming in. Accuracy drops a little bit, but not quite as much as would be needed for China to really get back into this. I think another miss has to happen on Malaysia's side.
Still about 6,000 pointish of a buff here from Malaysia, so just by the difference alone, the accuracy, it just makes it comes up alive, but Neo actually taking quite a bit in terms of accuracy, so might start to shift in favor of China slowly but surely.
A little
God,
bit
this
of
trail
accuracy drop from both Malaysia and the Chibi below the 99.7. Neo at that low 99% range, but it's still holding on as a lead for Malaysia here despite the consistency on the Chinese side. But it's getting really close as a few more drops start to happen. But I think it's gonna be a Malaysian point, not a break point. I think it's fine.
A break at the very end, but I guess it slows it down and still to about 2,000 point lead from Malaysia. That is a bit of a jump scare, but that is finally a point of their own.
Yes, not a break point. We're only at 4 out of 5 now. But it is China's pick, and now they're at a position where they can't let another breakpoint go, because that would give Malaysia a pretty strong lead going into their own pick.
3-2, and China will have to respond to something here. Apparently, I mean, I guess the delay chart was a kind of an outlier in terms of everything else. So any other rice?
We've only got one non-rice pick left in the pool. It's just LN4.
LN4 is probably just as weird as this hybrid pick that we've seen earlier.
Yeah, that is true. It is a little bit on the awkward side, very sweep heavy, and I think it's just a big. It's a lot of balancing that speed and coordination because you've got a lot of really quick bursts, but you still have to hold down those lock notes through the burst, or you're gonna have a lot of accuracy drops.
I think in my mind it's just gonna be whether or not China will have to challenge Malaysia on 4-stream picks. I think in general there are 2 of them. Which one would be the most makes sense in practice?
Seems China's taking their sweet time to get this pick because they know that they need to pick a good one here. They need to win this map, and Rice 5 comes out, so we're going technical. Oh, this one's weird. This one's so awkward. This is another one that I'd be surprised to see some really good accuracy scores on just because of how insane everything is in it.
I mean, let's be fair, a technical pick like this with no E8 is just asking for trouble. Especially if you're not that, if you're losing in terms of accuracy, or I guess in terms of 200s, this is probably asking for trouble.
Definitely is, and with a 2-minute runtime, the mistakes that you make can really have an effect. Like big accuracy drops and even just singular misses can cause major point swings.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the best pick that they could make, but at the same time, they did fine on the, I guess, the Way of Adventure earlier. So I guess this is the same kind of thing, except this is just rigid, abrasive, and all those sorts of stuff.
Definitely is, as we get into map number 6 here. Our first real look at something super technical. There were some technical elements in Rice 1, so this could be considered kind of similar like you were saying, but definitely more on the accuracy and pure tech side than just making sure that rhythms are, paid attention to with a few strain, a few mini jacks strewn about. This one really just puts it all on you.
Yeah, let's see if the Stella denominate courses or whatever, which has these lots of weird stuff happening with the brackets and whatnot. And Turks is really handling this down, even with Chiwi as well, competing. Actually, with the drop action for Chiwi, Neo falling down.
That's going to give a huge lead to China, maybe the biggest lead we've seen all match, but we are still only halfway through. So, like I said, one mistake can mean a couple thousand points of extra score difference. So 17,000 points might have looked really big on something like Hybrid 3, but here it's not as big of a deal. One or two drops could definitely give China, or give Malaysia a road back in.
Some accuracy deficit. Well, I guess all of these players will have some drop secret there. It's just how well are you able to take on abrasive pattern like this, and it clearly shows.
A double full combo going into the final quarter for China and an 18,000 point lead, looking very comfortable on this. Maybe the most comfortable lead we've seen so far for anyone as we get into the final few patterns. Looks like as long as China's able to get through this just fine, they should take the point. But Turks does find a drop, and that drops the score lead quite a bit.
Yeah, there's not enough time here.
And China does manage to win their own point. So we had 4 breakpoints in a row, followed by 2 successful picks from these two teams. Malaysia going back. It's now simplified itself to a best of 5. And we've got 1 long note pick and 4 rice picks available.
And nope, we're not gonna
Sorry,
see hybrid one.
You cannot
so that's
pick
not.
that.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have more hybrids, but we got LN. I don't know if they want to go with that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the best pick in this scenario, but, you know, it's also, like, a little awkward to pick any rice in this situation, because it's 1-to-1 on the rice pool for these two teams. And, if I were in Malaysia's spot, having 1 rice 1, I would almost feel like rice 5 was the best option for them.
I mean, China will have a clue, because this pick was, I guess, not that one-sided, and Kagaribi or Rice 6 would be a good one. But yeah, we'll see the last of the LNs now from Malaysia.
Yeah, so just clearing out that side of the pool, so it'll be all rice after this. One of these teams will have a little bit of an advantage, but the LN, it's a little bit awkward in all fairness on this map, because, I mean, having Malaysia win LN2 with that coordination requirement and China getting the big density win on LN3, I could definitely see this going both ways.
Yeah, the best way that I can describe about, well, I guess, this kind of LN thing, the symbol itself is, I guess it's pretty straightforward enough, but it's so simple, but yet also is pretty deceptively hard to get to nail them down because of the, I guess, more of the reverse shield that has some different timings here and there. More of the, I guess you would kind of call it tornado patterns at most. It's all mixed bag, really.
It's a lot to deal with in this map. There's also lots of hand bias patterns in this, which, especially for 7, can really mess you up. Early sweep catches Satori off guard a little bit before 400 combo, so it's not going to be
Neo
as big.
Neo has a 97 on the intro here. It's not really good for them.
Yeah, really no one holding on to super strong accuracy except Chiwi here. Even Van Wilder down at that low 99%, but Chiwi did find a break to trade with Satori. And it looks like that accuracy lead with both misses coming out from Satori and Chiwi is going to keep this just about even.
Neo's hitting or releasing very early here. I'm kind of concerned on how this plays out because the lead might actually swing, but now we're getting into more tornado-ish patterns.
Yeah, back and forth sweep with some kind of complex release requirements. Accuracy's dropping on the side of Malaysia. Low 98 for Neo with Satori just below 99 right there. That's going to give China a little bit of a lead, despite Chiwi holding on to the highest accuracy in the lobby. And no one finding any combo breaks in this really dense section.
Just all those inverse, nothing trip up except maybe some accuracy. But right now, it's now a tug of war between Malaysia and China, just in terms of keeping the accuracy afloat this time. Satori with the drop there.
Finds a drop on one of those kind of awkward mini jack patterns. That's going to give Malaysia a little bit more of an in this break. Not the best time to break for China, because not as much risk of a dropping combo, but they are still able to maintain a lead because of that accuracy difference. But Satori finds another break, and that might just swing it over to Malaysia.
Yeah, it's just gonna swing over to Malaysia, but again, accuracy, you have to be careful because Neo is trying to gain, but at the same time, Satori takes another drop as well, might still have a 1 miss buffer there.
Yeah, a few extra misses gives Malaysia a little bit more comfort here as we see 2 full combos on this map from Neo and Van Wilder. Just a difference in accuracy there. Satori having a few of those misses, but Neo does drop that full combo, and that's going to shrink the lead just a little bit as they build back up the 400 combo. One full combo left.
Accuracy shrinking. Actually, it's going over to China's side here. Might have to be careful with the accuracy now. Neo needs to not hit early. There's another miss there. China is going to take back the lead just by the tiniest bit.
Just a very small lead. Van Wilder holding onto the full combo, but they're back up
There's
to the combo
no lead here.
There's no lead. It's too close. We've just got a few seconds left in this map, and it's so close.
Neo has to hold on here. It's just all on him on accuracy, not to drop any more 200s than that.
I'm so scared, Van Wilder, despite
oh my god,
some accuracy drops.
There's some accuracy drop, but I believe she will also have to carry it as well. There's no lead whatsoever here.
It's swinging back and forth going to the last few notes. I don't know who's winning. China
oh my god,
98
points! 98 points decided by that with Van Wilder only FC. But again, that is still
that FC
a heartbreaking situation.
Oh my goodness, what a score. And Chiwi with a 980 despite that miss.
That is just so heartbreaking to deal with, and China has the breakpoint advantage here.
They sure do. It is their own pick. They can consolidate this and bring it to match point here.
At this point, China really has... Oh my god.
Malaysia calling for a timeout after that brutal loss by 98 points, so we'll get a little bit of extra time to breathe before China makes their pick. I think I need that timeout too, so I'm kinda glad.
Well, we kind of didn't expect that it would actually get this close, but at the same time, I kind of understood why it's called that into that amount of difference with the 98 points. I saw that there's a lot of really high 300 count, not rainbows, high 300 counts, which is coming down to that accuracy alone.
Yeah, it's an interesting position, but that is all of the long note maps from this pool, so it's just rice available. So that kind of high 300 count maybe not gonna matter quite as much for the rest of these maps.
Yeah, I think China has a clear pick after we've seen Red May from like last pick.
I really don't know what to expect. I mean, it's interesting because you have like 2 pairs of maps that are very similar to each other. So we've got Rice 6, the more varied map. So we're left with the 3 most straightforward maps in the pool after this, which is so interesting. But this map actually isn't that complex either. It's pretty much 2 main map types. It's some pretty quick technical jack type portions at 144 BPM, and then it's like fast, dense, like speed streams, and then it kind of just goes back and forth between those 2 styles. So it's not particularly complicated. It's just a little bit more complex than the other 3 remaining maps.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of pick that Turks will love to see this one, and you already seen that Redney Turks takes I guess most of the MVP because of sheer technicality that he has, and they already got it in the bag. It's just a matter of whether the other player, well, I believe in this case it's Chin Yuding, will be able to keep up.
It is going to be interesting to see what Malaysia feels most comfortable with coming out of this map, because there still is at least one more pick after this, even if China does win it. So Malaysia has to be thinking about what their last pick is going to be and which bullet they want to bite. But for now, we're going to get into Rice 6, Junk Kagaribi, and China hoping that the complexity favors them here, and hoping that Chiwi's accuracy that we've been seeing throughout pretty much everything is not going to be enough to hold Malaysia to the lead here.
I mean, hoping that Neo's offset will be sorted out after that, because most of them are hitting early, but should be synced enough after it, but hopefully there's not too much in the way.
Oh, China actually not having the strongest start, but that's going to be a traded miss between Ching and Neo. But Turks' accuracy starting off maybe on the wrong foot, and that miss also not putting Ching in the right spot. So Chiwi's accuracy definitely enough right now to give Malaysia a lead, and another miss from Ching is going to help keep Malaysia with a small lead in this intro.
Yeah, I guess this is the kind of point where Neo has to tank a lot of this one because the accuracy might not favor so much, even if you hit early. But not actually there's a drop as well, but not too much in the way of a lead.
Yeah, Neo and Ching holding on to roughly similar accuracies, both having a couple misses as well. The two FCs on the bottom there, just with Chiwi with about a 0.5% of advantage there, but still only enough to keep a lead of about 2,000 points in this break.
Not quite sure where the lead comes from, except from maybe, I guess Chiwi still has the FC within the high accuracy. But still, you know, anything can happen in this instant.
No breaks in that staircase speed section. Still Chiwi holding on to that 99.75, giving Malaysia the lead right now. Ching and Neo still roughly equivalent in the accuracy. It really is just a battle between Turks and Chiwi right now.
No one breaks after the... Oh, actually, Neo is taking another drop here. I actually start the swing, but it trades out.
Yeah, Ching does trade that out. Still just the two full combos on the bottom. Neo with another miss, gonna shrink that lead a little bit. Ching holding on, trying to build up to that 400 and take advantage of that miss. But the accuracy is currently too much to handle, but Neo finds that Neo again is shrinking a lot. Going
Turks actually carrying... Oh no, Neo missed it again! Ching actually missed it again! Turks is carrying so hard for China, but it seems that's not enough because the accuracy footing for Chiwi is absolutely monstrous.
That's such a huge lead, double full combo Turks and Chiwi, but Neo just gets the best out of Ching at that ending.
3 out of 3 200s out, all those happening.
I don't know what to say.
And that also the break point as well, so we're still on deadlock. Best of 3 now.
It is quite funny that every time one of these scores happens, just the immediate reaction in the match chat is just, what? And I mean, it's the right reaction. I'm just saying that too.
Well, I guess most of us either are very surprised or not that kind of surprised. But again, 6 breakpoints in this match is kind of uncalled for.
Yeah, 6 out of 8. We thought we were getting back on track with those 2 regular points.
We're going on to Korjak.
I'm so scared for this. Now, one of these two teams will be on match point after this. And we still will get the maximum number of maps, at least in the regular pool pick. So we'll get to see which one of the 2 chord stream charts is ignored. Wild that chord stream is what's left out of everything.
The only saving grace about this chart, there's no funny business in this. There's no burst, there's no nothing. It's all just straight up brawl of core jacks.
Yeah, it's dense and it's at 132 BPM. For 7 key jacks and the coordination required, that's really fast.
8.5 OD, which might not be seem that much of an issue, but again, if you're not that good at very sharpshooting, and you might as well have to save your combo until the very end.
Yeah, even despite that 8.5 OD, as long as the players aren't like too, uncomfortable with the jack type patterns in this, I could absolutely see some ridiculous accuracies coming out of this map.
My only hope for this is that it's just that it's just 100% straightforward, but you really do not want to miss at any point, even at the break section.
Yeah, no break so far as the density of these jacks does increase a little bit. Still not too difficult for these players, but everyone holding on to very strong accuracies. Neo and Chiwi beating out both of the Chinese players right now. So far it looks pretty good, but Neo does find a break. No, as soon as I say that, it looks like China might take a lead out of that. Holding on to good accuracy, and the combo is really important right now. But we still have a lot of map left, and it's at a point where the accuracies are close enough that I think if Neo is able to consolidate that combo and recover a little bit, they should be able to take this lead back.
One thing you notice right away is that Neo is picking up the slack now, right? The accuracy is already that high enough to maybe compare it with like Jing and maybe Turks. With a 1 miss difference, it might be not so bad after all, but at the same time, you really don't want to miss again after that.
Certainly don't, but the lead is not super comfortable for China one way or another. Just about 1,000 points. They could hold on to this, but I think they're going to need to see a few more accuracy drops from Malaysia if they want to hold on to it.
Might start picking up quite a few strings of 300s from Ding here. Might not start to gain act that much. Actually 200 there, so I guess the lead is just swings to nothing almost. Except maybe Neo actually also dropped it well.
Yeah, Neo and Ching having quite similar accuracies. They've kind of been equal for a lot of this match. We see a little bit of a swing. I think this is mostly just off of the fact, like that I said, the accuracy advantage for Malaysia is enough that if Neo holds on to combo, they should take this lead back. And Ching actually dropping a little bit of accuracy while Neo is recovering.
Neo's recovering and is stabilized the central hits there. There's only 300s here, only rainbows, and that's what he has to focus on and not dropping anything.
Indeed, and we're coming up to the end of this chart.
Neo
finds a break right at the end. Still 2 full combos on China. That might just be enough to hold on to the lead, but it's still so
god,
close.
it's still flickering again. Xing Jiding is trying. Turks and Neo. Xing Jiding falls on. Only Chiwi is holding on.
Only full combo goes to Chiwi right at the end.
Oh my god!
And Malaysia's able to get their own break. A double S! Ah!
That's all he goes now. Chiwi takes the MVP on that chart, really pulling their back on Malaysia, and Malaysia has the tiebreaker guaranteed now.
It's either a Malaysia win or we're seeing the tiebreaker, but China has a very, very important decision to make here. They either go for the denser, slower chord jack or chord streams, or they go for the faster, slightly less dense chord stream.
Well, I guess faster chord stream, but longer, or either just the actual BMS dense chord stream, except maybe even annoying to some.
I mean, they've been avoiding them for a reason. We've seen that pretty clearly.
Yeah, I don't know what to look at now for China. I mean, they still have their own timeout. They haven't used it yet, so we'll see.
At this point, I think it's just whichever one China's more comfortable with, and Rice 3 is going to be the pick. It's going to be Tinnitus.
Yep. No Zik for the the denser chord stream. So we're seeing more stamina coming up. This is more stamina than most. So a battle of attrition.
Yeah, definitely a longer map. It does have that long break in the middle of it, so I could see them potentially building up their stamina again and holding on maybe better than if it was denser. But it's still so stressful to think about this. I just don't know who this favors. I haven't known who any of these maps favored pretty much for the whole match.
Well, we've seen some insights about where they do on more of the chord stream based chart in any other picks, but this is just straight up chord stream. So whether or not they have the stamina to do it is another issue.
Straightforward opening with these 104 BPM jack patterns, but just kind of builds up to that 400 combo before the speed starts.
Let's see who takes this now. I guess this one break section at that, but you can kind of clearly tell who has the stamina in this charge left after the break section.
Yeah, we're seeing pretty equivalent scores here. Ching finds the first drop, though. Drops that accuracy down below Neo's now to 99.5. Turk's about a 10th of a percent behind Chiwi. Very similar to what we've been seeing throughout this entire match, with Chiwi just having an insane accuracy, with China being more consistent, and Neo kind of being behind. But Neo actually holding onto the accuracy better than Ching off of that miss.
Neo's kind of hitting a little bit earlier than this is kind of a little bit scary for most, but at the same time, you would kind of back it up with Chiwi's accuracy, with still just hovering around 94.
And
here's the break section.
Yeah, getting into the break section with just one mistake on the side of Ching Ding. Chiwi holding on to a 99.94% accuracy, maybe making up the entire lead right now, but Neo just behind Turks, just ahead of Ding, and going into the ending section, this will be a slight lead for Malaysia as long as they're able to hold on to their combos.
Yeah, hopefully stamina starts to regain their footing here, and well, I guess the last quarter of it is even harder in terms of patterning, so they have to really gun it down.
It does get denser here. It is more focused on those double streams in this ending, so we could see some difficulties happen, especially with a potential of stamina issues coming in through this ending, but no one finding any combo breaks right now as the lead's just about 10,000 points.
It's about 10,000-ish, but you have to be careful. Any mistakes could happen in this instant, and again, accuracy deficit starts to show for the other three players. Well, I guess Chiwi as well. Not showing any signs of fatigue.
No one showing any signs of fatigue. No combo breaks in that section, and it looks like Malaysia just might hold on and take the final break point to win the match 4-6. A small upset against the number 2 seed, and Malaysia will move on to winners finals.
And there it is. They made the incorrect call, and Malaysia will take the podium here, at least top 3 at most. And again, I guess not a V1SS, but again, you can kind of clearly tell that's a V1SS score even without the 200 there.
When you see it. I had to say it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see it, but we'll just see what they have in store for Malaysia in the finals, because some things might not be as it seems. So we'll see. Well, although China will have to go in the lowest bracket here, and they have to fight against the other opponents in that bracket, and it's gonna be so hype.
Yeah, it's gonna be a scary weekend next week in finals for anyone who has to face off against China. But Malaysia will move on in the winners bracket to winners finals, like you said, getting that podium spot, and they will be facing the winner between South Korea and Philippines, which will be happening tomorrow. And with that actually will end our Saturday block of matches. Not too many going on today, but we've got plenty for you on Sunday, the first of which going to be at 0 UTC Sunday, so as early as it can be. That's going to be Canada versus Brazil. That's going to be an exciting one. There's a lot of stuff to think about. There's a lot of good matches coming up. I'm just so excited.
Yeah, there's a lot of the line for those two matches: Canada versus Brazil and Japan versus Australia. They have been knocked down on the lowest bracket here, so one life left for any of those 4 teams, literally.
Yeah, it literally is. But with that, I think I just have one more thing that I want to go over. Maybe you can help me. But I want to support these teams somehow. Is there a way I can do that?
Yeah, you do. And there's a thing that is called banners for the teams here. You can buy and support with banners coming from O's store. And you can actually have the link down in there. You can actually purchase the favorite team banners here, and you will get some incentive, especially if you got the winning team correctly, and you get to keep the banner until for the next World Cup, of course.
Absolutely. You can also buy any banner from the 24 teams that made it into the bracket stage, even if they've already been eliminated. And on top of that, you can buy multiple banners, so you can support as many teams as you want in this tournament. It's going to be exciting stuff. I'm really excited for the next round. But with that, I think we will be signing off.
Yeah, signing off. See you later.
Hello and welcome back to the Osimania 7K World Cup 2024 Semifinals weekend. This is R285 and Potassium F in the commentary booth, here to present you a losers bracket match between the Titan Japan and a team that wants to prove something, the Russian Federation. Well, what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, we're at a stage in the tournament now where we're seeing seed number 5 in the losers bracket, and Japan is a scary one here, especially. Russia, though, have been performing quite well, I would say, overall, making a little bit of a losers bracket run so far, I believe defeating Indonesia just last week. So this is going to shape up to be an interesting one, and I think there's always going to be this exact same kind of dichotomy between the teams when we see Japan, especially because this is a team that excels, one of the best teams in the entire world, top 2 easily in terms of rice. But when it comes to the LNs, I think that's where Russia is really going to try to punish Japan's relative weakness.
And we saw that last weekend with a thriller of a match. I mean, we had the defending champion of the Philippines face Japan last weekend, and the Philippines won, barely won it 6-5, which is the reason why we are seeing Japan here in the losers bracket. On the other hand, Russian Federation, I think they just want to prove that they're still well inside the competition. I mean, if I am not mistaken, this is their furthest run in a 7K World Cup. I don't remember seeing the Russian Federation reach the semifinals weekend as yet.
They do have a very strong team this year as well. We've seen some of their players in particular. I know Meiju has been putting up some fantastic LN scores last week, so that's definitely bodes well for them here against Japan, trying to punish those LNs. And we can see already, protecting LN3 right away. Although I'm not sure if that's exactly the one that you would want to protect against Japan.
And they're banning the OSU original, alright.
I expect Japan to ban LN2 out of all of these LNs that we're seeing. But Russia, they could ban any rice map. That would be fine, honestly.
Yeah. Basically anything, yeah. And I presume Japan should have protected Rice 4
Yeah,
voyage, yeah.
that is
And
what
there you
they
go,
have
Alan too.
been. Yeah, Japan have been protecting the Core Jack pick every match so far, and they've also been putting up some ludicrous scores. I'm sure everyone remembers some of those in the previous weeks on the Core Jack. So if they keep that up, it's a very well-deserved protect from Japan. And just putting it kind of bluntly here, I feel like if Japan don't have some kind of massive mess up, they should be expected to win all of their Rice picks. So it is up to Russia right here to try and pick up every single LN and hybrid that they possibly can.
Indeed. And at least right now, it does appear that Russia should have the pool pretty much open for them. But really, what makes this interesting is this indeed does go the distance. The tiebreaker might present a dynamic that we discussed prior to going live. But we'll talk about that if we get to that stage, as we're now seeing Japan open up this match with their protect and what we presume will be the most insane team score of the weekend again.
Yeah, Japan not messing around at all. They're just going straight into it. They're like, okay, let's just go. Let's just secure this point. But that said, I mean, we always say there's potential for misses. There's potential for big chokes of all these Core Jack picks. But at least so far in this tournament, Japan have not been the team. I don't know if they've even gotten a single 200 on these Core Jack maps so far. Maybe this is the week. Who knows? Maybe if Russia is able to hold on to the full combo, there's a chance, but definitely Japan favored.
Oh yeah, I mean, at least from what I've observed of the past few weekends, Japan has gained a decent following among the crowd, like just because of these insane Core Jack scores. Like what we've been seeing like over the past few as well, like Korea and Japan have been battling for that #1 spot on the team score, for Rice 4 or Rice 3 back during the time when we were still on best of 9.
It's always funny to see the insanely high accuracies. I mean, they make it look so easy, but that's just kind of the nature of these picks. They are the snapping at least, the timing is very simple to try and sharpshoot. But these maps are definitely not easy, so we are generally not expecting to see many full combos, and right out the gate there, Karace finding an early miss there on the side of Russia. Oh my god, Butanic. Oh no.
Well,
don't do this.
What is... Don't say you forgot to turn off autoplay.
Yeah, Timobuka also finding an early miss there on Russia, but it's not looking like Japan is going to trade. I can't take myself that. When is that going to break exactly?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it went down to 99.99.
And then
so
back
I
up.
think that might be the... Oh, yeah, there you go. It's back to 9.99.
The break section,
so I presume
the
it's
part of the map.
Yeah, long jack.
We can definitely see a very clear difference in comfort here. Russia not faring as well as in terms of the accuracy as well as that combo. Both players on 99.2 about. The lowest AC on Japan, Rain Lily 99.88, still finding this just as easy as the round of 16 picks.
I think I remember someone mentioning that sometimes it make like big chords make reading chord jacks easier in a way because you end up just reading whatever's in between. I'm not sure if that's the case for like these players.
No, I think that there is something to that, yeah.
Yeah. But I cannot say anything because I can't play chord jacks at all. And here we go. The density is starting to pick up yet again. Regularly, you keep climbing back to 99.9. Alright.
And we're seeing the beauty that is the Japan chord jack performances here. Coming up once again. And it feels like at this point, this is basically a done deal here, as it always should have been. Japan charging for 99.98 still. It's crazy that the break section there was what Butanic was struggling with the most. Struggling is a strong choice of word there. Unfortunately, another miss there from Russia, but it does feel like this one is locked in. Nothing else
All
does
right.
matter the rest of this map here.
Yeah, it's just going to be a sub 20, sub 20 gold 300s. I feel like that might be the case.
I think you might be right. We'll have a look. Rain Lily's also increasing the ratio as well towards the end of this map. Both players on Russia still holding above 99, but not quite going to be enough here.
All right, here we go.
53, two
Ooh.
200s from Rain Lily.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, another
That's
999
insane.
performance from Butanic.
Yeah. I think everyone should know why. We keep on. I think we all know why now. While Japan keeps on protecting the core Jack pick.
Yeah, I mean, because if they don't protect it, people are going to ban it, right? Like, after seeing stuff like this, how can you not ban it? But the protects are there for a reason, and Japan making full use of them here, managing to pick their most comfortable one out of the way here. That's their own pick win. And it's up to Russia now to try and find an answer. It's going to have to be one of these LNs, and in particular, I'm looking at LN1. That is one of those that I feel like Japan might not be as comfortable with, but they're instead going with LN3. They're going with their protect right away, and I'm not so sure if this is a good pick.
I'd say maybe they're just going to look at Japan's ability to keep up with the more denser picks. I mean, the hybrids do get to this kind of density as well, like some parts of them. I guess they just want to avoid LN1 for now, mostly because it might be a safe pick it's going to be a safer pick should this match go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about it again as well, maybe LN1 just also not very comfortable for Russia. I know Meiju can definitely put up some strong numbers, but they might lack a second that can really put up a strong release score performance, whereas this one might be a little bit more comfortable for Russia's other players as well. And Rain Lily being subbed out for this one as well. We're seeing Ensana coming in here. Of course, this map, I don't know how you would manage to play it with a controller, but
Yeah.
Rain Lily finds a way sometimes.
I mean, just to note, from what I've been told, 3 out of the 4 players in Japan's team do play with a 2DX controller. And yeah, if you guys are surprised why Botanic is in here, I mean, we all know Botanic's prowess with Rice in general, but what everyone seems to not pay attention, what a lot of people seems to not pay attention is that Botanic can also LN. Especially now we're getting...
Yeah, the higher
we're getting
difficulty.
to this level. High difficulty LN.
We see early misses from both of the Russian players here. It's going to give a little bit of a lead over to the side of Japan, but Ensana's accuracy is struggling quite a lot, so it's keeping things fairly close, only 4,000 points.
But, I mean, we'll see what's going to happen once the actual density starts to pick up. The Buka finding a drop there, though, which is not really something that Russia wants. Though, it's still a pretty early drop. But
Meiju with another one.
Yeah. But they have to get through these denser sections just fine if they want to gain a point here. And suddenly, Botanic actually maintaining full combos here. Alright.
Yeah, and the accuracy dropping from both of the Russian players now below Botanic. And Botanic actually finding a miss there. Very clean one, though, so it's not going to affect the score too much just yet.
Not yet going to be enough. Especially with Russia's pretty early mishaps. But we'll see, because we're coming into the guitar solo where the patterning gets a bit crazy. Botanic finding yet another drop. Ensana actually dropping to almost 99% flat. Almost everyone getting through this guitar solo just now. Meiju and Divuka resetting their combos, unfortunately. And that should give Japan a bit more breathing room leading to the final chorus.
Yeah, now Japan extending their lead, 24,000 points now. Botanic still with the highest accuracy in the lobby, definitely helping them out as well. And it is also Russia finding these misses here and there that's really hurting them overall.
Play. Well, if you guys think that Japan is not an LN team, well, here you go.
Yeah, they're really starting to come alive in the LN picks now, it looks like. And we're getting into the harder pools as we're getting one more drop here by Russia, but we have the denser part now. We'll see if Japan can hold on to their lead and their combos, but looks like Timabuka and Meiju both finding the misses for Team Russia. Gonna actually start to increase the lead in favor of Japan.
Well, regardless of whatever happens in the ending of this chart, Ensana's score is definitely insane. Pun intended.
We can
You just
definitely
got
see
pointed.
why. Yeah, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting
Yeah.
before I comment. I've seen this happen too many times. I don't want to say anything until the last note is done. But that is a nice FC from Ensana. Definitely can see why they were switched in for this one as well. But it is Butanic actually with the highest score in the lobby because of that accuracy, 99.37, despite that one miss in the middle.
Absolutely beautiful score there from Ensana. I was about to say Insana. Oh my god.
Insaner.
Yeah. And I presume
that is
with Ray coming back in, should be Rice?
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, Japan always going to be picking Rice. No matter what happens on the LN picks, this is where they are most comfortable with. It's just really a question of which one do they want to pick. And there's still quite a few of them left over. Looks like Chord Stream is going to be the option that they choose. Tinnitus being picked here.
The other chord stream pick hasn't been seen yet on stream. I think the only charts that we haven't really seen yet are Rice 2 and Rice 2 and 5 for the Rice, LN 1 and Hybrid 1, I think.
We haven't seen LN 2 either.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And we won't be seeing it because it's out then.
Yeah. So we're going to see this one again. We did see this earlier in the first match where we did see a whole bunch of misses throughout the map there as well because, you know, stamina aspect, 3 minutes long non-stop kind of chord stream with just a short break kind of in the middle. But something tells me that Japan might fare a little bit differently than some of the other players that we saw in the other match.
Yeah, I mean, again, these two players they're pretty cracked on Rice. I mean, we've seen them play stuff of very high level and be practically comfortable playing them. What Russia needs right now? What Russia needs right now is to be able to be consistent. Yeah,
they're going to have to try and hold on to these combos as much as they can, but easier said than done here. This is going to be a tricky one to be able to get through. It looks like Meiju's going to be staying in for this one instead of Karace, who is usually their Rice player. Okay, and we're getting into this one. Japan's second pick. Russia's going to need to, at some point, manage to take a break point if they want to come back in this match. But this one is... Okay, we're starting off with another 100 early on into the map here from Rain Lily. But it looks like all four players faring pretty well just before the chord stream really starts to kick in now.
and well, there you go, Buka finding a drop. And I think what we're going to be seeing from Japan is pretty much your standard Japanese Rice score, really. Unless something happens, and as I say that, alright.
Unless Rain Lily finds a miss. Rain Lily does find a miss. Doesn't drop accuracy too much though. Still 99.7 is very, very high. So that's traded out the miss from Buka earlier. And Japan's still in a little bit of an accuracy lead.
Well, at least like what we're seeing from Russia right now is like they're kind of well within a striking distance still. Just in case like we see a meltdown from Japan, which is very unlikely. But as long as they're keeping up, I think this is a pretty good run for them. Good run from them in general.
Yeah, just a second miss there from Buka. Going to increase the lead by a little bit, but we still, of course, have 2 full combos, 1 for each team right now. And Meiju holding on to some nice accuracy as well, 99.45. Unfortunately, not quite matching up to, Japan's accuracy. Not much you can do there, except hope that they drop it somewhere in the second half.
We'll see though, because again, we saw from the previous match, the density of this chart does pick up near the end, where we might see some changes here, but it really depends on how all of these players are going to be handling themselves. And Japan is starting to pull ahead.
Yeah, and there goes Meiju's full combo there in the last quarter as we're getting into it. A little bit of an accuracy drop from Meiju as well. While Japan full steam ahead, they're not slowing down whatsoever. Another miss, or both Russian players starting to find the misses in the second half, running out of stamina.
And while I am not going to mention a certain name here, again, many things have happened.
Butanic, huge accuracy drop for the first time in a Rice map. Today, we see dropping down below 99.9.
You called that a huge drop, alright.
Oh my god, Butanic not at 99.9? Crazy. But unfortunate miss at the end.
Alright.
Look at Rain Lily's ratio though as well. Despite the few misses, that is... They're too comfortable at this. We need to buff the map pools. What's going on here?
Well, alright. Also, look at the consistency of Meiju and Buka's scores. Like, both 961k.
Yeah, strong scores from both of them as well.
Yeah.
Against, most other teams, we'll see later on for some of the other losers bracket teams in particular, but those are some serious scores that you would consider picking against some of the other losers bracket teams, but not Japan, unfortunately for Russia. And Japan's going to manage to move forward 3-0. Russia are going to be picking LN1. I think this one is probably one of their best picks out of the ones left over here. Potentially hoping that Japan are not going to be comfortable, and I think there's a pretty decent chance that Japan won't be comfortable on a pick like this.
The main thing though that Russia needs to take advantage of is the first 2/3 of this chart, where it's more on the slower LN side. Really, like, they need to be able to be super consistent there, and just try to hold on once the main dense part of the chart kicks in. Because at least from what we saw from LN3, Butanic is capable of playing these denser LNs, and Russia just needs to extract as much points as they could from the presumably the parts that Japan is expected to struggle a bit.
And it looks like we're getting a switch out as well. I wonder... Ensana being... Oh, they're switching out both, maybe?
So we're going to be seeing
and Shanakis.
I think so, yeah.
Nope, Rain Lily back in. We're gonna get some controller players playing a map like this. Or no? They're just signing.
I can understand LN3. They played on controller. I think it's so feasible. But stuff like this, okay, all right.
This might be a bit. It looks like maybe no one on Japan wants to be playing this map. Struggling to find anyone willing to come in the lobby.
Yeah. Just for the record, Butanic is the only keyboard player apparently in the Japanese team. Apparently.
Well, looks like they have locked in their roster. So Butanic and Sharnak is coming in. Meiju and Timabuka staying in for Russia. And we'll see.
Here we go. Russia. All right.
We'll see which team is least comfortable on this map, because that's what LN1 picks tend to boil down to sometimes.
Well, I was about to say before a certain notification comes in of Botanic and Shadowkiss immediately finding a drop. Yeah, Russian Federation definitely wanting to make a bid on this chart, not wanting this match to be the last page of their MWC 7K journey this year. There we go, I finally got that in.
Okay. And we're seeing, misses actually from everyone just now. I was about to say Russia did have the 2 full combos just before that point of the map, but the earlier struggles for Japan definitely paying off in Russia's favor. They have that 29,000 point lead. So they're just going to have to hold on to these accuracies. And Sharnakiss, big tank there, that section. We can see big difference in the accuracies overall, especially between Meiju and Sharnakiss right now.
Well, again, no surprises really. I mean, while LLV is a different chart compared to this one, the patterns. That's the thing with LN charting. Like, you have like some of these crazier, longer LNs that could easily trip up a lot of players, and then you have basically what is an LN dump with LN3 and LN4, and still be considered around the same skill level at least. That's really what we get for this dynamic. Both Japanese players actually still maintaining very, very good scores just for the record. Meiju with the only 99 left. Well, it dropped, but it's not much of a drop though.
Yeah, I mean, Meiju's crushing this map in terms of the accuracy compared to everyone else. The second highest being Botanic at 97.9. So a full percent above number 2 in the lobby. And that's really carrying this score in favor of Russia.
And Russia will be grabbing their first point on the board, extending this match by at least 1 chart.
Yeah, getting on the board, very good pick from them, it looks like. Ended up being that much more comfortable with Japan, or than Japan overall here. So 3-1 now, and they're still looking for that break point to come at some point to try and tie up the match.
Yes, Meiju, you're welcome. Might as well recognize the shout out. But anyways, Japan do have Rice 5 and actually no, Rice 2 and Rice 1, 2, and 5 remaining. Yeah.
Rice 2 is probably the most likely, I would imagine, after seeing, that tinnitus team score that we saw before. They look a little bit too comfortable on the Chord stream. Why not keep it up?
Yeah. And
Rice. Rice 1 is still up as well, so I was thinking maybe they could decide to go for that one as well. But I guess the option is theirs, or any of these 3 Rice maps would make perfect sense.
There we go. There we go for Retine by a chart by E.T. Blocko. And I think, again, as you mentioned, like, regardless of whatever chart Japan picks, they should have an overwhelming advantage. Surprisingly, Karace will be coming in here for Meiju.
Yeah, I mean, Karace has been playing most of the Rice maps, at least so far in the tournament. So it makes sense that they are being subbed in for a Rice pick here. Maybe Meiju just not as comfortable. Tech, of course, very hard to be comfortable with as far as Rice skill sets go.
Yeah. And at least from what Karace has been saying, it does seem that they are having fun with this chart. This might be their favorite of the pool, most likely, and that's why they're coming in. Whatever really helps Russia's cause for this match.
Yeah, and I mean, Russia can definitely hope for Japan to find some misses. I mean, it's happened in some of the other maps as well, but misses by themselves might not be quite enough to let Russia have a lead here. I think Japan does need to tank their accuracy quite a lot as well, because their accuracy has been simply phenomenal on these Rice picks. Here we go, off to a good start from Japan. Russia holding 99s across both of their players, but Japan just doing a little bit better here, off to a 99.7, 99.8% start for them.
And I think that's pretty much a standard. Again, what we say is standard Japanese rice score, really. As Buka finding a drop, I think that's the first drop as well of the entire chart. Karace, on the other hand, actually maintaining a pretty decent combo, even with the accuracy. But again, like you see, the main difference really with a team with high caliber rice players in general.
And Butanic actually finds a miss there, but accuracy still massively in favor of Japan right now. 52,000 points is just kind of gigantic. Still half the map left, but we are looking like a fairly comfortable Japanese lead right now.
I say comfortable is an understatement because they're still pulling ahead, but that's really the side effect of whatever increase in accuracy Japan keeps on making with Russia just keeping on making drop. It just makes it harder for them to catch up.
Yeah, act difference as well. You know, both Japanese players, 99.4 just about for both of them. Highest accuracy on Russia right now is Karace with 98.5. So very far behind in terms of the accuracy, far behind in terms of the combo as well. Only one miss from Japan. And that's going to basically do it right here. Japan are going to manage to take their own. Oh, Raylily finding a miss towards the end there. And actually, I think the only full combo there on Karace's side.
Yeah. Surprising turn of events here. Japan actually not having two full combos in the rice chart. Which is actually a pretty weird sight. At least for this World Cup in consideration. Again, Karace doing very well.
Yeah, accuracy does matter that much more when you have gaps this big, though. You know, 200 count, 300 count. Very, very well in favor of Japan here. So with a very strong team score despite the misses and, 4-1, Japan are going to maintain their lead in the match. But Russia, they've got one more LN pick. I would assume they're going to go with LN4. Unless they want to try their hands at the hybrids.
I would presume that if, to be fair, after this, they only have the hybrids left.
That is true. I mean, it's going to have to go to hybrids at some point, but I am, scared of Japan on hybrids as well, because I think, despite, maybe I think these players not being the most comfortable with LN compared to some other teams, they can definitely hang with some of the hybrid picks, especially the hard ones.
I would say this chart actually is a good prelude to the hybrid picks in a way. There's some mini rice sections in this chart. I mean, it's kind of like the side effect of this being primarily focused on more shield usages, really. So it really depends now. If Russia wants a good sign going into the hybrid pool, they need to deliver on this chart.
Yeah, I mean, either way, they're going to have to be winning all of their points from now on, because, Japan still have a couple of rice picks that they can lean back on in their own time, but it looks like we have a bit of a disconnect, perhaps, from Butanic.
Does seem like we will be having another jump scare for the players.
Maybe, because the song is also not playing in the right spot, I believe.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right, yep.
And all the players being jump scared again by an abort.
Yeah.
But not much to be done, 1v2, not exactly the most fair.
We should be going again in a few moments. Well, like sometimes like stuff like this does get into your mind in a way. Like, especially for those who are not yet that experienced with tournament play, really, like these high pressure situations. But for these players, it's practically expected to be normal now that sometimes things like these do happen.
Yeah. Just pray that you don't mess up the second time. I know sometimes playing the same intro like twice in a row can, start to kind of mind block you in a way. But twice in a row shouldn't be too bad.
Well, that was a pretty rough start there for both Ensana and Buka. Botanic finding the earliest drop here. I mean, it's still pretty early. It won't matter too much, I would think.
Yeah, Botanic finding another miss, actually. But there goes both of the Russian players. And Ensana, the only one holding on to the combo early on into this map. But look at the accuracies. Actually, it's very close between these two teams. Everyone holding mid-98s.
Yeah, everything pretty much averaging out. Averaging out to the same level. And Buka finding another drop, which actually gives Japan some breathing with though Botanic did trade. It wasn't too much of an act drop from them though.
Yeah, I think the difference now is starting to be built up from Botanic. Building up the accuracy a little bit, but there goes Ensana's accuracy, tanking quite a lot, and the miss as well. Meiju missing as well. And both trading once again. This is looking like the score lead is going to start shrinking a little bit. And both players, I think they've traded like 4 times in a row.
Yeah, and Meiju with the accuracy advantage. Buka actually dropping their pretty big combo. 2 consecutive there from Ensana. Though Botanic's accuracy still might still it's still making a difference, I would think.
Yeah, and most of this difference feels like it's coming from Botanic's accuracy. Ensana and Buka are both having about the same, but Botanic is currently beating Meiju by about 0.5%. And with this combo as well, reaching 2,000. Okay, never mind.
Well, there you go.
There goes the miss. Double miss from Japan. That's going to start to shrink the lead a little bit. It's still less than 10,000 points. And another trade of misses from Ensana and Buka.
Well, here's the thing though, like even though Botanic is missing, like Botanic is still staying around that 98.9 level. Like doing just enough to keep them afloat here. And especially with Russia just finding misses left, right, and center. Like it's just helping Japan.
Yeah, Botanic's miss has been really clean so far. Like this one as well. You see 2 misses, but only drops down to 99.8. Still the highest in the room. Still above everyone else. And Ensana's also keeping up that 98, beating out Buka in terms of the accuracy. So these missed trades end up favoring Japan at the end.
There's still less than a quarter of a chart remaining. Anything could still happen. It's still pretty close. But, well, there you go. Botanic finding a drop, but it's still a pretty clean one.
Yeah, it's just too clean. There needs to be an accuracy drop along with these drops. Just a miss is not enough. When you have maps that are this long, the accuracy matters all that much more. And it looks like Japan might be able to hold on to their lead. Yeah, and it's going to be another break point here with Japan going up to match point.
That's a really good accuracy there from Botanic. Really good.
Yeah,
Buka
absolutely.
recovering back to 98%. Buka also recovering back to 98%.
But now it is going to be Japan match point, and they have their own pick. They've still got 2 of these Rice maps, I believe. Being Rice 1, Rice 2.
And they're picking the delay chart. Everyone actually avoiding Rice 2 like the plague, surprisingly.
No one likes Rice 2 apparently right now. It's just Rice 1 being more popular somehow. And it is up to Russia now. Russia, if they want to come back, they're going to have to win 2 Rice maps now against Japan. And that is a tall task.
I'm actually pretty surprised that they have Japan of all teams is avoiding race 2.
Maybe just the individual patterns in it not being quite as comfortable. But yeah, you would normally expect, especially, you know, thinking about BMS controller players, I do usually think about chord stream being a little bit more comfortable for them than more rolly speed patterns like in this map.
Actually, now that I thought about it, a certain dynamic here, they might be hiding Rice 2 from their opponents, possible opponents tomorrow should they bring this home this chart.
Potentially.
Remember, this is
but,
yeah.
I mean, then again, their possible opponent, Australia's waiting for whoever wins this match. And I do believe that Japan probably just wins chord stream anyway against Australia.
Yeah, it's Japan.
It is Japan after all, yeah. I mean, after showing that Tinnitus score, I think you can kind of extrapolate that they're pretty good at the other chord stream.
I think pretty good might be an understatement of a lifetime.
They're not
But
bad at the game.
Yeah, they're decent. Well, I guess we're going to be seeing how good of a team score we'll be seeing from Japan on what is possibly like the actual first proper, more of a delayed chart in the 7K World Cup this year.
And actually,
really finding a few drops.
Couple misses, but they're being traded by both players of Russia. Struggling to maintain that combo. Buka actually dropping down to the low 98s, while Butanic currently crushing it, 99.7 still, and Rainlily still above the accuracy of both of the Russian players. Has a few more drops at the end there by Buka.
Oh man, I don't want to mention the score on the upper left of our screen right now because I want to highlight this whenever we get to the point where we're going to be writing the news posts for the 7K World Cup. Yes, those are the thing. Please go read them. And I think this is going to be one of those scores that will definitely be highlighted because this accuracy on a delayed chart is crazy. Oh no!
Unfortunate there. Everyone actually finding a miss right there. But that is just fine for Japan. Accuracy still both of them in the mid 99s. Rainlily finding another drop. But this lead is 76,000, 80,000 now. It's both Russian players finding the misses at the end of the chart. Not looking like there's any avenue to come back in this one. Japan looking to seal their win against Russia.
Well, regardless of what happens, like 99.5 on this chart is still super insane. I actually want to see the ratio here. Japan putting off a show to send Russian Federation out of the tournament.
Yeah, very strong.
Wow.
Actually, very similar accuracies between Butanic and Rainlily. Both of them putting up insane accuracies for all Rice maps. And that it just proved to be a little bit too much for Russia to handle here. It's going to be 6-1, another 6-1 scoreline that we have in the losers bracket here. Unfortunately for Russia, going to be eliminated here in the semifinals. While we're going to get an exciting matchup tomorrow, I think. Japan versus Australia in the losers bracket, this same pool. And I think there's going to be a very close match that could potentially turn out being.
We'll see though. Especially the Elton pools. Japan has been knocking on that noodle-shaped door. I mean, that cup ramen. Actually, no, just instant ramen shaped door. And Australia, as you mentioned, that from what we saw on the previous match, I think that is Australia. That isn't Australia's proper noodle form just yet. Well, both Japan and Australia have their work cut out for them.
It's going to be a very interesting match there. But of course, congratulations to Japan for a super strong performance they're showing right now. And I believe the next match is not going to be too far away. We have about 1 hour and 18 minutes about from now. Got a couple of these matches going to be in a row here. Thailand versus Poland going to be the next one. That one also going to be a losers bracket match. So one more team is going to be eliminated from the tournament. And then right after that, a little bit after that, going to be our first winners bracket match in China versus Malaysia. So 2 matches coming up later today that I think everyone should make sure they tune into, because these ones could definitely get really, really tense.
And I'm pretty excited with the remaining matches of this weekend because I think all of them have the potential to be very close if all of the cards fall in the right hands. But you know what kind of card you should use, because we're once again telling that the Osu Mania 7K World Cup 2024 team support banners are up on the Osu store. Again, you have the ability to buy all 24 if your finances allow for it. Even the teams that have been eliminated, you can still buy banners with them as far as I know. And well, please support the teams, whether it's the country you live in or the country of your favorite players. If you happen to pick the team that wins it all in the end, you'll have that banner in your profile just a tad bit longer.
Yeah, of course. But until then, we're going to be signing off for about an hour, just over an hour. So make sure you tune back in for Thailand versus Poland here. Until then, we'll see you next time. Welcome back everyone to one more match here of the Osu Mania 7K World Cup 2024 semi-finals. I am still Potassium F here, also again with Surfchew85. We're here to cast another third losers bracket match in a row where we will be seeing one of these teams be eliminated.
We have Thailand and Poland facing each other in a match that I'd say might be closer than what their seedings imply, at least. Poland does have pretty decent players. Thailand, on the other hand, obviously has some superstars in their roster, but at least considering their form of the previous matches, they might need to perform. They need to perform very well to at least extend their campaign by one more match.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of their performances last week, if you go back and look at some of these scores from both of these teams last week, they are fairly similar, actually. There's a lot of performances where, like in both the Rice and the LN maps, where these teams look fairly evenly matched. But of course, this pool is going to be one step harder than the quarterfinals pool. And I think, if anyone, that probably does favor Thailand just because of specifically Lost School. I think this is a pool where Lost School is going to start to be able to really pop off and carry their team score.
Indeed, and especially with a lot of the higher level players in this tournament, they're going to be favoring more of the harder pools. As you mentioned, you're going to see a lot of the players getting the most out of the harder charts, really. And that's going to be the dynamic that we'll be seeing from this point on.
Yeah, and we've already seen the protect and ban coming out here. So Thailand looking to protect LN2, one that we haven't seen just yet so far. And Poland going to be banning LN1. So it looks like Thailand, the team that's going to be gunning after those LN picks, while Poland might be looking to pick into Rice, potentially. I think in general, maybe what the kind of pick strategy might be for these teams is Poland might just want to pick kind of the more straightforward, the easier maps for them to score on personally, because I think there's not too many gigantic strengths and weaknesses when it comes to Rice and LN. It's really just, is this a map that Lost School can carry? And I think there's definitely a few of those in here.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at actually maybe even Retinue. It's actually possible Thailand as well could get something out of that, despite them despite the chart being banned by them. But anyways, Poland, India, as you mentioned, are going for the more straightforward ones, and we're seeing Tinnitus, definitely the more popular of the two core scene picks we have. And we've seen some pretty good scores already on this chart over the past two matches. But this time around, though, especially in the latter third of this chart, where we saw a lot of people dropping their combos or their accuracies. Would it be the case for this one? I would think so.
Yeah, we are definitely seeing a whole lot more combo breaks than we have in previous weeks. Players definitely starting to get uncomfortable with this level BPM. I mean, 208 is definitely outside of the comfort range that a lot of people will be able to comfortably FC. 3 minutes also no joke. We've seen a fair few of collapses towards the end of the map, so I think any kind of lead is definitely losable when we get into the second half.
And we're off. Now Poland with the initial accuracy lead. I presume this will be lost in a few moments, especially with Natsuyo getting better accuracy than Bagietka.
It does look like Thailand should have the acc lead, maybe just not fully updating, but I mean by like 100 points maybe. And now we're getting into the real chord stream patterns here. Oh, big drop there from Bagietka early on here, dropping down to 99.5.
And it's a pretty messy drop for them at least, and that should give Thailand some breathing room in this chart. But Poland is well within striking distance. They just need to be careful and try to limit the drops, really. And this does not bode well for Bagietka, I would think, especially with the latter half of this chart being a bit more on the denser side.
Yeah, we're seeing accuracy drops as well from both the Dark Dragon and Bagietka, but Natsurio with multiple misses there. That's going to tie things up a little bit, but still, Natsurio holding higher accuracy, or not anymore actually, tying the Dark Dragon's accuracy. So now the difference all between Lost School and Bagietka, with Dark Dragon finding another miss, and Lost School is just powering through this.
Yeah, no surprises here coming from Lost School. They're capable of playing practically every single chart of this pool, I would think. I mean, we've seen Law School really being that anchor for Thailand over the years.
Definitely in contention, over the past few years as well, to be one of the best players in the whole tournament, especially when it comes to the middle of the tournament. These kind of mid-game picks, Law School has been performing exceptionally well on. And we can see that coming here, 99.85, the only full combo left in the lobby. And that's causing pretty much this entire score gap. We can see the Dark Dragon and Natsurio both kind of matching each other's score overall.
And like, Thailand is just going to be keeping on increasing the lead as we see a few more inconsistencies here from Poland. Like, what Thailand needs to do though is just to cruise to the end, try not to take too many risks. Because while they're comfortable in the lead, we're already seeing some accuracy drops from Natsurio, actually hitting just a tad bit earlier than they should be.
That's probably the best performance. That's probably the best ending performance we've seen from any match so far. Almost no drops. There was only just one in that second half there from Baguetka. But everyone else holding on 2,000 combo plus. And that's going to be Lost Cool with the full combo. 995k. Yeah, that has to be a Scorby 1SS.
Yeah, that's a really good score there from Law School.
Yeah, and we can actually see even Baguetka pretty much matching Natsurio's score at the end there, despite the misses. The Dark Dragon with the second best score, but it's really, as we can see, it's the Lost Cool difference. That is all of the point lead right there.
All right, now it's time for Thailand to make their first move in this match, and I presume we've been mentioning their LN ability. I kind of want to see them immediately picking vulnerability as well. I mean, it is a protect, but it's also a chart that I really find interesting. I find it interesting how Thailand will be getting, how high Thailand's team score will be on that chart. But they're going for LN3 for the meantime. Arguably their safest pick for this entire matchup.
Yeah, we did see Poland get a really good team score actually on the density last week, but it's all depends on how comfortable they are scaling that up to a map like this, more of like kind of a vocal dump almost at some points. And we have seen that one guitar solo section can absolutely destroy your score if you aren't careful.
And let's just say that there's a player in the on the side of the Thailand side that is pretty much capable of shredding that guitar solo.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a running theme this match, and potentially, for the rest of the tournament if Thailand stay in, of Lost Cool being MVP in pretty much every map. I think that is almost expected. It's up to Poland to try and match as close as possible and also beat out Natsurio.
Just a calm section really before we get into the madness of this chart. And here we go. Poland, the initial accuracy lead here, surprisingly, especially with Natsurio just starting to climb back up to the 99.5 accuracy mark, and that should give Thailand a very slight breathing room for now.
Yeah, now we see accuracy is pretty consistently high across the board. Actually, Lost Cool dropping a lot of accuracy down there. That's going to give Poland a little bit of an lead now, actually. But Baguetka finding that first miss. It is before the really dense section, though, so we'll have to wait and see. Only 1,000 points the lead. Oh, Dark Dragon as well.
Like, Poland was actually doing very well, keeping up with the accuracy before the misses came in. Baguetka finding a pretty massive drop there, and that is not a good sign for Poland.
Yeah, no drops coming in from any other players so far in this dense section here. Everyone finding it a little bit more comfortable as well. But Natsurio, that is the first break from Thailand, but traded immediately from Baguetka. accuracy is fairly similar between both teams, actually. Not a massive ACK lead for Thailand, but Bagyetka keeps finding these smaller breaks.
Yeah, and those breaks do add up in the end. And it doesn't really help that Lost School, while finding a drop, I mean, it's a fairly clean one. They're still around the 99.6 level. They have been over the entire chart.
And now everyone missing there except for Lost School on that section right there. The score lead is not growing too much, though. Natsurio did drop accuracy down to below 99%. So Bagyetka keeping up with Natsurio at the very least. Dark Dragon, though, not quite matching up to Lost School's accuracy. 99.6 right there for him.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at two veteran players. One arguably more veteran than the other. I mean, we're already looking at that performance. Somebody mentioned somewhere that Lost School is actually playing in 7K World Cups since 2014 and not missing a single one. If my source is correct. And we're
both of the
seeing
Polish players finding misses here at the last section, while both Thailand players above 2,000 combo now.
And, well, that's classic Thailand right there.
Performing better as the map goes on, and this lead has just suddenly ballooned up to 44,000 points. As we're about to see yet another Lost Cool score. 99.66. I think that was it only the one miss in the middle?
Yeah, before the guitar solo kicked in. And it was just a miss and a single LN drop as well. That is a ridiculous score there from Lost School.
That's easily the highest score we've seen on this map. I think we've seen this map being played in all our matches so far as well.
Yeah, I think like the only possible teams that could maybe top this is the match coming right after this one, and
Malaysia.
a certain match tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we've got a few winners bracket players who are also very, very cracked, but we'll wait and see. 987k is extremely hard to get on a map like this.
It is. Like,
Hard enough to
possible
combo through that map, let alone get that kind of accuracy.
It might be even possible that might be the highest score on this chart the entire weekend. It's very possible.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but right now it's Poland who really need to find an inroad somehow into this match. They have a bunch of picks left over. If they want to go back into Rice, they definitely can go for some of these. Of course, Quad Jack being something that's always a little bit of a wild card sometimes if they feel like going towards there. But they're actually going to stick with the chord stream. This is the first time we're seeing Rice 2 being played.
Yep, and this is the third match of the weekend as well. Very surprising to see both chord streams finally being picked, being used in the same match, so to speak.
Yeah, this one being a little bit denser, a little bit lower BPM, which maybe might be a little bit more comfortable for Poland if they were struggling a little bit on Tinnitus before. But the one thing that they really have to do... Yeah.
It's
and
yeah.
We are going to have to see if one of the Polish players can manage to hold on to the combo, can manage to hold on to the accuracy to try and keep close at least to Lost Cool's score, because that's really what you have to do if you want to be able to beat Thailand. You have to limit this score lead that Lost Cool can just create out of just by himself.
And here we go. The Dark Dragon actually finding a pretty messy start. The same for Bagyetka actually dropping below 99.5% in accuracy. Not really a start that they wanted for this chart, especially that it's like for chord streams really like a score gap this big usually is super close. Actually, not even. It's like relatively further than what we usually see for other matches, really. And there you go, first drop in from Baguette, and you see that indicator immediately balloon.
Yeah, it is such a messy drop as well. These brackets are absolutely brutal. If you mess up a bracket, your score is going to be tanking. Your AC is going to be completely ruined sometimes. And that is what happens here. 98.3 here for Baguette, and that's ballooning this lead up about 30,000. It feels like it's going to hit pretty soon. As both Lost Cool and Natsuria are on the full combos, as well as the Dark Dragon.
Everyone negotiating that mini core jack section. And these thrills in the break section are so trippy. We're still seeing 3 full combos here in this lobby as we enter the final third with start, where the pattern gets a bit more abrasive.
Baguette definitely increasing the accuracy back up almost to 99%, which is helping out quite a lot. This lead is not growing whatsoever, but Poland do need to hope for mistakes from Thailand's side, and well, there is one, but it's traded by Baguette. Ultimately just fine for Thailand. This lead actually grows up to above 30,000 points now. Still 2 full combos, but Lost Cool with the overwhelming accuracy advantage in this one.
Yeah, Baguette's drop is like basically drop 3 entire tenths of their accuracy from that drop. Well, Natsurio had pretty much had a very clean miss, making the trade not really matter in the end, as Thailand will be picking up their 3rd straight point of the match.
Yeah, Natsurio keeping up with the Dark Dragon as well, managing to keep those scores close, is just letting Lost Cool kind of make the rest of the lead. And this is going to be 3-0, the 2nd break point in a row here for Thailand. They get their next pick. I wonder if they're just going to go to their Protect now. I think this might be a good time to go there.
Yeah, and there you go. Well, Poland has definitely shown some vulnerability here, and Thailand is going to be exploiting that. Man, finally something stuck.
You've just got all of these queued up in the back of your mind.
Yeah, I gotta get that out of the way before Bulma Gamer does it before me.
Oh yeah, of course. But this is going to be one of the last picks that we haven't seen yet. I think that's all the Rise picks we've seen on stream now. This is the last of the LM picks that we haven't seen yet. Just the hybrids left. But yeah, vulnerability, more of a coordination focused pick, and we know coordination, typically we can see some players, if you're not super comfortable with, you can completely get lost. And when you get lost, your score is going all
also
the way down.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're seeing Kenzie substituting in for Natsurio, and I think this is Thailand's possibly their strongest LN duo in general.
Yeah, and of course Poland staying with the same 2 in their roster like they have been for the past few matches. And we'll see how they fare on this one. Oh no, that's not a good sign at the very start. Both Polish players finding an early drop and another one as well.
I mean, here's the thing, like Poland is actually a fairly decent LN coordination team as well. But with the pools scaling in difficulty, we're already seeing some cracks in the form of more of these I'd say middle of the pack teams in a way.
Yeah, this definitely does seem to be the kind of level, this level of density. I mean, we can see the level of density here. Really, really tricky to be able to hit, and Poland just barely not within their comfort range.
Thailand is just pulling ahead and just a bit more. I mean, both players getting full combos, one with ridiculous accuracy, if I say. Mind if I say.
Yeah, let's not talk about what's happening in that corner of the screen. There's Lost Cool's cooking something up there. Kenzie also with the full combo, but struggling in accuracy a little bit, but the accuracy is not going to matter that much when we have this kind of score difference. And both of the Polish players... Actually, the Dark... Oh, okay, never mind. The Dark Dragon was holding on to a fairly high combo just then, but actually Lost Cool breaking their combo.
The full LN section, the invert section, giving Lost Cool just a bit of a trouble.
And there's the last FC, Kenzie also missing. But, of course, not going to matter whatsoever. This is a dominant performance here from Thailand. 99.72. I don't think anyone else in this lobby was anywhere near that kind of score.
And it was an LN drop as well from Lost Cool. Alright.
Oh my god.
Alright.
And he was ratioing this map. He was ratioing that map. 1-7, really?
I'm pretty sure this isn't an coordination score we're seeing here right now. Like, okay, without the context of the World Cup, you just show that score screen to someone who plays Mania 7K or something like that, they wouldn't think that that is LN coordination.
Absolutely not. No, not even a chance. Like, you can see the other players in the lobby, you know, both of the Polish players struggling to hold on to combo. They were struggling to even move their fingers in the right way to keep combo, but Lost Cool was out here worrying about, okay, I need to get some rainbow 300s here, you know? Like, damn, I hit a regular 300, my axe gonna go down a little bit.
Yeah, that's something you get for having extraterrestrials in this tournament.
And it looks like we're getting a switch up in the picking strategy from Poland. We're moving away from the chord stream, moving away from the rice, and Poland instead are going to opt for the LN pick themselves.
Pretty surprising here coming from Poland. LNs definitely haven't been favored Poland though.
But based on the chat messages, I am looking at the chat messages and I am kind of assuming here Poland have maybe picked this one because they like the song.
Oh yeah, the best reason to pick a chart, obviously.
Which is fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, they could actually fish for some misses there, as we see there from Kenzie early on. I mean, it's still super early on, to be fair. But yeah, Poland needs to limit any of these drops of the Dark Dragon and Kenzie finding a trade here. But as it stands, well, never mind. I was about to say Poland holding on very well. But here we go, Thailand immediately grabbing the lead and stretching it.
Yeah, and actually the Dark Dragon and Baguetta both beating out Kenzie in terms of the accuracy. And also the misses from Kenzie earlier not helping him. But it is, once again, as always, 99.74 on one side of this screen, and misses still coming in from the Polish side. It's going to start swinging the score lead. 10,000 points exceeded in favor of Thailand. Kenzie does find a miss there. Fairly messy one is that as well. And, oh, there's a Lost Cool miss.
And no more full combos left in this multiplayer room. But I don't think that really matters as it stands because consecutive misses from both Polish players. Is this going to make Thailand's lead bigger and bigger?
Yeah, that was a rough section there for Poland. They really did lose quite a lot of accuracy there. And 30,000 points now. Kenzie beating out both of the... Okay, there's the drop. But Kenzie beating out both of the Polish players' accuracies. Despite the misses.
Yeah, the mini jacks kind of giving everyone problems here, I think. Meanwhile, Lost Cool is getting a mid 99%, 99.5. And look at the accuracies of the other players, like a full percent. Like a full percent and some ahead Lost Cool is. I just sounded like Yoda right there.
But yeah, misses still coming through. Struggling as we're getting towards this middle part of the map here. And it does feel, you can kind of feel the fatigue coming through from some of the players, especially with the non-stop shields, the jacks, the mini jacks everywhere, can really start wearing on your fingers.
Yeah, I mean, like these battles are not exactly the friendliest to play anymore. Like you're basically playing like a very technical chart, so to speak. You're being asked to hit patterns that are not exactly, not comfortable at all, I think.
But there's definitely one person who looks like they are super comfortable here. Kenzie also putting up a massive combo now in this second half. And Thailand looking to run away with this one as well.
Yeah, just hitting match point in style. Like only a pretty early miss here coming from law school, and then just shredding the entire short after that point. Man, don't say it's an Ellen drop. It's only an Ellen drop. All right.
It is. He just doesn't miss. Only the 50s.
Oh boy.
And that is going to be match point achieved early here. Bagetka actually beating out Kenzie's accuracy, matching his score pretty much there. But, yep, 982k. And now Thailand's going to have to pick probably a hybrid, because their last LN pick was taken away from them.
Okay, so there's still a hybrid 1 and hybrid 2, and Thailand is opting for hybrid 2. I'm actually pretty excited for this chart to be picked in the tournament just because of the nature of the chart itself.
Yeah, this is the one that does get faster and faster as we go through. We can see BPM 400 there on the display.
Yeah, this is not the big black. Just to note, BPM 400. All right. I guess like a comparable thing to, like something comparable here. I think maybe Delta Max or something like that.
Yeah, Delta Max is the
Like
the all-time classic.
Yeah, the way the chart just speeds up. The patterns do get simpler in a way to compensate for the BPM difference. But again, simple patterns, even super fast, simple patterns at that BPM do get uncomfortable.
Yeah, make it as simple as you want. 400 BPM, I'm not hitting that. And we'll see if the players can handle this one as well.
And here we go. This chart, by the way, is by E.T. Jinjin. And I think this chart is pretty much made for ETs. I mean, patterns are actually pretty simple. Again, we're actually seeing that, but now we're feeling the change in pace here. Poland is starting to pull ahead, actually, surprisingly, especially with Kenzie finding a drop just a few moments earlier.
Yeah, and actually Bagetka is keeping up with Law School's accuracy. They're basically tied there. The Dark Dragon holding on to a 99.4 as well. This is definitely a Polish lead right now, but we can feel it. It's getting faster and faster. These full combos are not going to last very long.
Unless, I mean, there's one of them down. Only Bagetka and Law School left, and Law School actually has a better accuracy, relatively speaking. Kenzie's accuracy, though, is way below. Like 0.5% off the Dragon, but a full miss! A full miss from Poland there, and that gives Thailand the lead, but Kenzie finding a drop there. This lead is not safe at all.
Oh, but the double miss again. Both Polish players missing in sync with each other. And that's giving Thailand the lead. The accuracy lead was in favor of Poland before, but now with Bagetka dropping down in accuracy, Law School now once again topping the lobby, 99.6.
Yeah, just casually gaining accuracy as the BPM gains speed, alright. I have no words.
Last quarter here. And Kenzie managing to hold on to the combo despite the lowest accuracy in the lobby from Kenzie. The combo game has managed to keep Thailand well in the lead so far on a lot of maps. But that is going to be a miss there. That might be an opening. But actually, no, the map's over.
Yeah, like,
never mind.
Everyone everyone negotiating that speed section at the end, except for Kenzie, unfortunately dropping that final note. And what a way to gain your 6 point, your winning point for Thailand, Law School, with a very clean FC right there.
Very
Just
close
being the
performance on that
MVP.
one, though. This one, though, Baguetka very nearly matching Law School's score. You know, without those couple misses from Baguetka, you would have to imagine that this could potentially have been a Poland breakpoint. But at the end of the day, Thailand managing to pull off the 6-0 sweep, and they're going to manage to move on in the losers bracket. Unfortunately for Poland, they are eliminated from the tournament here. But a good performance from both teams, I think, throughout this tournament.
Indeed. And Thailand will be waiting for the winner of, I'd say, a pretty spicy matchup with Canada and Brazil, if I am not mistaken.
Oh, that is going to be a really exciting one there. And I think also Thailand versus the winner of that is also going to be an exciting matchup to see. I think we've got a lot of bangers lined up in this losers bracket right now. But before we move on with any of those losers bracket matches, I think the next match that we're going to have coming up in a little bit is going to be one of the winners bracket matches that we're seeing for the first time this weekend. It's going to be China versus Malaysia, seed number 2 versus seed number 3, which is going to be an extraordinarily close fight, I would have to imagine here. That's going to be in about, I think, 2 hours from now.
Just under 2 hours, I think.
1 hour 58 minutes. So yeah, 2 hours. 2 hours from now at 15:30 UTC. So make sure you come back for that one, because I think everyone's going to want to pay attention to that potential tiebreaker. I'm just calling that outright right now.
It really depends on the strategies. I mean, what? China versus Malaysia, like, both teams are very good at noodles, both teams are very good at rice. This might be one of the rare matches that we won't be seeing the rice versus noodle dynamic. And I hope it's going to be that way, actually.
Yeah, make sure you stay tuned for that one. But we are going to be taking a 2-hour break now. So make sure you come back after whatever you do in the next 2 hours to watch the next banger. And we'll be back then.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Mania 7K World Cup 2024, and in here we're going to be on the semifinals round between two countries, namely Team Japan and Team Australia. These two countries are very interesting to me because we see Japan here, who has a long history of being really good at 7K and rhythm games in general, and Australia, albeit really good as well, have really made a name for themselves on this tournament, and I think this is their furthest performance so far. But before we go into more of the specifics, I'm Bulma Gamer PH76, and joining me on the commentary booth is going to be Potassium F. Hello, how are you doing today?
I am super excited. I've been looking forward to this potential match all week. I think this is, slight bias. I do love both of these teams, but I think this is the match that I've been looking forward to the most coming into this weekend. And of course, in the losers bracket, only one of these teams can continue forward. Both of the teams have very exciting rosters this year. In particular, we see Botanic coming in for Team Japan that's really boosted their Rice capabilities, and Australia with their basically an entire roster revamp. They've gotten pretty much their best players possible for this one, and they've been performing very, very well. I think, you know, despite Japan having such a strong showing in the Rice picks so far this tournament, this one I think may just end up going to tiebreaker.
And man, I am so excited to see like how this is going to go. You did mention how we have Rice, Elements, and all that, but that being said, my biggest concern here is, of course, Japan's consistency when it comes to Rice. But let's not forget, players like Botanic are also capable of playing some of these long note picks. I think I'm more concerned about stuff like Ghost, because that's the thing that Japan should be theoretically able to get a point on. And honestly, Revolt also makes a lot of sense. So Australia protects LN1. I don't really think there's any other option.
That is a very good protect in particular, and kind of onto what you said as well, Japan being the higher seed, they have had the better performance all around. They can play the hybrids, absolutely, and some of these element picks as well, but I think despite the little bit of a seed gap we're seeing, I think Australia is kind of the perfect matchup against Japan as far as their skill sets go, because Japan being an all-in Rice team, Australia is kind of the opposite. Australia, while they can play Rice decently well, it's not quite up to the same level as some of these other finals or semi-finals level teams, but their LN ability is extremely strong, and I think kind of what we're going to see in the first few picks here, I think we're going to have a fairly uneventful first few picks as far as, you know, the score lead is concerned. I think Japan should very comfortably take their first picks. Australia should really comfortably take their first picks, but getting into those hybrids and those less comfortable Rice picks, that's going to be where this match might be decided.
I expected a Retine ban, because Retine is something that Japan, I do think, would have the best accuracy, at least among everyone that's not named Korea. Honestly, arguably even better than Korea. So I would have also expected Tinnitus, but Zik actually also works, because it's sort of like Tinnitus, but different.
Yeah.
I guess that's the best way to describe it. So first pick gonna be Japan. I wouldn't be surprised if they went Rice 1. You wouldn't want to go for Rice 4 immediately? Okay, well...
No, you do. So here's the thing about the Rice picks is that Japan have the overwhelming, you know, consistency, accuracy lead. This should be, I mean, just saying it straight up, this map should be a stomp from Japan. But what you said before, you know, Rice 1, I actually think is the one map that Japan should be not picking until the very last, because we saw Japan play Rice 1 the other day, and they did actually mess up a fair amount. They can choke the combo a little bit, and their scores, I think Australia can beat the scores that Japan put up yesterday on Rice 1. But something like this, something like Tenatus as well, that should not be in question, I don't think. I think Japan can afford to miss as much as they want on something like this. Their sheer accuracy is just not beatable on this one.
And it's true. But okay, looking at this, so we're seeing My Angel Zla. I'll just say, look, I'm just gonna say for the simplicity of this, I'll just say Zla. So we say Zla and
Zila. Zila is the pronunciation I've been told for that name.
That's Zila?
Yeah, apparently.
Okay, Zila and Oct 4. I mean, seeing Zila here is interesting, because I do think Korjak is their forte whatsoever. Oct 4 being the more well-rounded player of the bunch, but Japan having Botanic and Rain Lily. See, the thing is, if Botanic can get a really good rack on that, Rain Lily has the potential to match it or even get higher, actually. We've seen some of the Rice maps, I think it was Tinnitus, where Rain Lily had the better ratio than Botanic. That being said, that's a totally different map from this.
Yeah, the chord jack pick, usually in most scenarios, chord jack can be seen as kind of risky because both teams can get high accuracy. You did mention Zila can put up really high ratios themselves. Oct 4, very good with the combo, but that said, for Australia to win this, you know, Japan's going to have to make a mistake, and I do not think we have seen in this entire tournament Japan looking uncomfortable whatsoever on these picks. They have looked too comfortable on these chord jacks.
I mean, Botanic is the one who has the record right now. I believe Botanic has a 999.2k, and actually right now they are underperforming in comparison to that. But here's the thing, Australia having a decent double 99.8. The mere fact that I even say decent is insane, considering how many teams struggle to be consistent on this map.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of chokes on this one, and we see Mindful Zila finding the first break, dropping down to 99.5%. Butanic's actually dropped the accuracy down a little bit, but still well above Team Australia right now as another miss. Oh, both players from Australia finding the misses now. This lead is going to start growing pretty large.
Well, to be fair, this is the Protect of Japan, so you ought to expect that this is something that Japan is very proficient at. Right now, the mere fact that 99.86 is the lower of the two, it goes to show how much Japan is really ahead of the curve when it comes to chord jacks and all that. This consistency is kind of unfathomable, really, considering how many teams in this tournament struggled on this map.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of rare to see Japan even drop a 200 on these ones, let alone a miss. They have not missed on a single chord jack pick so far, and they've played this one before. I think they got like a 999 and 997k, and it's looking like we're on similar kind of pace for this one as well for this Japanese team score. And I mean, against something like that, you know, you can see why they protect it, why they feel so comfortable. I just don't understand how they're managing to put off these scores on the chord jack picks.
Zila gaining a few acts, same with Oct 4 actually, but it's just not gonna be enough when Japan, despite being at 99.9, is still slowly increasing that accuracy. We're watching Botanic right there gaining slowly but surely. It's just not gonna be enough to make Japan shake at all. 35,000 does not look that much on paper, but that's definitely a huge difference.
Oh, they're human. Perhaps Botanic finding a miss, but just too little too late because the accuracy is still well above both Australian players. I don't think that is going to matter whatsoever for Japan, but that is one full combo out here for Rain Lily. It looks like going to be locking away this one towards the end.
Oh my goodness, 998k for Rain Lily. I think at the previous time Japan played this, Rain Lily was the one who made the mistake, and now it is their turn to get the V1SS. Meanwhile, Australia's ratios are actually, that would be good enough to beat like literally almost all the teams that played, or not really almost all, a lot of the teams that played, but man, that consistency is just unmatched as of this moment, especially with Botanic. I would say Botanic actually underperformed compared to what they did, and if that's considered an underperformance, that's scary.
Yeah, and that's what I mean when I say like some of these Rice maps, even if Japan kind of colossally mess up, they're still comfortably in the lead. That score from Botanic was way lower than the score that they got yesterday, but it's just the, you know, the ratio, the consistency. Even if there is a mess up, there's so much score lead that's built up purely from that act that it really just doesn't matter at the end. And now we're going to see Australia pulling out their Protect right away as well. This is definitely the pick that I think they have the biggest advantage on as well. We're going to see Luca, of course, coming in the LN specialist for Team Australia. And also, Australia does know what Japan gets on this. Japan did play it yesterday. I think they struggled a decent bit trying to hold on to the combo as well.
I mean, of course, I don't really think anyone expects Japan to be that proficient when it comes to slow LNs. Because think of it this way, I mean, Japan, the rhythm game that Japan is mostly known for, at least on the VSRG scene, it's definitely BMS, and BMS is a rice-oriented game. So you kind of really have to expect that Japan on rice is going to be far ahead of the curve. But Ellen is going to be a little bit of a problem here. Though that being said, I think Japan is keeping their rice lineup on this map.
I'm trying to remember. I don't think Rain Lily played this yesterday, but looks like they're going to be staying in this time. So no switch outs for Japan here. Interestingly enough. But yeah, of course, My Angel Zila being the Rice player switched out for Luca, who is the LN player in general. So I think this one should look pretty good overall for Australia. We'll see if Japan can pull off a better team score than they did yesterday on this one.
Well, hopefully they are going to get a better score. Because I know Japan certainly being aware of what Australia could get on this. If they were paying attention to the previous matches, that is, would certainly practice this map a lot. And it's kind of showing actually, because Rain Lily's the one with the highest accuracy right now. But okay, well, what did I just say? Sure, that was the highest accuracy a while ago, but consistency favors Australia slightly actually.
But actually, you know, Rain Lily's still with that highest accuracy, despite the misses there. But I think Australia overall having the better accuracy across the team, because Botanic dropping down to 98.5 is the lowest right now. And with the extra miss on Japan's side, this is a lead that's growing in favor of Australia as the map goes on. Not a very long map. We're only already halfway through, and it's a 10,000 point lead for Australia.
Ruka gaining accuracy on this section. Like, this has a lot of short LNs with density mixed in them. What makes this really difficult is, of course, the added aspect of speed and like LN physicality to an extent here to your typical release map. So it's kind of really density section inserted into that. So not only are you getting 200 baits, but we are also seeing potential choke points here. Now at the last quarter.
Oh, and there's the last full combo gone.
That's a massive drop, but it's not gonna matter.
Yeah, right now it looks like Oct4 and Botanic both trading. Well, they have the same accuracy, same scores there, but Luca is beating out Rain Lily with that accuracy. 99.3 on Luca's, leading the charge of the entire room, but it's only 10,000 points the difference. And this ending section can be brutal. Rain Lily is the one that first finds the miss here in this last section. It's going to give Australia a much safer lead going into the last couple seconds, and it looks like Australia are going to manage to close out their own pick.
That was very scary. If I'm not mistaken, this was actually Australia's protect as well. Yep. So answering a protect with another protect. Very interesting strategy, and I think it certainly worked. But what gave Australia this win was... Actually, it was definitely the miscount. Literally 3 to like... Actually 0-50s as well. That's something very big, because LN, especially in 7K, are 50 baits. Not to mention Ruka getting the highest score in the lobby by a big margin certainly helped their case on winning that.
Yeah, Luca crushing that one overall with way higher accuracy than everyone else is what solidified that lead. But now we're back to the rice pool. Japan always going to be taking it back to here whenever it's their pick. And this mixed rice pick, we saw Australia play it last time as well. Japan knows Australia's scores, but I don't think that matters either way. I think Japan, no matter what, are going to be favored on all of these rice picks here.
I mean, they could really be favored, but they still have to perform really well, because I've noticed, I think this was the one map where Oct4 had a really good ending. Like, we saw these players getting just much better at the second half than ever. So I am very confident in Japan's ability to close it out and have a really good start to make the difference already stated. And that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, early miss from My Angel Zila there, not faring the best in the intro, dropping accuracy below 99 just briefly here, but Botanic actually finds a miss on the side of Japan, traded by Oct4, and look at the difference in the accuracies, even though it's so early on in the map, 99.7 for both of the Japanese players, while Australian players are both down below 99%, 20,000 points just out of the intro for Japan.
this is really going to be an LN and Rush battle from what we've seen. Core Jacks, like we've already seen how Core Jacks went for Japan, and technicality just seems to be much more in Japan's favor than the Core Jacks. Because at least in Core Jacks, Australia still had a very decent set of accuracies. But right now, they're sort of struggling on that department, while Japan is clearly ahead right now, and it's like there's just a clear difference. And another miss. I think that was the first miss on Zila, actually barring all of the full combos on the Australian side.
Yeah, only one full combo left in the lobby on Rain Lily. And I mean, even if they break it, just the accuracy difference is gigantic. More than 1% for each player on Japan. And it's just the level of comfort. Just being able to get accuracy on these patterns is just insane. And Australia not faring so well overall, still finding the misses. And 75,000 points, not recoverable whatsoever.
Yeah, and my goodness, this accuracy is just far ahead on Japan's side. We see another miss from Mach 4, but Rain Lily finally finding a mistake on the streaming burst, but it's not gonna matter anymore. Like, these streams just benefit Japan in every single way. Mix that with Core Jacks and you get a recipe for success. 100,000 points of difference on the side of Japan, just really dominating this pick. 105,000 points. That's a massive difference. If you were to add the 300 counts of the Japanese players together, I don't even think you're gonna be matching Zila's ratio. It's still lower by a very little amount. Just goes to show, just really goes to show how scary Japan's Rise ability is.
Yeah, and they can afford to miss as much as they want though. If they can hold these kind of ratios, these kind of 200 counts, they are chilling on some of these Rise picks. And I think they still have a couple more that they can go to. I think, you know, the Tinnitus later on is probably going to be, I would imagine, the next Rise pick to come out. And then also the tech pick as well. Japan still have a couple of them left, but Australia now, it's their turn to come back. And I think there's a very clear pick here for Australia. I think LN4 is definitely going to be the next one. And it looks like they are going for it as well. I think what you said at the start of the match is absolutely correct. I wouldn't want to be facing Japan on LN3 at all. I think Japan are very comfortable on that kind of density LN. But this one, we've seen massive collapses from a lot of teams on some of these, like the tornado patterns, I think we call it.
Well, it could definitely happen. But something tells me Japan actually, like, there's something different about Japan's playstyle right now. Something tells me they're slightly more consistent. And wait, are we seeing Oct 4 here? Or wait?
No, yeah, we're seeing Oct 4. 100% Oct 4. No chance that my Angel Zila is playing this one. And I think we are going to be seeing Oct 4 in for every map. I think that's going to be the pattern here for Australia.
Look, I'm just really concerned about something. Like, I have a feeling, I really do have a feeling that there might be a chance that Japan might actually take a breakpoint off of this, because there are a lot of technical patterns. Though it's really going to be up to Australia to stamp their chances on getting the next point with these technical patterns just showing up here and there.
Yeah, there's a lot of shields in this one, a lot of like mini jack kind of patterns that are involved within the LNs. So we've seen a lot of mistakes there, but at the same time, Japan did show their scores on this yesterday, and I think Australia should be very comfortable trying to beat those ones. That said, I do think the LN score from Japan was better than what they showed yesterday. So if Japan are feeling a little bit better with the LNs here, maybe they could put up more of a close fight on this one, but we'll have to see. Butanic with an early miss there on the intro, not faring so well on these one-handed patterns, and all dropping all the way down to 97%.
Yeah, that's already a scary start for Japan. If you're already down 10,000 points at the very start, then it's just gonna keep on growing if you're not careful, because the start usually one of the easier parts, and Sana finding a drop. Fatigue already probably kicking in, but Oct4 finding a miss back. So here's the thing though. Oct4's miss was much cleaner than any of the Japanese players, so that just benefits Australia by a lot.
We're seeing, remember the accuracies from Rise 6, we're seeing this completely mirrored now. Both Australian players are an entire percent above the Japanese players in terms of the LN accuracy. So Australia looking way more comfortable on a pick like this, and they're bringing this lead up to 25,000 points already. Butanic finding another miss, they're still the full combo on Luca.
The mere fact that we're seeing a full combo at this far on the map, it's very impressive. However, man, Botanic and Ensign have some work to do. And now we're approaching a break. This honestly doesn't feel like that much of a break section, because there's a lot of potential misses here, especially if your hand just starts to destabilize there. But right now, still
one hand patterns. Oh, there's the miss from Luca. Last full combo gone. Oct also breaking.
That's what I was talking about. And right now, Botanic, the only one who actually held there, surprisingly. It's these patterns that I'm very concerned about. Oh, but never mind. It's gone. What a massive drop from the Japanese side.
Big accuracy tanks as well. Multiple misses. Ensign are still finding misses there. Maybe running out of steam towards the second half of the map now and dropping below 98%. While we still have two players on Australia, even with that miss from Oct4, they're still above 99%. Butanic finding another miss, trading with Oct4, and Oct4 now dropping in a little bit of an accuracy, but 50,000 points, this is more than comfortable.
That was a lot of misses from Oct4 actually, and honestly it's the only reason why this lead hasn't really ballooned to what it could have been. But if you were to look at side to side, like what you mentioned, this is the exact same story of what we saw in the Rice pick so far. I just forgot to mention, but Luca performing, doing a really good job holding that combo on those patterns. Like you saw those sort of Dorito patterns like what you mentioned. Australia's clearly benefiting from that. And once again, now we're at the final part. Can Australia hold on? I think they will. 60,000 points, a little bit too much for this sort of a time period, and there we go. 62,000, Australia taking it. Despite Oct4 getting the lowest run count, those misses really hurt. One miss on a map like this though, what can you even do about that?
Yeah, Luca is really feeling himself today. I think he's performing very well. Oct4 as well, both with 99%. And we can very clearly see the dichotomy already. Japan dominating some of these Rice picks and Australia winning out the LNs at the same time. But now I think now we're getting into the point in the match where the easiest picks have been pushed aside. We've already gotten Japan's best picks out of the way. They still have, I think, one or two more that they can go for. And they're actually going for the tech pick before Tinnitus, so they're leaving Tinnitus as their fourth. But I think after this is where we're going to get into the real interesting part of the match. Because I think Australia, despite looking really good on the first two LN maps, I think they're starting to already run out of room. There are less LN maps in the pool than there are Rice maps.
Yeah, I mean, you want to go for a technical pick this early on, because if you do it later in the match, fatigue is gonna start to kick in. And I think Japan just wants to be more comfortable while their stamina isn't really running out yet.
And it looks like we have Luca staying in for this one. Luca also being able to play some of these Rice maps as well. But question is he able to keep up with the likes of Butanic and Rainlater? I do think that misses are almost expected from all players on this one. I don't think we're seeing FCs or very insanely high accuracies coming out here, but I think that suits Japan just fine, because I think Australia is going to be the team to struggle a little bit more than Japan when it comes to these technical or weirder snapping in these patterns.
And I can definitely see where you're coming from there. These patterns are brutal. Having Ruka and Knock 4 on this map is super interesting though. I would have thought My Angel Zila would have come in. Given the nature of this map, this is something that I thought, Zila would have come in for, but maybe Australia is going for the accuracy consistency gamble here. It could be a high risk, high reward because you did mention Ruka's been performing really well right now. However, if Ruka plays some of these Rice maps, I would be afraid of one thing, and that's their fatigue really kicking out. And if that happens, their LN picks are going to be much more risky than ever.
Yeah, that is definitely a big factor of the match, especially when we're getting into very close matches like this. It looks like it's going to go on for a long time. Oct4 finding the first miss of the lobby, dropping down below 99% as well, while both Japanese players around 99.6, holding that AC lead as well as the combo lead now. Oh, and there goes Lucas as well. Both full combos on the side of Australia gone. Both Japanese players holding on to the full combo themselves as we're getting into the second half.
Something tells me though, there is a hole right now. Sure, it is 99.6 and 99.5, but Australia's accuracies aren't too far behind. There is a clear difference, but it's really that consistency. That's the reason why the lead is just ballooned together. But man, I forgot to mention how consistent Japan is right now. Literally 49,000 point of difference, and they're at 99.57. Both players are at 99.57 right now, by the way. On a technical map, that is.
And, oh, I was just going to say, okay, I didn't say it in time, so no curse there, but Rain Lily does find the break. Full combo's gone for Japan, but it's not going to matter. It's just too late into the map. Despite that late miss, we still have Butanic on the full combo. 987k that was, I think. Clean full combo with only 8 200s. And not much can be done if you are Team Australia there.
Everyone in the lobby actually got a 99, which is already very impressive on its own. I think... Wait a second.
What do
What's
you
going
think?
on?
Oh. Wait, well, I think we had just some players leaving the lobby, some weird stuff going on in client. But Australia's pick now. What do you think Australia will pick? Because I already know what they're going to pick.
Honestly, 24 Evo S is a good pick as well. Ghost is way too risky right now. Maybe
I agree. I completely agree there.
I would go with either Synthesis or 24 Evo S. I would say go for the From's pick actually. That's the most logical one because of how many technical patterns there are, especially on the long note side. I get that there's Rice parts there, but if you're going to go for an Ellen pick, I think you might as well do it later in the match. Because that's when players really start to get tired. And, oh! Okay, hybrid is gonna be the way to go, and I agree. I agree with the hybrid pick right now. It's just, I don't think this is the pick to make.
I think Ghost is very... I did actually expect Hybrid 2 to be coming out. I think that one does have some fairly tricky LN coordination kind of patterns involved as well with the Rice at the same time, but this one, more of a tiebreaker style kind of mixed pick. It's very long as well. So this is where Australia is going to start kind of gambling in a way, because this is within the realms of breakpoint potential, I think. Japan are very strong at hybrids, even though they're not quite as good on the LMs. This is not a full-on LM map. These Rice sections in this map, Japan can absolutely make up the difference and try to come back.
They definitely could, although I am really concerned right now about the status of the Australian team. Where are the other two players? Like, we're normally going to be seeing Oct4 and Ruka in this kind of pick.
Other players just kind of in the background meditating, making sure that they're in the right mind state. But of course, we are going to get Luca and Oct4. There should not be any other potential lineup here.
All right, there we go. I was getting nervous. I was getting really nervous. As for Japan, okay, putting in Rain Lily, honestly, and Sana makes a lot of sense as well. But given that they had a 97.8 effort on one of the maps, I think it makes sense to put Rain Lily in. But at some point, you gotta be a little bit concerned, because I get it, these maps are probably within the realms of their physicality, even if they're tired or not. But player fatigue means so much more than what it seems like. Like, at first, it looks like you're able to hit them, but as time passes by, you don't know already how tired you've gotten from playing all of these heavy maps.
I think the problem for both teams as well is that now that we're so late into the tournament, and neither team can really afford to underestimate each other, these maps are getting hard. This map in particular, this is one of the hardest maps in the entire pool, so I don't think you can afford to put in any player that's not as comfortable on it. So neither of these teams, I don't think they can make any substitutions, even if they wanted to. And we can see, oh, that's big drops at the very start from Rain Lily there on some of these LN patterns.
98.2 already at the start. Wow, this is actually an amazing pick from Australia. Attacking Rain Lily's weaknesses early on. They clearly studied their opponents right now. Very good sign of things to come. But here's the problem, Botanic is still matching them. And that's gonna be good news for Japan if they can keep this up, because there's a lot of difficult patterns here, and like that, Oct4 already finding mistakes, but Rain Lily trades one back.
Yeah, a little bit in favor of Australia for now. We still have one FC on either team, but it's Oct4 beating out Rain Lily. That is the main difference maker. Rain Lily finds another break. These LNs are just so uncomfortable. And Luca, the FC for Australia, is gone. Very, very clean miss though. And it's still actually Luca in the lead as far as accuracy is concerned, but another one coming through. And this score lead might start shrinking a little bit.
It's 11,000 though, so it's not gonna immediately shift. Not to mention, this is almost 4 minutes. Botanic finally makes a mistake. That's a double consecutive miss on Japan. But Oct4 trades one back. It's only Ruka who holds on. Wait, that was a massive drop from Rain Lily on that pattern.
And look at that, Oct4 with a bit of a slip up during the break there, but shouldn't matter too much. Still hold, okay, that one might matter a little bit more, but Oct4 still holding well above Rain Lily's accuracy. That's the main difference maker here. Luca and Botanic both kind of matching each other's scores, both on the 99.4. But now we're getting into more Rice-focused patterns are going to come into here, and it's whether or not Australia can hold on to their combos and their accuracy through these. Another miss from Rain Lily.
Yeah, it's these kind of misses. These misses mean so much. Another one. I think they're either releasing too early or too late. But I can't really tell, because right now, the consistency from Botanic and Oct4 and Ruka, everyone else is able to hold on. And that minimal difference from Japan is gonna mean so much to Australia right now.
$18,000 points. Lead is looking good for Australia. Oct4 finds a clean miss there. Not going to affect the score lead too much.
Oh my goodness. This is too close for comfort. That Rice pattern certainly benefits Japan. Another miss from Ruka. And another miss from Australia in general, I meant. But I don't think it's gonna be, I think it's still comfortable for Australia to hit. Now we're seeing some inverse patterns and tactical long notes. Ideally, Australia is able to keep this advantage. But Botanic, that consistency. Rain Lily has stabilized as well. Never mind. Oct4 trades one though.
Yeah,
another one.
Look at this act though from Rain Lily. It's growing really fast, up to 98.76 through that Rice section. But here's the LNs again. Rain Lily finding another break, might drop a little bit further down. And Australia, they're just crushing these LNs throughout this entire map. Rice sections don't matter. Botanic finding the miss as well after that big combo. Oct4 trades it, but trades are just fine. It's still 17,000 points and we're at the end of the map. Luca finds a couple, but it's not going to matter, I don't think. It's just too late.
What a massive clutch performance from Ruka. Like, I saw that combo. When Botanic finally dropped, Ruka took the charge even though Botanic is the highest score. Oct4 did their job, beating out Rain Lily. It's those 50s once again. Japan's inability to reduce the 50 count is hurting them a lot right now. But Australia's physicality, that's been their issue. So it's a matter of control versus the ability to play the difficult parts. That's really what's going on right now. And now we're seeing Tinnitus, which... Ooh, this map. very straightforward. Chord stream pick. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised Japan goes for this.
Yeah, we saw Japan play this yesterday, and their ratios were inhuman. This is a map that Japan just eats for breakfast. I think by far their best pick out of the two remaining here. And this should be Japan's probably their last really comfortable pick that they'll be able to get. I think they have a clear advantage on this one yet again. And I'm just trying to think about it. We saw both these teams play it yesterday. I don't think the team scores were particularly close if they performed the same as they did before. I do think Australia has been playing fairly well today, though, compared to yesterday, so maybe they can put up a little bit of a fight, but even with misses, we're still looking at Japan potentially getting, higher than 980k scores, and that might just be a bit too high of a mountain for Australia to climb.
Yeah,
We'll see, though.
I mean, regardless, I'm honestly still really nervous because, see, the thing about Japan is they've been playing slightly better when it comes to long notes right now, and that's a good sign for them. Meanwhile, Australia has kind of really played the same on LNs, but Rice seems to be something that they're falling off a little bit on. So Japan right now has the advantage overall. But if Australia can keep that LN performance, it's certainly going to be a chance for them to take this. Zila finding a drop in this early section is not going to help their cause though.
Yeah, it's not a good sign missing early on in Tinnitus, especially because we know this is a very stamina draining map, especially as it gets into the second half, where the patterns get even denser. We've seen players collapse at the end, but if you're collapsing at the start already, not a good sign, especially, looking over the other side of the screen at 99.91 for Rain Lily, 99.84 for Butanic. They are finding this so comfortable, and now Oct4 dropping the combo as well. This lead is going to start growing massively in favor of Japan.
Yeah, I mean, Japan, they're very much known for their Rice proficiency, and it's showing how much they're really able to capitalize on these kinds of picks. Australia, on the other hand, while physically they're certainly able to keep up, it's that consistency and accuracy that they're really lacking. 98-99 is not bad at all, but it's certainly a sign of physicality drop.
Yeah, 62,000 points. We're in a little bit of a break section, so get to recover the stamina just a little bit. Not too much though, because this second half is going to be fairly brutal for any players that were feeling uncomfortable earlier. But that does not seem to be Japan whatsoever. This is, oh my god, these accuracies are insane. Rain Lily does find a miss, unfortunately. Cleanest miss I've ever seen though, still at 99.83 after those two. And it is not going to make even the slightest dent in this score lead. It is actually increasing still. 70,000 points now in favor of Japan as Zila gets another miss there. Oct4 as well. This map is done.
Yeah, that's about it. Rain Lily fighting another drop. Two of them, but it's not gonna matter. Japan is going to be taking this another comfortable point as Botanic getting a 99.85. Very consistent. I'm not even surprised anymore at this point.
That's going to be a 995k, I think, from Butanic with that accuracy. Rain Lily was holding even stronger ratio, I think, as well. There's, when there's so little, mistakes coming out from Japan, such tiny amounts of drops, you can see, 209 300s from Rain Lily, 321 with the almost SS from Butanic. Such small mistakes that Japan makes, and I don't think there's barely any team in the world that can really capitalize on anything here with this level of accuracy from Japan, and they managed to take their fourth point. No breakpoints have been seen after 7 maps in this one, and I think this is going to be a big map next for Australia. They've been winning their own maps, but I feel like as the match has gone on, it's becoming slightly closer, especially now that we're into some of the hybrid picks potentially. I think hybrid 2 is decently likely to come out. I do think Australia is probably going to be wanting to avoid Hybrid 1. I think that is a map in particular that Japan might be doing really well on.
And yeah, Hybrid 2, yeah, this is the pick I was saying before. This is something I really think Australia can get.
Yeah, this one as well, speeding up as the map goes on as well. So by the end, we could see some chaos when it comes to combo breaks, act drops, everything like that could come out. So any lead is not quite safe until the very end.
Yeah, this is sort of like a map that just goes faster and faster and faster. Don't let the 400 BPM deceive you. It's only like I believe it's actually slightly slower, and then it just starts to get faster and faster and faster as the time passes on.
Yeah, and of course we will see Australia. I don't know what they've been doing this every single like LN hybrid pick, right? My Angel Zila's just chilling in the lobby by himself, and then ends up leaving, and then Octor and Luca come in. I wonder that they're having like a team meeting or something like that between the picks.
Yeah, it always feels like some disconnect happened and it just gets scary. But I guess that's the case, indeed.
And one of the points that you mentioned earlier is about the stamina of the players. You know, after you kind of go through so many of these maps, it does wear down on you a lot. But I actually think that maybe Japan might be the team that might end up, you know, feeling the stamina a bit more, because we've seen Butanic Rain Lily have been playing pretty much every map, almost every map so far in this match. Whereas Oct4 has been playing everything, so maybe we'll see some stamina issues from Oct4, but Luca and My Angel Zila interchanging in and out. I think they're managing to conserve their stamina a little bit as this match goes on.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. They're really pushing for it. I think Japan's mindset is just trying to have the best chance of taking points off of Australia. And while I do like that, it's a very risky move. Man, fatigue has gotta be kicking already. Though to be fair, the same can be said to Oct4. Luca's the only one who's really subbed out for My Angel Zila, and Oct4, on the other hand, is one who usually is the other player in the right.
And we can see the speed ups happening already. All 4 FCs on the table as we're seeing these short LNs starting to mount up. No one finding any breaks yet, but this score lead is very, very close.
I think it slightly favors... I don't know who it favors. Okay, wait. If we were to look at the average, it does favor Japan very slightly. But we saw the same story on Japan versus Philippines a week ago, where we saw Japan taking a small lead, but once the second half hits, Philippines took it. And now, knowing how Australia did in the second half of the maps, we can hope to see the consistency from both teams, because man, it's scary. Oh, that's a bigger drop on Rain Lily actually. These LNs benefit Australia. I retcon? Oh, yeah, there we go. See?
There's another miss from Rain Lily, dropping an accuracy down to 99.0. Now the ACK lead in favor of Australia, and these misses are still coming through from Rain Lily, finding less comfort as this BPM is increasing. These LN patterns start ramping up, and 11,000 points still not that comfortable. Could go either way. We're still seeing one... Well, actually, the only FC is actually from Butanic right now. Luca finds another miss. That might make things pretty close as we're getting to the ending. Hang on a second. Oct4.
Oct4 finding a drop. This could change. The LN density starts to get crazy. This is when things could really change. Can Japan secure a break point? The right section...
1,000 points, but Rain Lily finds a miss at the very end. I think that might decide it. Don't forget about the last notes.
Wait a second. These last notes could change it. Can Botanic secure the full combo? Yes! Oh my goodness! What looked to be peril for Australia! Rain Lily at the very end, fighting a few misses, that gave Australia the point.
Man, Butanic is so scary. When we get to these hybrids, you cannot count Japan out whatsoever. But both of the Australian players, wait, they're within 41 points apart from each other. What the exact same accuracy, same miscount, same 50s. What is going on that team? They are exactly the same player. They've just cloned themselves.
Oh my goodness. Oh, they're going for Rice 1. I'm not surprised with this pick as well.
Oh, this is their only pick. There's no other Rice map, and there's no way Japan picks a hybrid or an LN pick, right? This is Japan's last pick. Both teams are going to get one pick left. But that said, I think this is the best opportunity that Australia, or probably the only opportunity that Australia will ever get for a breakpoint against Japan. So if Australia don't want to go to the tiebreaker, they're going to have to win this one right here. And it's possible. Japan looked a little bit shaky on this one yesterday, finding a few misses in the second half.
That being said though, Australia has also been shaky on tactical picks. You saw Rice 5, I believe that was the tactical Rice. And Rice 1 is just sort of that, but that isn't really the main focus of that pick. So, in reality, this looks to be something that really favors Japan, even if it's something that they're quote-unquote weaker at compared to the rest of their Rices.
But yeah, here's the thing though, I do know Australia's scores on this one, so I do think they can absolutely beat at least Japan's scores yesterday if they perform exceptionally well right here. They're going to have to get a double full combo though. I think that much is guaranteed if they want to try and win a break point. If Australia break combo, Japan might just end up winning just through their sheer accuracy alone.
That's definitely true. But yeah, accuracy accuracy would really favor Japan, but consistency is what can really change this.
Oh, that's not the best of starts for Rain Lily, but it's very early on. Within the first 200 points, it's not going to matter too much. I think they can still regain the lead pretty shortly just through accuracy. As we can see, Botanic off to a very good start. Rain Lily increasing the AC once again. Both Australian players off to a good start as well.
Yeah, and right now, wait a second. Australia having the lead, but Ock4 finding a drop. Okay, this could actually be really close. Oh, wow, both teams have been trading punches to each other, but Botanic's advantage from everyone. That's what's giving them the lead right now. It's really just Botanic.
Yeah, we have 99.4% accuracies on Rain Lily, Ruka, and Oct4. Botanic is the only one above, and I think all four players have missed exactly once. So in terms of combo, it's pretty much tied. The accuracy is just Botanic though. That is all of this lead. 5,000 points only. One miss is more than enough to switch this one in favor of Australia, but this second half is going to be pretty brutal.
Oh, here we go. Speed really starts to pick up. Rain Lily finding a drop! Ock4 and Ruka trying their best, but that accuracy advantage from Japan is really showing. Although it's starting to get smaller. If we're seeing any more mistakes on Japan's side, this can go to Australia, but the accuracy rate I think is too strong for Japan. Like, they're just killing it, and Ock4 finding a miss is not helping their cause again.
Actually dropping from Luca as well, down to 99.1. Botanic is still well above the rest of the lobby, 99.62, and the misses have stopped. Japan are not giving anything over anymore. They're looking to run away with their last pick here. 100 at the end for Botanic, not the miss that Australia was looking for though. 15,000 points, close towards the end, but Japan managing to get away with their own pick once again. 5-4 now. Australia get the last pick. They want to force this tiebreaker.
Is it weird to me that we actually saw a very close Rice map? Like, the mere fact that these players are capable of almost, I don't know, like most of the Rice maps have been so big in difference. And right now, Japan really almost lost this pick.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. Japan not looking the most comfortable being able to FC the speed pick, but whereas Australia can hang with those kind of speed scores. I think that is one of their best Rice skill sets. But in the end, goes Japan's way either way. And now Australia get a bit of a choice here. This one's a rough one. I think both options are not maps that Australia particularly wants to pick against Japan, but I think they might end up defaulting with LN3.
I don't think Hybrid 1 is safe. I think I gotta go LN3, yeah.
But that said, both teams did play LN3 yesterday, and Japan actually, I think, got a little bit higher of a team score. But maybe Australia, thinking that they're playing better today, I do think they are overall playing better today than they did yesterday. So maybe they feel confident enough to go with that one. I don't think Australia's comfortable on Hybrid 1, though.
Yeah, they're getting for the timeout. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Gotta take the timeout, take a deep breath. I have a feeling Australia was probably not expecting this to happen.
No, I think Australia did, like kind of speaking to some of the, I know it's a bit of insider information in a way, but speaking to a lot of them throughout the week, they did think that the only way that they are likely to beat Japan is through the tiebreaker. I know they have been putting in the work practicing the tiebreaker in particular. So this has been the plan, and it's worked out for them so far. They just need to get one more map on the board to be able to reach that last stage. But this is definitely going to be the hardest one. I think Japan are looking so comfortable on Ghost.
I think Ghost is like the best option here. Really, I just really think it's Ghost. That's the only option. That's the only sensible option.
Oh, but it is going to be so tight. I think Butanic got an extremely, what did Butanic get last time? Like 971k or something like that on Ghost. Maybe I'm making that number up, but I remember very high scores coming out from the Japanese side. They don't feel as uncomfortable with the LN density compared to some of the more technical LN picks that we've already seen.
Okay, I'm gonna take a sneak peek at their scores. Alright? So, Australia played against the United States around the same time here, but Japan played their match a few sorry, I can't speak properly, an hour later or so. So, that kind of gives context because playing at different times could be different. So, let's see. Okay. Ghost was indeed selected. And who has the higher team score? It's actually Japan,
It's Japan, I think. Yeah.
Japan that has the higher team score. Okay, that is going to be terrifying.
I think Australia have to, I think they're kind of backed into a corner here. I think they have to pick LN3 and they're going to have to rely on themselves performing better than they did yesterday. I don't think they can afford to perform the same as they did, even though they had really good scores yesterday. They're going to have to really lock in for this one.
And here's the problem. I apologize for interrupting you.
No, it's okay.
Because I just noticed something big. I don't know how to pronounce this, but Hybrid 1 has never been selected. So they don't have information in that either. So this corner is huge right now.
And it is going to be the last LN pick being picked up. Australia saved this one for last because they are not quite comfortable in beating Japan on it, quite frankly. Ensana going to be switched in. I do believe Ensana played it yesterday as well. So we are, of course, going to get Luca and Oc4 for Team Australia, Butanic and Ensana. And this is going to come down to the wire, I think. A lot of these patterns, especially during like the guitar solo section of this one, has massive potential for huge breaks, huge accuracy drops. And if any player, any of the four players, ends up struggling on one of those sections, I think that could absolutely decide the match right here.
Well, let's see how this one goes because, yeah, they really have to pop off on this one. And, I mean, 15,000 is not that big of a difference. That's just like 8,000, roughly 8,000 of a better performance from the Australian side for each player.
And I know throughout this match, we have seen Luca has been performing above what we would expect from him as well. So I think Australia is looking quite good, but the problem is so is Butanic. I think Butanic, especially on some of these LN picks, have put up some scary MVP performances.
Man.
I think we're just waiting for the last players here to be switched in for Australia. My Angel Zila, should it be moving out in favor of Oct4?
There we go. This is the last pick. The last normal pick. Is that even how you say it? The last normal pick? Because the tiebreaker is technically still counted as a pick, right? The last normal pick is here, which is gonna be Ghost. And what a pick it is to end the normal picks. Man, do I hate terminology sometimes.
Yeah. Regular pick, normal pick, yeah, I don't know, what else would you call non-tiebreaker pick? I guess you could just say pick. No one picks the tiebreaker. That's forced upon the players.
Okay, that's fair. Fine. This is the last pick of the match. And again, we have to see the best in everyone right now. Completely fatigued, tired, and everything is on the line right now.
And I think this is also Japan's best chance at being able to take down Australia as well. This is probably the map that I think they might be more comfortable on, but Butanic, not a good start there, finding an early miss. Still above 99% though. But look at Australia's accuracies, 99.7 for both of them.
Oh my god. See, the thing about this match is, why do I just really feel like this has gone back and forth in so many ways. Which, if this were played on a different setting, like let's say yesterday, this could have swung even further on one side. It's just really dependent on the performance of everyone right now. And I feel like, man, everyone's performing at their best. But Oct4 finding a drop! Matching Ensana's accuracy still. But, oh, that's a trade, and I think that actually benefits Japan. More
look
than
at Oct4's accuracy right now. 98.5, dropping a whole % of accuracy in that one section, finding a little bit of almost a column lock it looked like there, and finding repeated misses as well. Oct4 misses again, 6,000 points in the lead for Team Japan, but it's still not a massive lead.
I mean, Oct4 finding more misses. See, look at this. Ruka has the advantage over Butanic, but oh, never mind! That's gonna be massive for Japan. Unfortunate. But wait a second, Butanic trades one back. We have to see more on the Japanese side though, because we're going to be seeing more of these stream picks, and I think this benefits Japan because of the physicality aspect.
Yeah, another miss here from Oct4. This lead is almost 20,000, but there goes Japan. Multiple misses from both of their players. That lead has shrunk really quickly down to just 10,000 points within striking distance. Now Luca beating out Butanic in terms of score. It's all between Ensana and Oct4, and Oct4 has been the one to miss a little bit more.
It's not over yet, but Oct4 finding a drop, not gonna help. Like, if we see more of those streamy LNs on the side of Japan, it could really be painful. Australia doing everything they can, but more misses from Oct4. It's just not helping. Here we go, final stretch of the map. Are we gonna be seeing a tiebreaker, or will Japan secure the only break point? Oct4 finding another miss. I think, unless some massive drop happens, that might have done it.
Oh, multiple misses from Australia. That might be it. 20,000 points. Japan are just looking so solid on this one. Not missing enough for Australia to be able to take back the lead. It stayed the same the entire map, it feels like. All the hard parts gone. I don't think there's any opportunity left.
Unless we see some misses on this release or sort of section. But the lead's sort of shrinking actually. But that's it. The winner is going to be Japan. Oh man, that's very unfortunate.
We were so close to seeing a tiebreaker.
Even if Australia got their score yesterday, this would have still been Japan's point. But Ruka outperformed their performance, and man, Australia was so close from sending to Japan to tiebreaker. But it is what it is, and they've done a really good job taking the most important points and really almost closing it out. If we were to look at solely the 200 points, Australia actually wins that. It was those misses that really killed the momentum.
Yeah, I think the nerves at the very end, this being the last pick, I think really ended up shaking up Oct4 just a little bit too much there. But a fantastic performance from Australia, fantastic performance as well from Japan, managing to win it in the end. And we are going to see Japan moving forward to be in the top 6 next week in the final stage.
Oh man. Congratulations to Japan for being one of the finalists of this tournament, and for Australia, very close to that run, but unfortunately fell a little bit short on the last pick. Fatigue kind of really kicked in, and regardless, I think they have to be proud of themselves for how they performed.
Yeah, I think this is by far Australia's best performance they've ever showed in 7K MWC. And I think, you know, if we get these players next year showing up, they could definitely make a really deep run. But for now, it is Japan's time, and they're going to continue. I think this Japanese team is looking stronger and stronger by the week as we're getting into harder and harder maps. I think, in particular, Botanic is really starting to warm up to these LN and hybrid picks in the late stage. So I'm looking forward to seeing how far they can go throughout that losers bracket. But don't go anywhere, because you can see what's coming up very soon. In about half an hour, we are going to be seeing the other winners bracket match being played, South Korea versus the Philippines, and that is going to be a rematch of grand finals last year. So make sure you stick around for that one. I am very excited to see that.
Oh, I'm very excited to see this as well. I do think it's gonna be a very interesting match. This is the other winners bracket watch, I believe, in this tournament, other than China and Malaysia. We've seen a couple of 6-4s already. Sadly, not a single tiebreaker yet. Maybe this one is the one that we're finally gonna be seeing a tiebreaker on.
Perhaps. We can only hope to pray for a tiebreaker at some point. Of course, the Osu original is such a great song as well, so I want to see it being played at some point. But for now, I think we're going to be signing off for a little bit, and we'll be back in 27 minutes, so make sure you stick around for this next match. Welcome back, everyone, here to yet another match of the Mania 7K World Cup 2024. In the semi-finals, we're here with a winners bracket match, South Korea versus Philippines, a rematch of last year's grand finals where Philippines did end up winning. But we do have a little bit of some roster changes for both teams here. I'm Potassium F coming in once again, commentating alongside SurfChew85. How are you doing today?
Hello. And as you said, a rematch of the 2023 Grand Final. These two teams have had some history already in the 7K World Cup. I think I think everyone should be aware of like 2019. These two were the grand finalists. You had 2022, which which had a very close match. Around same round as well in the semifinal. And obviously what we had last year, and there were also some showdowns between these two countries. So before even 2019, some of the names that we're actually seeing here are pretty familiar as well for over the past editions, and it's going to be interesting to see how everything will shake up, especially now that I think South Korea is out for blood.
Absolutely. South Korea looking for revenge, and they have an even stronger roster than last year, with Han Jae-hoon in particular coming here to bolster up their LN abilities, which is where Philippines were really trying to attack, at least for last year. But this year, things might be a little bit different. Philippines, of course, no longer having Berry, who was one of their strongest players for last year's Grand Finals match. But they still have Kura, and Kura is more than good enough to keep up with some of the best in South Korea here. I think what it's going to come down to is maybe one of Philippines' second players, either Sani or lack points, Arona, for most of these maps, you would have to imagine, whether or not they can keep up with South Korea's second player. I think that's going to be the main deciding factor for most of this match.
Indeed, and I think for the Philippines really to pull through here is just get that second player out. Just get that second player really perform very well. South Korea will be going guns out blazing here. I would definitely see Dresser and Han Ji-hoon perform very well on these charts that are practically catered towards their skill sets.
Yeah, absolutely. As the rounds progress, you can only imagine South Korea getting stronger and stronger relative to the other teams. Philippines, of course, their players are going to fare pretty well with the late game. They can all play these late game maps or harder maps very well as well. It'll all come down to the individual consistency, the accuracy. Any chokes that we see are going to matter all that much more here. And it looks like we've got a few in. I believe it was Philippines protecting LN1 before. We're going to see the last page being protected. Obviously mapped by Filipino as well, yourself.
It's kind of weird to see Philippines protecting my chart. They usually end up banning it, for the record. It's so weird.
But it looks like the intentions are being made clear here. Philippines wanting to go away from Rice 4, so we're not going to be seeing South Korea put up ridiculous scores on the core Jack pick once again. Japan being gifted the #1 team score for this weekend, it looks like, on core Jack. But LN2 being the ban for South Korea, it looks like they're not looking to go into more of the LN coordination type picks, so maybe that protect from Philippines might end up paying off.
Well, we'll see how things shake out in that end. But for now, I think, especially at this stage of the match, like I think everyone's just going to see like how everyone will be performing. And here we go, South Korea actually going for hybrid 1. Have we seen this the previous match actually?
I was gonna say I don't think I've seen this being played at all this whole weekend. I think
this might be the first time this actually gets picked.
I think I wasn't around for the Canada-Brazil match, but other than that, yeah, this has definitely not been played in any of the other matches, that's for sure. So, interesting to see this being picked out like right away as well. First pick from South Korea. Really strange to see someone go for the hybrid picks, but I guess this is also just South Korea saying there is no weaknesses. There's no weaknesses. There's no particular strengths for South Korea to play into. They can play whatever they want. As long as they're comfortable with it, they are free to go with whatever. And they're going to start off with an interesting one. We don't have any scores from other teams to really compare to for this, but we are going to get Han Jae-hoon and Dress-up. That is a terrifying pair from South Korea.
Well, arguably South Korea's best possible pairing here for the hybrids and the LNs. And I think we might see the nuttiest team score of the weekend if everything falls in place for them.
And of course, if anyone wasn't aware from last week, OG-san in the top right is Kura. That is just a name change there. So Kura being in alongside Sani as well. We're going to see an early break here from Sani, dropping down to 98%. That's going to give South Korea a little bit of a lead early on.
Just a background as well. Over the past year, ever since the 2023 Grand Final, those who are not aware of like the scene, especially for the mania in the Philippines, Sani is the defending Philippine national champion for 7K, and I think we should be seeing more of him really in this environment, like these higher level charts. Usually, Sani is a guy who would perform very well on harder and harder stuff. As you see, Han Jae-hoon finding the first round for the South Koreans this match. But I think it's pretty uncharacteristic for them for the meantime. And obviously, there's Dresser carrying the 99.21 FC. Oji-san, currently the best scorer in the multiplayer room, and I think that's pretty much expected from these two superstars.
Yeah, actually one miss from either side. The only lead that's coming in for the favor of South Korea is in that accuracy. Although Kura is beating out Dresser, Han Jae-hoon is beating Sunny by even more. Sunny falling behind the other three players in terms of accuracy at 98.5, but close enough. So this lead is nothing too massive. Only 12,000 points. This is definitely recoverable, but Philippines are looking at South Korea to try and like make a miss at some point, make a mistake, because this lead is not going to shrink by itself.
Well, that's really the caliber of South Korea in 7K in general. Like, there's a reason why they dominated the scene over the past years. Only had two misses, one in 2016 and one in 2023, and I think, especially the recent loss last year, they're definitely showing that, we're here, we're going to dominate you, and we're going to make sure that you won't recover anything. And they're already seeing that in something that, with respect to the Philippines, is actually going to be performing very well on.
Yeah, there was another fairly clean miss from Sani just earlier. Still at 98.4 though, and look at the accuracies of the other three. They've been rising throughout the entire map. Sani finding another miss, unfortunately going to raise that lead to 30,000 points, but ultimately doesn't really matter that much. Oh, there's the last FC for Philippines gone, and we are going to be seeing South Korea taking this point in the end. I think even with that miss, it was a little bit too late there, and Kura is going to actually get the MVP at the end despite the miss.
Very unfortunate miss there in the end for Kura. But that's it. South Korea will be grabbing the first point, and at least for the Philippines, they should at least find some comfort actually with possibly LN1 or LN2. Really depends on how they'll be approaching this match. If anything, they need to avoid the rice picks for now.
Yeah, I wonder if Philippines decide to go straight for their Protect, which was the LN1. That might be an idea for them to come out here, because against a team like South Korea, you can't really be affording to save picks for later. I don't think there's very many picks that Philippines are going to be comfortable fighting South Korea on in particular. So I wonder if we are going to see one of these LN picks come out early on.
And we're just waiting for their decision.
Yeah, it is kind of just it's kind of a rough situation for Philippines to try picking in this match, because it feels like none of the options are particularly safe, right? If you pick LN, well, if you pick Rice, obviously you have Dress Up and YZ, terrifying combo to contend with, but LN, we've got Han Jae-hoon here as well. So even though this is Philippines Protect, South Korea is going to be looking to try and breakpoint this one. We are seeing the same two players, Kura and Sani, staying in for Philippines, which makes sense here. But Dress Surf switching out, maybe YZ going to be the one to substitute in here.
And YZ will be coming in indeed. This is actually a pretty nutty pairing here for South Korea. They've been mentioning in the chat at least that they might find some problems with the Ellen release pick. Ojisan and Sunny, presumably their main Ellen team for this match. I'm actually surprised that Arona isn't coming in for the Ellen picks, especially for these lower ones.
Yeah, I do think Arona has some very, very high scores on some of those coordination release focus maps that we've seen in the past. But regardless, it is going to be Sunny staying in here. This one that has a lot of risk of missing, a lot of risk of collapse in a lot of these parts, because patterns are not very comfortable to hold combo or get good accuracy on at all, despite being a little bit slower than maybe some of the other LN maps.
And there's also this section at the final third of the chart where I think most of the score swings will be happening if it will. Very good start here from South Korea, actually carrying like higher accuracies and on average. Oji-san and Sunny holding a pretty consistent around 99.5, and Oji-san uncharacteristic miss there. And that should give South Korea some breathing room.
Fairly clean though. 99.4 is still very high accuracy there from Kura, and it's maintaining this lead, or kind of reducing it to just 6,000 points, 7,000 points. But a second miss there. Sunny finding another one. That's both full combos now gone for Philippines. This lead, although not massive just yet, the accuracy lead is still fairly close between the two teams. So a couple misses from South Korea could definitely swing this back the other way, but that's if they decide to miss. And so far, they're looking very consistent as we're getting to the halfway mark.
Yeah, this section, you'd think that some of them might trip up, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that. And now, to the more LN coordination-like section. Everyone holding on to these notes very well, literally.
Yeah, Surf trying his best to try and throw out a couple of curses, but not quite working with any of these players. And
I wasn't trying that. Anyways, I wasn't trying that. Both South Korea is still holding on to their combos, actually same for the Philippines as well. On arguably the hardest section of this entire chart, no one getting really unfazed. We're not seeing any major act drops. Sunny still Sunny, unfortunately, though, at that 99.2 level, finding a drop somewhere. Finding up somewhere before the beginning of the section, and Oji-san dropping their combo as well at the end. And
are we
South
seeing
Korea
a two-way FC? That's insane. Yeah. 983k on both of the players. Han Jae-hoon and YZ crushing this one. Despite it being Philippines' pick, and we can see why. These Philippine scores, this beats out every other team that we've seen on this map, surely. But not South Korea. This is why South Korea's #1 seed. Breakpoint very early on in the match. 2-0 up, and now they get their own pick.
Yeah, that's a very, very nutty team score there in general. Also, that 200 count from Han Jae-hoon. Something that we expected from one of the best LN players in the entire roster.
Yeah, not just the roster, the entire world. I feel like there's very few players that can even hope to match up to some of the scores that we've seen Han Jae-hoon put out throughout the entire tournament. And it just so happens that some of the players that can compete are on the South Korean team as well.
Yeah. And, like, also to YZ, like, how do you even ratio this? Can you give me tips?
I wish I was as good as YZ. But it is going to be South Korea now. I wonder what they're going to go with now, because they started off with a fairly unconventional hybrid pick. I wonder if they decide to keep going with those hybrids, or instead, yeah, they're going for the Rice instead. Rice 1 being picked up here.
A very good pick here from South Korea. And let's just say that Rice 1, I'd say, might be the most difficult skill set, I think, for the Philippines to deal with in the Rice picks. Unless if for some reason the Philippines has that a second player that could keep up with Kura on these delay patterns.
Yeah, and Kura can definitely put up some good scores on this one as well, of course, but this was South Korea's Protect for a reason, and when I think of, these kind of delay speed stream patterns, I'm thinking Dress Surf is the one to look out for here. Definitely one of those players that can put up, like, ratios on Rice maps that you should not be able to get. Like, ones that just shouldn't happen. And I'm wondering exactly how high that's going to go in this one here. But that said, we have seen a few chokes even from strong Rice teams on this one. It's possible to manage to drop a fair bit of score just from a small mistake here. Looks like there was a bit of a disconnect earlier, so we're going to be loading up the map once again.
You mentioned chokes from major Rice teams. One that I could remember vividly is the one from Britannica on the earlier Japan match yesterday. But still a very impressive score. And obviously, I think the score to beat, if any of Dresser or YZ is aiming for topping the chart leaderboards here, is to look out for Chiwi's score from yesterday as well.
991k, right?
Yeah. How?
I wonder. I don't know if that's possible to beat, but we'll see. If anyone does, it is going to have to be one of these Korean players, or maybe even Kura. But Sani off to not the best of starts. Early miss there, dropping down to 98.4. And South Korea off to a nice start themselves.
And that's not even yet the main meat of this chart. It'll be coming in a few moments from now. Well, to be fair, it's an early miss. Like, anything can still happen. But what are these accuracies from Dresser and YZ? Alright.
They are going for ratio. They are just straight up going for ratio on these. But a couple 200s coming in, so dropping that accuracy a little bit, but way above both Kura and Sani right now. Sani in particular struggling a little bit more with the accuracy, down at 98.5.
Yeah, a full percent behind their teammate. But that's really what to. But again, Dresser and YZ among the best players in the entire world. It's going to be interesting how they'll be dealing with the second half of the final third of this chart, where the balance get a bit more funny. Ooh, an unfortunate miss there from Sani. Before we even get to the section, something to note, Sani is actually hitting pretty early, which is not helping their accuracy at all.
Yeah, act drops from both Dressup and YZ, but definitely not enough to counteract those misses. And this score lead is just growing larger and larger by the second. 53,000 points right now, as we still have 3 full combos in this last section of the map.
Yeah, like, I think, like, regardless, really, like, whatever score you get here, like, these are very, very high scores. Like, some of the highest that we'll be seeing this entire weekend.
That's a
And
double
there you
FC
go,
for South
Korea.
Korea. Oh, that is
still super consistent.
That is so. Why are they so comfortable on this? 987, 986, and that's a team score that no one is going to be able to beat ever in this tournament. Kura also managing the full combo, 978k, very impressive there, but not quite enough in this scenario. 3-0 for South Korea. They're winning all of their picks so far, and it's up to Philippines. They are going to need to pick wisely here.
It's time for the Philippines to make a reply. They're going for Ghost. Alan City pick. I mean, they'll have to stick with these Alan picks and hope that something happens. Something happens in their favor, obviously.
Yeah, we've seen a fair share of collapses on this one as well. A lot of combo drops, a lot of accuracy drops, definitely possible towards the midsection of this map, but I would say the same thing for Rice 1, but South Korea didn't budge there. I wonder whether or not there will be any mistakes coming out from South Korea, because that is really what Philippines has to rely on at this point. Looks like we are getting a switch out. We're going to see Arona coming in for the first time for Philippines.
Yeah, so I think this is a bit more expectedly for Philippines. Carrying this LN team, at least from what I've seen really over the past few months, Sunny would be fitting more towards like sometime later in the tournament, regardless. Though I guess presumably Allen won. Maybe possible that Sunny has a better score than Arona when that rolled around. I guess the Philippines just really needs to get that optimal lineup really with, especially with facing a team that has rest of Han Jae-hoon, YZ, and Outlast. All right, yeah,
Yeah, it is a stacked lobby all around here. But Philippines, the pressure is on them to try and perform up to the standards of South Korea because they're just showing a performance that, quite frankly, is just unbeatable right now. And we'll see as we're getting into this one, some dense patterns coming after this early intro section. Everyone faring fairly well on it at the start here. But, actually,
there's OG-san finding a very unfortunate drop at the beginning. As much as I want to say that is still very early in the chart and anything could still happen, but if you're at least from what we've seen from both Wrestler and Han Jae-hoon, they're very in form. I think we should be expecting a very nutty team score in general from these two, and you cannot really afford to find any drops if you're the Philippines. Though that's a good sign though, Dresser finding a drop there.
And this
that
lead,
should balance this out.
Very small, only 1,000 points in the favor of South Korea. They have the accuracy lead, that's what's doing it. And now we're getting the real density parts of this map. If there are any drops from South Korea, this is going to flick over towards Philippines instantly, but both teams are going to have to hold on if they want any chance to be able to take this point. No one tripping up at all.
South Korea actually gaining more of an advantage in that sequence. I think I saw Han Jae-hoon actually increase their accuracy as well throughout the chorus section. And just a minor accuracy drop from Arona. But South Korea is starting to become a bit more comfortable into this chart as it keeps on going. Both Wrestler and Han Jae-hoon actually still gaining accuracy. Let's see though if they'll be able to maintain that in this guitar solo. Arona finding a drop at the beginning. And that is not a good sign.
Yeah, second drop as well. No drops coming on the side of South Korea. They're crushing this right now. How are they maintaining their accuracies as well? Han Jae-hoon is still on 99.7. There's no way you miss on
finding
that
a drop there on the break
after that whole section.
Yeah.
How do you miss on that? Oh, well, okay, whatever, Dresser. But this is going to be still not affecting the score lead.
That is definitely a top Mania player problem. Just hit a very intense 16-bit, 32-bit section with Ellen Walls and all that stuff, and then miss on a single note on the break section.
Yeah,
definitely a top player problem.
But Arona trading here with Dresser, both of those players missing, but that is just fine for South Korea. They still have this 13,000 point lead. Still the full combo alive on the side of South Korea with such high accuracies across the board. Actually, Kura matching the accuracy of Han Jae-hoon. But Arona finding one too many misses throughout that break section, and that's still causing this decent point lead in the favor of South Korea.
And South Korea just needs to take this home now, trying not to find any additional drops if just for the leaderboards, I would think. And there you go, South Korea grabbing their 4th consecutive point with a full combo, a very clean full combo there from Han Jae-hoon.
And not too far behind actually is Kura. If it wasn't for that slider break in the first kind of 30 seconds of the map, Kura would have had an even better score as well. But yeah, it is Han Jae-hoon with that MVP, 988, 980. There's 3 scores above 980k in this lobby, and I'm not sure. I'm trying to think back. Have I even seen one 980k score in any of the other matches? Maybe not.
I think this might be the highest score. We'll see that once the player stats roll around. But I don't think that score will be getting beat. Like with the remaining matches of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think we only have one match after this, so definitely looking like South Korea dominating in the team score department. And 4-0 now. That was Philippines' pick again, so second break point in favor of South Korea. Now they get their own pick, and they can keep going with Rice. They looked very, very comfortable on Rice 1.
Okay, so if we're South Korea, like if you want to keep the dominant form, I think their best possible pick is Rice 6. I want to see their score also on Retinue as well. But regardless, I think they should be fine the rest of the pool really. Like something has to happen, a miracle has to happen for the Philippines for them to even score a point here in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely on the back foot right now. South Korea fully warmed up into this tournament. And we are just waiting for South Korea's pick. They're thinking about it a little bit. They're not sure what to go for. Maybe too many good options on the table. But actually calling for a timeout instead. Wanting to discuss a little bit more. And, I mean, hard to say that any of these picks are bad. You know, we've seen on both of the LN maps being played, we've seen them win on the hybrid, we've seen them win on the Rice as well. They can pick anything, and I would just sit here and nod my head. I would agree.
So apparently, I think the timeout is mostly just to fix a few issues with some client lag, I think.
Client. So what the scores that we just saw with client lag is what they're saying. Okay.
Is that what they mean? Like
I mean, maybe that explains the dress surf miss. Maybe we would have seen 2 FCs for South Korea, which is a crazy thing to say, but that's the kind of level that we're looking at here. Oh, Rice 2. That's interesting pick. We've actually seen almost every team so far has been avoiding this pick so much because it is a very uncomfortable set of patterning here. A lot of brackets involved.
And not just that, the charting in itself is pretty, let's just say it's, like for a core team chart, compared to what we see over the previous rounds and also for the previous World Cups as well, this is the more out there kind of chord stream. And I think a theory I've been holding is that South Korea might be avoiding Rice 3 because they know that Oji-san is likely to find Rice 3 easier to get through with a very, very good score. Arquin as well. I know Arquin has been working on their Rice over the past few months as well, so South Korea might be wary of that. Playing safe. I think they're playing safe in a way, despite their dominance really in this match.
And interestingly enough, we are seeing Han Jae-hoon staying in as well. YZ not being switched in for a Rice map for what feels like the first time in a few weeks. But of course, Han Jae-hoon also very, very strong at the Rice picks as well. We're seeing good start actually for all 4 players. Han Jae-hoon with an early miss.
Uncharacteristic miss there from Han Jae-hoon, and that does give the Philippines some room to breathe here. Actually, I think this is the first time that they are actually carrying the lead in a map for an extended period. This entire match, and Arquin finding a trade, so that gives the lead back to South Korea.
Yeah,
and Han Jae-hoon has already recovered
here. Yeah, actually dropped from Arquin down to 99.1, while, as you said, Han Jae-hoon already reaching about 99.5, 99.6 range. But whoa,
that's a massive drop of the bracket.
Oh, that was rough. We saw
man.
the 50s in that one. More than 0.5% in 1 second being dropped there, and that's gonna flip the lead right away to Philippines. But look at this accuracy once again. Han Jae-hoon is building it back up really fast, and it's already above Arquin's.
And honestly, like, if the Philippines wants to get once they get this point, they need to maintain this consistency, even increase its accuracy, especially if you're Arquin. Especially Hanji, who's already back at the 99 point. Well, dropped back to the 99.1 level, but you see how Hanji Hun easily recovered accuracy.
Yeah, he absolutely has the accuracy here, just not the comfort in holding the combo. Arquin finds a miss, but that's very clean. That one, though, might be enough to actually give South Korea the lead. And another miss from Arquin, the repeated ones. Now this swings all the way back in South Korea's favor, and if they just hold on, this might be the win for South Korea on this one. They're going to need to hold on to the combo for a little bit more, though.
Yeah, like, I think those misses really from Arquin on that very dense section, basically putting a nail in the coffin for the Philippines this chart. And there's no time anymore.
Oh, I saw the misses coming through there. I saw those misses. But traded at the end, and it was the two players that we did not mention through the entire map. Dresef and Kura both matching each other's scores, having 994k each. Kura with 0-200s is just absurd.
Yeah. I mean, I told you, Ojisa is like one of the strongest score stream players here in the entire roster, actually, possibly in the entire world. And we're seeing that, but still, though, how do you get 100 and no 200s?
Like, you know, brackets.
This is not the
brackets are the answer.
This is not brackets, but
you can mess up. Okay, maybe this is just me being a bit of a noob talking here, but brackets are very easy to drop 100s on, I feel.
I mean that is true, but usually when you see that score like high ratio 0-200 100, you'd associate it with core jacks.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But despite that performance, it was kind of cancelled out by a Dresef's score. So the Han Jae-hoon ended up winning over Arquin, and that's what ended up with South Korea taking their own point. That was the closest map we've seen so far, and it was South Korea's own pick. Now Philippines gonna go back to the hybrids. We're going all the way back here. And they need to win this one because South Korea on match point already.
And I mean, I guess this might be a reverse situation of the 2022 semifinals between these two. But the circumstances are very different. The pools are harder. And you have two players who are actually in form right now for South Korea. Philippines definitely has a very steep hill to climb.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we are going to have YZ being switched in for Dresef right now. Of course, this one being a hybrid map. I think Han Jae-hoon in particular is going to be looking more comfortable on this one than he was on the Rice map earlier. Philippines looking to keep their same roster that they had just before.
I think this is a pretty good lineup for the Philippines and for this pick in particular. Basically, just trying to counter what South Korea has. YZ and Han Jae-hoon actually are very strong overall players. And I think for the Philippines, this is one of their stronger possible all-rounder teams, especially at this stage of a tournament. Well, anyways, here we go with this chart. Something that increases in speed every 4 beats, from 100 BPM to 400 BPM.
Oh, early miss there from Kura, but a fairly clean one, all things considered. It's actually Arquin holding the lower accuracy, 99.2, and the ACK lead in favor of South Korea. It's going to balloon the lead up a little bit.
Actually, I just want to give a shout. I want to give a shout to YZ's accuracy here, like just getting the mid 99.7. All right. Like, how do you act this?
Shout out to South Korea's combo as well. I'm trying. But it is still going to be the 3 full combos that we're seeing for the other players. Only the 1 miss so far for Kura, but this one does get faster and faster. So as the speed really kicks in, we might see some mistakes coming in from either side. It's only 10,000 points. Not that big of a gap between the two teams right now.
Series of 200 series from Han Jae-hoon actually dropping their accuracy just a tad bit, but like the score in general is still the score gap is still increasing here in South Korea's favor of Arquin, despite the whole combo actually getting the lowest accuracy in the entire room here, and that keeps on giving South Korea the advantage that they need.
Oh my god, I can't believe players are still holding on. What's going on? 3 full combos still, and we're getting into the last section of the map. Surely now someone manages to find a break. But if not, South Korea is looking like they're just going to start running away with this lead. 16,000 points. There's
Well, there you
YZ.
go. YZ finally dropped.
But that's just
But
too
that's
late.
the end of the chart, though.
Yeah, the map is already over. And too little too late for Philippines here. It is going to be South Korea winning in a clean sweep 6-0 over Philippines, taking their revenge on the Grand Finals performance last year. And actually, at the end of things, despite the miss, actually, Kura with the MVP, it looks like, just from accuracy alone.
Yeah, like despite the miss, really. And I think with that, the losers bracket has just gotten a bit more spicier from this point on. Meanwhile, congratulations to South Korea booking their place in the winners bracket final, guaranteeing themselves top 3 in the tournament for basically the 8th or 9th time in a row. Basically, all of the additions to the 7K World Cup that has happened, and we'll be facing Malaysia for a spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, there is a lot of matches. All these matches left over that we're going to be seeing coming up next week are going to be really intense, I think. 2 of the teams now already decided for the podium, right? South Korea and Malaysia both guaranteed top 3 right now. It's all going to come down. I think the losers bracket is going to be an absolute bloodbath next week, because we're seeing what Japan, China, Philippines, all of these really strong teams. Only one of them can make podium now.
And there's still one more spot in the final 6 that we'll be seeing next weekend that will be determined this weekend, and it's a pretty spicy matchup as well. We have Canada and Thailand. Canada looking to make history to become one of the first Western Hemisphere teams to actually reach the final stage of a 7K World Cup. Like, yeah, gotta emphasize that. And Thailand hoping to get back to the final stage that they haven't, I think, over the past, like, they haven't for a while really made a notable run. So both teams having something to prove, and that should be coming at around like, I hope and there you go, at 14:30 UTC.
So 3.5 hours, just about 3 hours 20 minutes from now. Make sure you stick around for that one. That is going to be our last match of the weekend, of course, as well. Right after that, you can expect a map pool showcase for the finals. So just the last 2 streams this weekend, and we will have our matches for next week decided. There are going to be there's going to be so many cool matches next week for sure. But this one as well, Thailand versus Canada, this is a big one, and I am not sure who I think has the upper hand in this one in particular. So make sure you stick around for that match in about 3 hours.
Well, if you guys want to show your support, I mean, there's a way we can do it. Do you know what it is?
I don't know what it is. What is it?
It is the fact that the Osimania 7K World Cup 2024 team support banners are up on the OC store. You can buy all 24 of them. Like, this includes teams that have been eliminated from the tournament, but if you still want to show your support them, feel free to do so. And obviously for the teams still remain, you can show your support to them as well in your profile. If you're patriotic, you might support a team of your country. If you have a favorite player, you can also support your team. Like, again, you can buy all 24. If you so happen to buy the banner of the winning team for this World Cup, you might see that banner as well show up in your profile just a tad bit longer than the others.
Yeah, of course. So make sure you go stick around, buy some of those, of course. Make your profile very long. I want to see the long profiles out there. But for now, we're going to be taking a bit of a break. So make sure you stick around in about 3 hours and come back to watch this last match of the weekend. So we will see you then.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 7K World Cup 2024. We got one last match in this hectic semi-final schedule before we transition over to the finals map pool showcase that will happen after this match finishes. It is Thailand against Canada, and I am Ravia, one of the two commentators, and I'm going to be joined by Mifa. Okay, I think we'll need to give it a sec because Mifa is probably having a bit of connectivity issues, but we have the 8 players on our screen here. Lost, Kunatsuyo, Hens, and Palm with Canada, Dale, Nunotaba, Harambe, and Mr. Moo. It is gonna be a very close match. Seed 6 against Seed 7. And something that's also very interesting to point out, these two teams have already faced each other. Sorry, not faced each other, but they've already played the map pool. And they both banned the same map, Rise 5, yesterday. So we'll see what will happen this time round for the ban and pick phase. We'll see if Mifa is on this time. Hello, you good?
Hello, yeah, hello. It's been a bit kind of lagging far behind. It's kind of lagging far.
Ships of an alien source are approaching from the sky. Radio contact has been attempted but cannot be established.
And we'll see if Mifa will be able to fix. But in the meantime, we'll see if the roles will be shown to us soon. Okay, I think the protects and bans have already been put into place. Mr. Moo saying Rise 4 will be Canada's protect, and Canada's ban Rise 6. So Rise 5 is open. We'll see if Thailand want to ban that. Actually, I may want to ask if for Thailand's protect. Okay, Rise 5 is going to be banned. So that's 1/3 of the Rise pool gone out of the way.
All right. Hopefully the connection is now back. Yeah, and as you said, you know, only 2/3 of the Rise picks have in there, so it's pretty much safe to say that long node and hybrid picks are pretty much out of maybe I don't know, maybe some picks could happen for both of these teams.
I mean, Canada did protect Rise 4. I assume Thailand protected LN 2 because that was what they protected yesterday. And Thailand are actually going to go with tonight's Rise 3. Now, interesting, both these teams have already played this map. Thailand had a 1.95 million score, Canada had a 1.90. And the lineups were Lost Cool, Natsurio, Dale, and Harambe. We do see 3 out of the 4. We'll see if Natsurio will come in for Thailand, but that should be Thailand's lineup.
Yeah, this should be, I guess, the most optimal setup for Thailand in the most Rise scenario. I think in most cases, Lost School and Natsurio have been playing most of the Rise picks, even in like yesterday, and Canada has some good, at least some 3 selections of their team, at least for the Rise roster in general.
Yeah, I will say that for all of the maps that these two teams have shared from yesterday, Thailand have been the better team in all of them. So they share Tinnitus, they share Ghost, Vulnerability, and Revolt, and Thailand have a better score on all 4. So it's definitely going to be Canada playing catch up for this entire match, I feel.
Yeah, we'll see if this goes well for Thailand, as this is their own pick.
It's going to be up to Canada's second player because Dale is currently holding still the 100%, but it is Harambe lagging a little bit behind, which is what gives Thailand that slight edge. But here we go.
Core stream starts here, and there's no turning back after this. I mean, I guess the first half is a little bit on the easier side, but at the moment, Harambe is kind of lagging, far behind actually, hitting kind of inconsistent in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, but holding the FC is what is never mind.
Yeah, well, alright, there's the drop right there. It's actually low 99% now. It's actually kind of...
Yeah.
This is downfalling behind, but Natsurio takes the drop, and Dale actually trading it out. But another miss coming from Canada. Not looking good because Lost School is in cruise control over 99.8% now.
Yeah, that's a very solid score from Lost School. Dale misses once more. Thailand now holding a 22,000 point lead as we approach the halfway point. Canada have a hill, and a growing hill at that, to battle.
22,000 points up until this break section. It is pretty much almost a telltale saying that I guess in the second half this could grow even larger than what it is. But Canada needs to really outplay this whole entire section after this.
Yeah, and they also need to hope for a Lost School miss because Lost School's score is just dangerously dangling over Canada's low scores over here.
Alright, here's more of a double stairs court stream base, but Harambe takes a lot more damage than what it seemed to be.
Yeah, at this speed, 208 BPM, once you miss, it is very difficult to try and pick it back up, and Harambe picks up a couple there.
Keeps going and going, but again, Dale takes up another damage as well for Canada, and it is very well in safe pick there for Thailand there. Good call for having this be picked early on.
Yeah, I will say that Thailand have a lot of maps that they can really exploit Canada, especially looking at the scores from yesterday. And Lost School should... Okay, I'm not gonna say anything, but this is gonna be a very good Thailand team score.
Yeah, this is just pretty much all there is to it. There's no more core stream, just these cores here and there. No funny business. And there we go, 1.95
That's a score. That's a score from Lost School.
Yeah, pretty much the same. Pretty much the same average score from Thailand as from yesterday, but it does seem to be clear tell saying that the other core stream pick will be very good for Thailand this time.
Yeah, to the dismay of Canada for sure, but we'll see what Canada want to go for. I'm gonna be very interested to see what is their game plan.
It seems like Canada has
From what
a
I'm looking,
decent choice there
yeah,
for hybrid and long notes in general. So,
yeah.
might this also might actually asking for trouble because Helen's Thailand has been most of the time being MVP from like yesterday. So this would be a similar situation to be in.
I mean, we're gonna look at L lens here. Vulnerability might be out. Actually, vulnerability might be okay, but Thailand did protect it, so I'm a little bit worried. Even though the score difference between these two teams on vulnerability is 26,000 to Thailand, which is not a lot, especially when you look at Revolt. Revolt has like a 57,000 point gap, and it's to Thailand's favor. So no, okay, Rice 4, that's fine.
Protected pick there by Canada. This is all just Korchak, so hopefully this time Canada is able to maintain consistency to the very end. Seems
Now,
to be
Canada...
this is also 100% pick rate, so that's kind of nice.
Yep. Wait, actually, has it? Because I don't think Thailand played this, did they?
It might actually be. I don't know.
Because on my side, I only have a Canada team score for Voyage.
I think might have been actually. I'm not sure. But if that's the case, then if Thailand doesn't play this even then like yesterday, maybe we got a fresh new scores to look at now.
Yeah, Thailand didn't play this. They swept Poland. So if it wasn't a sweep, maybe it would have been picked. But yeah, Thailand were rampant against Poland. So this map didn't show up in their match, but Canada did play this, and it's the same two players, 1.968. That's the team score. We'll see if Thailand will be able to match or beat it, and if Canada can replicate it.
Yeah, the thing about Canada's score, I think in general, I think it might have been like some misses at the very end, which might have cost them the score. So we'll see.
It is decently long, about 3 minutes.
The downtime is pretty large in this though, so you might not to be too complacent about it.
Yeah, so far 99.9s all over the board, except for Natsuhiro with a very early drop before any player hits the 400 combo cap. So this lead will grow for now until Natsuhiro hits that cap.
I think that might have been a 100 or 50, but yeah, Dale with the drop there, so trading it out, but the accuracy by Natsuhiro is actually dangerously low now.
Oh my gosh. They pick up another miss, 98.7. That's a concern for Thailand, even though Losco is just absolutely destroying his Natsuhiro. A chain of misses. This is a good call for Canada at the moment.
Yeah, not looking very good for Thailand here. When you already have this much of a difference in, I cannot expect to do very well in the second half. Second half is way harder.
Yeah, that's gonna be a very huge concern. Losco is just absolutely demolishing this child, but when you don't have that second player to back up, Canada, all they just need to do is keep this consistency. They can miss a couple of times because Natsuhiro has already missed a bunch. And Natsuhiro's accuracy is so low compared to the rest of the lobby as well.
Yeah, 98 versus the third lowest being 99.7 with the drop is already a telltale sign.
I mean, like you mentioned, second half gets tougher. We'll see if Natsuhiro will be able to at least hold some ground and hope for some more drops from Canada's side.
So far there's just one drop from Canada and it's by Dale, but even the drop is very clean.
Extremely clean. They are almost matching Mr. Moo's accuracy. Oh, Dale does pick up a little bit of an accurate drop, but yeah, on the grander scheme of things, it is nothing compared to how much Thailand are still behind by.
Still quite a bit left to go, but again, the accuracy and I guess the score difference might have been increasing, but Mr. Moo takes a drop, but that is just very minor in the grand scheme of things.
I would say Natsurio has recovered. Never mind.
Well, I guess you already there, but drop
Dale
faded
trades
out.
it.
Only Lost School
Yeah.
actually being able to keep up at the very least for a semblance of score difference, but it's not changing at all.
Yeah, and that will do it for Canada's point. Very strong showing from them, despite the FC from Lost Cool, which I need to see what that accuracy is. Okay.
Yeah, there's
Oh
no.
my god, damn.
They've been avoiding 200s like a like a disease right there. There's only 100, 100s, 250s. That's there's no 200s at all. That's just Core Jack score right there.
That's yeah. You love to see it. You love to see Kojak scores when you have 0-200s and then just RNG number pick on the other judgments.
Yeah, but that's a very comfortable, safe pick there for Canada. But again, Thailand will have to respond with something else here. There's the other core stream.
That's a lot.
There's the other core stream, but maybe on the dangerous side, has a bracket at the end. Might actually trigger some sort of score difference. But actually, you're gonna go with the way of venture.
So this is another map that Thailand did not play against Poland, but Canada did play this against Brazil.
Yeah, this would be something, as we don't see a lot of a delay-ish speed score by Thailand that much. This is a fresh new one, but at the same time, Canada also has some scores up their sleeve, but nothing maybe stood out too much.
I'm interested to see if they're going to change their lineup, because against Brazil it was Mr. Mu and Harambe, but this time round Dale is still staying in. And I guess it's going to be a different lineup for Canada.
Alright, let's see if the switch up is fine for them, but this is Thailand's pick here, so this is very critical to have this pick being won by their own, but we'll see what happens there.
And yeah, this is the speed dump pick. If we're going to go by qualifiers, for the speed qualifier stage, Canada actually have a better score. Thailand already having to play chase because Natsurio with a pretty bad intro, dropping all the way to 97% in the miss.
Already down to 98 there. Not so much of a good start, but at the same time, we haven't seen much of the meat of the chart there. Let's go now. A little bit of a build up before everything goes wrong.
It's really just Lost Crew trying to hold everything together for Thailand. Here comes these rolls.
Yeah, the accuracy does seem to favor inline for Canada, but Harambe actually taking quite a severe drop in accuracy now. Actually trying to match up with Nasiria, but now its scores are going back 1-4.
It's really the bottom row fighting, but Dale, with the miss, will definitely lose out to Lost Cool, and that lead will now switch to Thailand. But I'm just gonna be focusing on like Natsurio and Harambe. I think these two players are the shaky ones, and Harambe misses on the trail!
Misreading on the trail!
And that's huge for Thailand because no FC's on Canada. And it's essentially, technically speaking, pretty much 2 FCs on Thailand.
Yeah, taking up another drop there by Canada from Dale's side, but again, the lead is jumping, growing further for Thailand there. A lot of lead going for it.
Ooh, Natsurio and Dale both trade. It's just Lost Cool. Like I say, keeping Thailand together. Harambe misses again. This lead growing to almost 40,000. But it's actually shrinking a little bit because of the accuracy drop on Natsurio.
In cruise control in terms of accuracy, Thailand did have it in the bag. Again, even though the bottom row is also kind of struggling a little bit too much, but Lost School is enough to keep them afloat, and Thailand will be taking it 2-1.
Wow. Yeah, Lost School is popping off right now. Very solid scores over the last 3 maps. Back to Canada.
Yeah, Canada has something else to look at. I don't think this would... maybe a slight departure to the hybrid and longless might be a fresh idea, but at the same time, you just don't know what Thailand's gonna score on, if anything.
I'm a bit scared about the hybrids actually. Like I would say the L-Lens are less risky. And also the difficult thing is Canada don't really know Thailand's scores because Thailand had a sweep.
Yeah, it's more of the fact that most of the scores have been more on the rise side, so not
Yeah.
okay. So here's the thing: Canada asking for Minatomo Shinobu would be the second player for the LN part. So I would guess this would be like long note. And there you go. Last page is big.
Yeah. Okay, for the first time, we'll be seeing a map that neither of these teams have played yet. So it's blind. These two teams do not know each other's scores. We do not know their scores. We do not know how well they are capable of playing this.
And we do not know who will. Yeah, we do not know who will be the two players for Thailand either. I don't think Natsuyu will be playing this because there's also Kenzie who will also play this as well.
Kenzie can play this, yeah. But we'll see. I mean it's gonna be either Natsui or Kenzie.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise this would make sense if the two players will be holding on for most of the Olympics would be Lost Cool and Kenzie, but
there you go.
Kenzie will be in.
Like you called. So the two players at the bottom row have changed.
Alright, this would be an interesting battle because Kenzie is more of a prolific Otu-chan player as well. Even though the accuracy might not be the best, but the combo is in there to help Thailand afloat in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, so this map is more of a control-based map, but it does get a bit streamy and releasey towards the end. So it has a mix of pretty much everything you would like to see in an LN map.
Alright, we'll see how this goes, especially when players are ready. Yep, should be no trouble at all. Hopefully these players are warmed up even with these pick being fresh for both of these teams.
Yep. Also keeping in mind that this is a Canada pick here. So no breakpoints just yet.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes, and this would pay off in Canada's side if this isn't correct pick for them.
So far we're seeing a top row versus bottom row kind of scenario. Mr. Mu actually getting the better of Lost Crew for now, so Canada do have that lead.
Bottom row is essentially on the battle of battle in terms of accuracy. I guess the combo is still pretty much the same, but again, the top row, Mr. Mu leading the charge here.
Yeah, Mr. Mu has been exceptional at L-Lens for Canada. Essentially their MVP for L-Lens, but Lost Crew has also been their key L-Lens player for Thailand, so it's really going to be a battle of the player 2s.
Kenzie's dropping gradually as time goes on, more of the 200s here and there, so the accuracy is lagging behind in terms of for Canada, and Canada is taking the lead.
Yeah, these releases are pretty brutal. We are now heading into that final third of the map, which is going to be a bit more stream-based.
2/3 of the song, and Kenzie taking the drop there.
And another one at that!
Completely letting go of that spacebar LN.
Yeah, the spacebar. But here's the stream part. Canada can definitely make some ground. Lost Crew is chasing Mr. Mu's accuracy, but there has to be drop from Canada's. If not Thailand, I'm not going to be able to complete this comeback.
it's all really pretty much on Canada's side there, and Canada pretty much has it in the bag actually. If nothing bad goes happen, with probably potentially a double FC.
Wow. It's not over yet, but this is some team score from Canada. Another drop from Kenzie
that
towards
is
the end.
insane. Double FC
Wow.
on this chart is unheard of.
That is crazy. And Lost School actually sniped the lobby MVP right at the end. But yeah, that's a team score from Canada.
Very safe pick there. After all, it's just a matter of whether or not they can take the other LN. Actually, might have been a bad idea because Lambda 2 does being protected by Thailand, and if being used as a weapon against Thailand would be a bad move.
I mean, vulnerability, LN 2. Funnily enough, in their previous matches, it was both their protects.
Yeah, it's a gentleman's agreement. Whether,
Yeah, a gentleman's
whether
agreement.
whether or not they would play this, it's just a matter of. It's just a question of whether who's gonna be the chicken game here.
Ooh.
But actually, they're gonna go with 24 Evo.
Okay, Thailand did play this against Poland. It was Losco and Kenzie, 1.92 million. So that's a very good team score. Canada though, we do see Dio.
I mean, this makes the most sense, right? Because Dale has been performing on most of the hybrids, even in general. So having anyone else might not be the best idea. But Kenzie, on the other hand, is in for Thailand, so I don't know.
I mean, these two players from Thailand, they did play this map against Poland. So sticking with the same two.
I mean, I'm not quite sure if that would be. I mean, better. I mean, better or worse. This would be. Should be Kenzie's performing a lot better than what we did like yesterday to be able to match Canada's scores.
I mean, with their team score yesterday, it was a 961,000 average. So I will say it's definitely up to Canada to try and take this.
Starts off okay with this intro. It's just more of the gradual speed up. It's just all gradual speed ups. Okay, oh, there's a lot of 200s there by Kenzie there.
Yeah, the score now flicks towards Canada. Ooh.
Actually, hitting very late, even though the releases might have overhauled in some spots.
Yeah, the gradual BPM change is definitely costing Kenzie, but Mr. Move, the first miss, is that lead gonna shift or not? Because Kenzie's accuracy is dropping steadily. And
Gradually dropping, but oh my god, yeah, that is a big drop right there. Even with after the 200s, it's still on a 98%.
That is tough on Thailand, even the whole Lost School. Once again, we say this so many times, still MVPing, Mr. Moo will drop. Now that lead's gonna shrink.
Lead is gonna shrink, but Mr. Moo's 2 draws were very clean. It doesn't budge on the accuracy. Oh my gosh! Almost the entire lobby fall out.
Everyone but Kenzie missing on the exact same pattern. We are completely reset, and Kenzie is the one holding the highest combo.
Actually, the score difference is actually getting low. Actually, the score is now even.
I think that lead might go back because of Kenzie's combo. And there will solidify it. Thailand have the lead back.
Thailand does have the lead back, but it's not over yet. 8,000 points is still not a whole lot. Concerned about Kenzie's accuracy on the trail, and maybe some of the LNs might have been overhauled at some point. Okay, this is more the speed up.
Speed section towards the end. Yeah. Oh my god, this lead is actually shrinking. It's shrinking. Kenzie's accuracy is dropping.
4,000 points and 1,000 points. That's at the very end.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. 1,000.
Thailand can't take this. They need to hold on.
3 LNs more.
Alright, they got it.
Oh my god.
That was close. That was really, really close.
1,100. That is not a safe pick there.
Woo. Thailand actually did worse than yesterday, but it was enough.
It was just about enough, and it would have been like almost the entire lobby fall out. This would have been a different story.
Funnily enough, I think Kenzie was the reason why Thailand actually won that, because when the entire lobby missed, he was the only one that didn't. Held that combo and kept them alive, and
oh no!
Canada going for Thailand's protect.
They're using as a weapon against Thailand. This is not good.
Oh man. Now I did say Thailand do have a 26,000 point difference over Canada on this map. Both these teams have played it before. But, and this is gonna be a huge but, because Nuno Taba's in. Not Harambe.
This should be the one that Nunataba would be most likely fine to do in a pick like this. We've seen the last page, and it's been an FC as well.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a different one, but the coordination part is what Nunataba really shines in.
Yeah, this is extremely heavy coordination. And in some sections, there are some full LN inverse.
Kenzie not having the best of starts at the moment.
Yeah, it does seem like they have been struggling for accuracy throughout this entire match so far. But Nuno Taba was the first one to drop.
First one, but... Oh, actually!
Ooh.
That's a double drop already! Now
no.
Still has the 2 LCs still intact.
It is very early on, but that's the third miss from Canada! Nuno Taba again!
Yeah, this might be really bad. This might be really bad there for Canada.
I mean, if we see the bigger picture, Canada going for this isn't so bad. But the fact is, Thailand has protected this twice in a row. They know what they're doing. And Canada might have fallen into that trap.
Still risky though, because the score difference is now even going towards Canada at the moment. The score difference just lies beyond the accuracy.
Yeah, it's really just lost score, like 99.7. But we do have to take note, Kenzie 98.8 is holding an FC, but the accuracy is the lowest of the lobby, but Nuno Taba with another miss. Could Thailand just be playing the combo game here? Nuno Taba again, double miss in this section of the inverse.
Full inverse does really help Kenzie most of the O2 Jam experience here, and it's coming in handy.
Very, very handy indeed. 32,000 points of a difference already, and we're already going to close the map. And that's Thailand's point. It's a big point.
Also, I just need Losco to calm down a little bit there. 992, almost 992k on this chart is illegal. 200s.
200s? Hello?
Imagine dropping 200s, whether or not this would be a real score.
Man dropped lesser 200s. Then Nuno Taba dropped misses. That is incredible.
That is a break point at that for Thailand. Thailand's a really good spot right now.
I mean, that's the risk you take when you pick your opponent's protect. Fell right into Thailand's trap.
Yeah, at the same time, Thailand does have the last rice pick there that they want to go with the course stream. But at the same time, there's only non-rice picks after it.
Yeah. Will they want to go for Zik now? Or perhaps play around with the bottom half of the pool still?
Oh, they're going for Revolt. Oh god, okay.
Ooh, okay. I mean, this was the LN map that I said Thailand had a 57,000 point lead over Canada. And yes, both these teams have played it. Will we see Harambe though? Because Harambe did play this against Brazil.
Not quite sure. I mean, we've seen Harambe did play this. But at the same time, this is far and away the hardest LN picks that we've seen in terms of scoring. And getting an FC is already a big feat in itself.
Yeah, it's very technical, very heavy shield usage, and some mini jacks. We'll see who that second player for Canada will be.
It seems to be Harambe now.
Okay.
Alright, so it's just a matter of combo now. Not so much in accuracy because, you know, combo gaming doesn't matter a lot in this time.
I mean, yeah, when we're talking about Mania scoring, combo is it's just it's a small factor compared to accuracy in the long run.
It's more finicky. I guess in the sense that accuracy would be contributing very much, but if only your ratio in terms of rainbow is strong enough to be able to, I guess, overturn the miscount.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Lost Crew on your side, this is a very daunting task for Canada now.
More of the hand bias, which should be so it should be fine, but no, not too much about Harambe there. Actually, might have been struggling with more of the hand bias structures.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite painful for Canada. Already no FCs from them, 2 FCs still from Thailand, and Harambe's accuracy climbing, but is at 97%. Mr. Mu drops again, 15,000 point of a lead, and we've just barely begun.
Free-falling there in terms of accuracy, but we haven't seen this most of the tornado elements this time around.
Ooh. Once again, we see this dynamic. We see this dynamic between Thailand players, Lost Crew and Kenzie. One holding so much better accuracy.
Oh my god, Kenzie's free-falling!
Oh. Yeah, Kenzie is almost matching the accuracy of Harambe and they miss. That could be dangerous.
Free-falling in terms of accuracy, this is not a good sign. The score lead is now drifting downwards, and now Canada is trying to hold on steady, but both of them dropping as well.
Yeah, it's just Lost Crew. Once again, we say this. 99.5% FC. That is what is making this difference. Mr. Mu drops again. And again in this right section.
Weirder drop, actually.
Yeah, just needed some time to get used to hitting rice in an LN map, yeah.
Yeah, this could be still a very good difference overall. It's 20,000-ish for the Thailand side. So more drops coming in from Canada here. That's not looking good.
Yeah, they have to hold on their own. Harambe does drop again. They need to hold on their own because Kenzie has managed to find their rhythm back.
Just
and
barely,
Lost Crew does drop
yeah. Just barely, because Lost Crew is still in cruise control after all of those, and missing already on this spot is already impressive on its own, but there's still one more tornado pattern.
I mean, this tornado pattern has to like completely destroy Thailand for Canada to take this back, and even so Canada have to hold as well.
Kenzie is doing a lot better than this one, than in the first half.
Yeah. Mr. Mu, the first casualty of this tornado pattern. But otherwise, actually the other 3 players doing really well. It's Mr. Mu again that drops.
And Mr. Mu actually continues to have a drop as well. Now the lead is jumping towards 20,000 for Thailand. Let's go with a weirder drop there, but it's still already 1 drop against like 10 drops in total.
Yeah, multiple drops at this point, and that's going to be it for Thailand as well. A very huge lead as the map winds down. It's match point, and it is survival for Canada on the line.
One of those, I guess, commanding leads so far we've seen on every single thing on the chart so far, and this is game point for Thailand because Canada will be on the edge of being knocked out of the tournament.
And it's back to Canada, so Canada can control their destiny. They just need to pick right. But the question is, what can they pick?
They still do have a timeout to use and utilize now, but at the same time, there's only 1 more rice, and everything else is hybrid and 1 other long pick.
I mean, if I were Canada, Oh, this is gonna be tough. It has to be on the hybrids. I don't think Zik is gonna come out. I don't think they want to go for Ghost. Both these teams have already played Ghost and Thailand have such a better score.
I think
But
in my mind, the risk would be either playing Synthesis against Thailand, more of a marathon game.
Yeah.
But actually, they go for core stream. Finally,
okay.
they connected 4.
They did connect 4. But this could be their final connect 4 of the tournament. I'm not so sure about this one because Thailand's core stream is disgusting. We've already seen it.
Yeah. I guess heads up because we've seen a lot of casualty on when we see South Korea versus Philippines match. The bracket was something you wouldn't want to miss.
Well, we do see these 4 players come in for another court stream.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes because this would be the final and last pick if this pick goes wrong.
Yeah, potentially the final pick for Canada. And quite bold of them to go for a court stream pick, but maybe they know something we don't.
I mean, they have to play out of their minds to be able to take this back.
Yeah, Lost School actually starting a little bit behind.
Okay,
a little bit uncharacteristic.
Brackety core stream, but Dale takes the first casualty here.
Yeah, once again,
that's
Canada
a lot
have to play
of
chase.
backdrops. A lot of backdrops, but Natsurio is actually taking charge right now instead of Lost.
Yeah. Good start from Natsurio this time round. And yeah, Canada already 13,000 points behind.
That's a lot of 200s for Natsurio there.
Okay, they eat quite a bit of accuracy, but you can see that lead doesn't change, 12,000 points still. Because Mr. Moon's accuracy also dropped.
Alright, more of the breakage section, not too much.
Oh
that's
no!
a big misread there.
On the quad jack! That could be the start of the end. But we still got half of the map left.
A huge misread on Mr. Moon's part there. That's already a solidified 20,000 point lead towards Thailand. But there's still one more section to be in with more of these Dragon Age core stream almost.
Oh, Natsurio ate quite a bit of accuracy.
Okay,
so
more
did
of
Mr.
these.
Moo.
One last stretch.
Now these brackets
Natsurio.
does catch Natsurio finally. But there has to be more.
But Dale,
but Dale
trades
does
it out.
drop.
Dale trades it, but there's only Lost School left to be able to match this score lead. But at the same time, this would be the end of the line for Canada.
Yeah, that is it. Lost School still holding on to the FC. Nothing Canada can do, even if Lost School drops now, because the map is essentially over. And that is a 6-2 victory to Thailand. They will proceed into the finals weekend. And unfortunately for Canada, it was a very valiant push for them, but that is where their World Cup ends.
Yeah, the end of the line for Canada, but such a great job for pulling out the top 8 for this year's tournament, and commiserations there for Canada. And Thailand will be moving on to the top 6 on the finals weekend.
Yeah, the last team in the top 6 of qualifying to actually make the top 6. So for next weekend, we actually have all 6 teams that made the top 6 in qualifiers to play. So will be very, very interesting to see all of them battle it out.
That would also mean the losers bracket is going to be pretty much spicy in itself, because we got China, we also got Thailand, we also got Japan as well, and
the Philippines.
And the Philippines as well. So four of those teams will have to battle it out against each other, which spells doom for 2 of these teams at best until we get to maybe the top 4 and the top 3 on the podium itself.
Yeah, the guaranteed podium so far are South Korea and Malaysia. If you didn't catch that, Malaysia did punch their ticket into the podium guaranteed by beating China 6-4. So it will be a South Korea and Malaysia battle in the top of the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And this would also conclude as the last match for the semifinals weekend here. And what's better else to left it out to end this weekend would be the finals Mapu showcase there. Although we do have taking a little bit of a break to set up everything here and there, and I guess that would probably be most to conclude it. And here we go. We see this bracket right here.
Woo!
We already seen quite a bit of a tournament to go with after all those matches. We already have set it out with like 6 teams there remaining. Japan versus China will be the losers bracket, and also Thailand will be facing the Philippines right there.
Yeah, we got a Southeast Asian clash right there. I mean, these matchups are just looking so spicy for next weekend, and we will have to wait and see, of course, but for the Mapu showcase, we won't have to wait too long. We'll be taking a short break for that. But during this short break, you can go ahead and purchase some banners from the old store to support the tournament, to support the teams, to support these amazing players as well for a very cheap price. You can do so while we are on some downtime setting up for the Mapu showcase for the finals weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, you can also purchase like all the 24 banners that are qualified for the like around the 24 as well. All those of the proceedings will also help the funding the Mapu prize in itself for the teams that are able to make it out in the top 3 as well. And I believe that would be all for this match, and I believe we will be seeing you guys in the next maybe 15 minutes to prepare for the finals Mapu showcase.
Yeah, you do not want to miss this Mapu showcase. It is a banger. But yeah, we'll be back.
We'll be right back.